Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Don Baine, the Gadget Professor, and we are coming at you totally live, absolutely in color, from CES 2020. Today is the third day, Thursday, January 9th, and tomorrow actually is the last day of CES, but we have an action-packed day here. We are on the Tech Podcast Network, which I am proud to be a member of, and we're going to be rocking and rolling nonstop from now till I think about 5 o'clock. We have over almost 50 interviews, bam, 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 bam in a row. So our format, if you don't know, is every 10 to 15 minutes we're going to interview a new vendor, if you will, a new exhibitor, and hear about their products, their latest, their greatest, and we have a lot of new things that aren't even on the market that will be coming on. So we are getting our first guest ready from Microvision, Mr. Jonathan Morarity, and we're going to mic you. If you come over here, if you're ready, we'll get you set up. All right.
So,
Good morning, Scott.
what did you do yesterday after your live show?
I got to tell you, we walked a little bit around here, but we went over to the main convention center. Oh my God, it was so mobbed. It was hard just even walking. I mean, it was that mob, all three halls.
That's what Michelle was saying. She said that the LVCC was busier than she's ever seen it.
I agree.
And the Sands is deader than we've ever seen it.
I completely agree with that.
Which is
bizarre.
fascinating.
Yeah, it was so crowded. Honest to God, after about an hour and a half, 2 hours, I said, I can't even think it's so busy. It's so crowded. You can encroach on me 100%. You're not encroaching.
Well, that's. I wonder what's up with that. I mean, I know that they've taken over the old Gold parking lot, right?
Oh yeah.
And so all the autonomous vehicles and stuff are all over at the LVCC, which is a big topic this year.
Yes.
So I can see some of that, but it's not what Michelle said. Like the amount of people just didn't quite make sense.
We'll pick that up in a minute. Remind me, but I got an interesting observation there. Are you ready, sir?
Ready.
You're ready. Hi, good morning. I'm Don Baine. Welcome. Thank you for coming on board with us. And you're from, is it Microvision?
Correct.
I've heard of them.
Yes. So I'm Jonathan Morarity.
Okay, Jonathan, welcome.
So we're from Redmond, just outside Seattle.
Okay.
And Microvision's an interesting company. We've actually been around for over 20 years.
Yes, sir.
But we still kind of operate like a startup, pretty agile, doing a lot of innovative things.
You have a lot of innovative, creative products. A lot.
Yeah. So going back, so everything about what we do kind of is distilled down to our IP in MEMS control,
Right.
and laser control.
Okay.
And so it's actually kind of interesting that we pioneered some of the first augmented reality. We're a little bit before our time. Back in the early 2000s, we had kind of a Terminator style, single eye, monochrome, AR
Now you're
products.
a product engineer, so you're in the beginnings of this design movement, if you will. So you're doing a lot of the creative and technology work.
Yeah, I'm a product director.
Okay.
My current program is actually automotive LiDAR, but I've been at Microvision for over 6 years. I've kind of worked through all of our product spaces. So I'm actually here to talk to you about one of our IoT products.
Let's check it out.
Sure. So this guy here is our interactive display product. And
Is there any way we can put this right here where this X is? Or you got it? Oh, they've got it already.
Got it?
Okay.
So what the idea of this is, first of all, we designed all this from the ground up. This is up here, our photonics module, and it has custom freeform optics that we created. It has the lasers, and it has our MEMS mirror inside. And then there's a small electronics board on the back here. So our entire module is this size here. And then this is a kind of a product mock-up. So we're working with OEMs right now to bring a product like this to the market. This was our first inspiration for a product. And what you see here is just, you're kind of in the field of view because if you're familiar with laser beam scanning, Microvision does laser beam scanning, so this is a projector. But it also, simultaneous with the red and green and blue lasers, we have an IR laser. So there's actually an ultra near field LiDAR imaging this space. And you can feel free to interact with it. because you're actually at the kind of the best angle there.
Let me just point something out to the audience, because you and I can see what's going on, but with the way the cameras are situated and with the resolution and lighting, it might be difficult for them to understand. This is basically, and I mean, jump in where you would like. This is projecting an image onto literally just a white screen, piece of paper, whatever you want to call it, a mat, and it's like a video projector. So right now I'm looking at a clock. When I just went in front of that, this is interactive. They have sensors in there, and now I have a slideshow, shopping or recipes, and it's again projecting on here. So I'm going to touch slideshow, and bam! I think I could see the reflection in my camera, so you can see I'm getting a very nice, very colorful image. The resolution is absolutely excellent from my standpoint of view. You know I do a lot of photography. I'm pretty impressed with this. The thing that's really impressive to me is it is bright in here.
Right.
I mean, I've got 3 studio lights shining on me, plus some vapor lights up above, and this is pretty good. This is pretty good. So
yeah, that was one of the important things to us, actually, to get
it's
to.
Impressive.
This has the same amount of backlight, as a traditional tablet or laptop, and that's important because we envision this being inside the home. Again, like this mock-up was done to kind of integrate with one of these home hub products, and I can that slideshow can be kind of disabled there, so it doesn't auto roll, and you can slide that back and forth to kind of pick a nice image. But so with all the connected home going on right now, this is a great offering for that because as you talk to Hey Google, Alexa, whatever it may be. When you first get that device, it's pretty interesting. It's useful for weather and things like that. But what you really want is kind of that AI experience, that personal assistant.
Okay, is this going to hook up as a sensor to my laptop or desktop, or is this going to be a computer that's going to have an operating system on it, or whatever the case may be?
Great question, right? So as Microvision, what we do is we sell this module, and so you can integrate it with anything. And in fact, what you're seeing today is we're just running an off-the-shelf, Android application system as a Samsung phone, and we're just piping HDMI through. So there's no processing being done on here aside from this Android app.
So essentially what we're doing right now is we're taking a smartphone, in this case it's an Android operating system. We're literally plugging into the connecting pin there, going into this device, and this is projecting down here. But what's neat about this is it takes all the electronic information and does the pass-through, if you will. So instead of swiping the phone, I'm actually interacting with this, which is pretty close to brilliant in my opinion.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, if you downloaded, since this is an Android device, if you downloaded a game, we have racing game, whatever you want to download.
Okay. My wheels are they're going a mile a minute right now.
Right on.
This has got to be the coolest thing I've seen so far, and this to me, Scott, this is already that award. I didn't have one that I like. This is coming real close to getting our coveted CES award. I really like this. Now here's my question. This, I'm assuming, is just white piece of whatever as is whatever.
Correct.
So I could have I'm making this up, a piece of white construction paper. You won't want black, but this is going to be white.
Whatever, right?
Yeah. It's anything. So there are some surfaces that you wouldn't have a beautiful display content. So if this was pure black, that's physics, right? That material is absorbing all kinds of spectrum.
So the brighter the better within reason.
But we've tested it on butcher block, we've tested it on granite, marble. It's just a beautiful experience.
So here's the thing, and this is the truth, okay? Gadget Professor gets up early in the morning, and first thing I do is I read my email, and then I read the paper. Not the paper first, but the email. So I have a laptop. I'm sitting here, and I'm on the laptop, and I got my mouse. 3 minutes into the breakfast, whatever it is that I'm eating, my mouse is all sticky, okay? The keyboards have crumbs in it, and it's a mess. And I go through this every day. It drives me crazy. Then once in a while, I'll switch over to the pad, to the iPad. My finger, it's just a mess. I'm seeing this in the morning. I got a bigger screen-ish. Okay, I'm big here. I'm bigger than my phone.
Right.
And right now, if I spill something, so what?
That's right. And so we actually,
I love that.
yeah, the kitchen experience is a huge application
it.
use. So there's a lot of times where myself, my wife, I've seen other people do it. You know, you'll be looking at a recipe, and you might bring your tablet in or your laptop in, and it's sitting there, and you're going back and forth. In this case, the cool thing that we kind of glossed over is that, you know, because it's a projection device, it goes away when you're not using it, right? So when this is integrated into an OEM's product, which we're working with right now to deliver this into the market, they can just simply turn our display module off. So there's no illumination. So when you're not using the device, it gets out of your way. There's no big tablet. There's no bulky thing.
I'm really loving this. Now, to me, another application is learning. So you take my grandkids, and I have a bunch of them, and you know what? You're way too young to remember a show called Winky Dink.
I am.
You are. Most people even watching the show, you don't remember Winky Dink. You do? Okay. So Winky Dink was the first interactive television program in the world. Yeah. So this would come up on your black and white TV. They didn't even have color TV, okay? And it'd come up with a screen of this little game. And you were actually able, through a piece of translucent material, to put it on top of the screen.
Okay.
These are around CRTs. I'm talking in the early 50s here. And you were able to touch that screen and interact with it. It was like, oh my God, I think that's where the Gadget Professor was born. So this, I could see, is an interactive coloring tool, an interactive learning tool. And the kids make a mess of everything. Now they're not wrecking my iPad. There's no grease, there's no spills, which I can't tell you how many times that's happened. What an ingenious idea.
Yeah, thanks. And so, by the way, you know, it works on curved surfaces as well. That's one of the advantages of the LiDAR system, is that it's actually monitoring the whole area. So go ahead and, you know, manipulate the screen over there. It still works, right? It doesn't have to be a perfectly flat surface.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
In terms of resolution, what am I looking at?
Yeah, so this is an HD display. This was designed for 720p at 60 hertz. What you're actually seeing here is a 70 hertz. That was just a product ask from one of our OEMs. But so it's actually 640 by 1280.
Okay,
So
now if I wanted to increase the size of this, either I'm going to lift the projector up or push this down, or there's some functionality that will spray.
Right. So this could certainly be some sort of a mobile product, although typically we think of it as being customized, you know, during the product design cycle. But the nice thing about laser technologies in general is that they're always in focus, right? So yes, to your point, you know, you can pick this up, and it just gets
This is really
bigger and
cool,
bigger.
folks.
So we probably don't want to go into a lot of detail. There's a subtlety here. This is a 3R product, which is perfectly safe to distribute. We are actually, though, making a Class 1 product.
Right.
And the advantage of the Class 1 product is simply that there's an analogy that, you know, this device is like your typical sedan. It's got your airbags and your passenger side airbags. Perfectly safe, right? But if you're the kind of person that wants a 360-degree, you know, enveloping inside of a pillow you know, safety, we have a Class 1 product for that. And there's a super important thing about that. It unlocks us to be able to put higher power lasers in here. It always remains Class 1 safe. And now
What
you
he's
can
referring to, because they don't know what Class 1 is, you know, you got to be careful looking directly into lasers and things like that.
Sure, it's like the sun, right? So a Class 3R product is similar to staring into the sun. It's not something you want to do, but it's also not something that you have to shield your infant or anything from. A human naturally knows when they look at a bright light source, they have a blink reflex and they look away. That's the 3R product. It's perfectly safe, but with a Class 1 product, for whatever reason, if you wanted to stare into it indefinitely, you're never going to do any harm. And like I said, you can put higher and higher powered lasers, create bigger and bigger screens that are brighter and brighter.
Now, where do you see this product? I gave you a couple examples of what I'm seeing. I haven't even started processing what. I mean, can you imagine spreadsheets and things?
You could do
my
that.
God.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you can be here with that and have your monitor.
I would like one here in the control room.
We've heard that. We've
to
heard
be able to-
DJs like
yeah.
for mixers
No,
and things like that.
video editing. Oh
Absolutely.
my God.
The
Video
ability
editing
for me to essentially travel to a show like this with that instead of computer monitors, be able to put it down and then have it be touch.
Here's your monitor.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I also want,
That's
you were
so
talking
huge.
about the refresh. For our viewers, I want them to know that you're seeing scan lines
Okay.
on the video. That's not happening in reality.
It's
because,
aliasing through.
yeah,
the
because we've
camera.
got 60 and
Don't
70,
forget
and
it's
so
going
that's
through processing. It's going from the cameras through the processors. And
well, the
video
cameras
stock
are 60. This is
Yeah,
70, so
so-
you're going to get scan
Yeah,
lines.
believe
so
me, I'm looking at this, and folks, you know how critical I am, of screen quality and things like that. It's very good.
it's ridiculously good. I'm looking at it from a distance, and it's
Yeah, you
clear
can
from
still see
here.
it? Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Now, what about you got to ask, and
Let's
it's
get back
not that
in
it's not that it's
Watch this. This is the kind of.
Okay, so now we have
Click your recipes. I warn you, you'll kind of just get entranced. Yeah, go ahead and open up again there. Maybe the recipes aren't enabled on this one. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
okay.
This device isn't. But you were actually in a shopping app there briefly as well.
Right.
So that's a huge use case. It's kind of the things that we as consumers want is slightly different than, it's not slightly different, but there's a reason why this product is super important to OEMs and getting into the workplace, because you can monetize all these transactions really well, and it actually will help you in your life, right? So say you want to, order a pizza or something like that. There really is a desire from the consumer to just talk to your device. Just say, even though your phone is pretty convenient, wouldn't it be great to just say, hey, I'd like to order a pizza. And of course it can say, okay, where would you like to order a pizza from, right? But then fairly quickly it's going to say, well, what type of pizza would you like? And that's where the human wants some visual cues and some interactive, tangible experience. And that's where this thing could just come awake, illuminate a pizza, you touch all the things that you want,
Now,
and then you purchase.
correct me if I'm wrong here, but boiling this down to the least common denominator, essentially what I have right now is an extension of the phone, an external monitor that's interactive. I mean, really boiling it
It could
down.
be. All the processing on the product that we're modeling here for you that will be coming to market. That one will have all the electronics and everything built in, right? So our module plus your microphones plus your speakers plus all the things that you
Will be in
expect
there.
will all be in there.
So I'm looking like an ultra mini Nook, if you will, or
Sure. I think we think of more of like the Facebook portals, the Amazon shows, the.
So I can essentially. I'm sorry, I keep interrupting
That's
you.
okay,
But
no problem.
I'm very excited about this. I can watch the football game. I can watch
absolutely.
whatever I want.
Any video source you can pipe in, and anything that takes touch events, you can write an app to take advantage of it.
A very, very, very exciting product. When can we expect to see this in the market?
Right. So it's a great question.
It's the only question.
Yeah. And then it gets difficult to answer. So I'll answer as best I can. This development kit that you see here is all custom ASIC, all ready to go. It's available now for purchase. We are working with OEMs to bring a product to the market. We are not in full control of that product
Absolutely.
cycle.
Sure.
So I can just tell you that it's in the works, that we're making sure that this is going to be able to come out at a $199 MSRP or below, because that's what we need at volume.
Really?
The entire thing. So our module is a subset of that, because we're targeting top tier 1 OEMs to bring this product into
This is a
everybody's home.
This is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I mean, this is something that I wouldn't even hesitate to bring to market. This is brilliant.
Great. Yeah.
And
Wait.
you said this is a developer device right now?
This one is, yes. of
Okay,
course.
and are those available for developers?
They are. You'd have to contact our BD department. Depending on who it is, there may be more or less availability.
Sure.
But yeah, absolutely. So the 3R product is available now.
Mention my name.
The Class 1 will be available first half of this year in development kit. Yeah.
Is there anything that I didn't ask that I should have asked? Because I'm
So-
blown away by this.
So just a couple more things about this product is that, again, we're only showing you the touch, and we actually wrote that algorithm as well. That's our neural network that you're seeing, and that's a a finger classifier essentially. You can also do gestures, because it's measuring this entire field of view. So there's some really powerful things you can do with that.
Mapped out. So.
Right. And then when you start thinking about these kitchen applications and things again, because it's just it's a good use case. Imagine that again, you're looking at some recipes, you're displaying that, and maybe you're putting your fish or your meat or whatever actually in the field of view of the device while it's telling you what you should be doing to it, your vegetables. It can actually measure those using the LiDAR, and then superimpose on that maybe like here's where you should cut for a 4-ounce portion, things like that. So the combination of the ultra near field LiDAR.
This is game-changing technology.
Yeah. So I've been told there's a show called Black Mirror that more or less does exactly what well, it's not a real device in that show.
Right.
But that you can check that out. That's basically the technology we're enabling.
It's an extraordinary product, not a fascinating. It's extraordinary. I can see situations where they'll be building furniture. Okay, we're designing homes with this already built in, incorporated into your kitchen, where it's coming down or it's coming out of the table or your whatever.
Right, and this is the short throw application. You can do wall projection, you can do ceiling projection. You can point this wherever and get the same.
How wide under the diagonal would that go?
So again, it just comes down to.
Can you throw it up there?
I can. It'll
just out of
it's just well.
Right,
Let's not use black.
Right.
Can you get me back into the slideshow there?
I can do that.
Try again there. It's misbehaving, of course. Okay. So it's going to look a little washed out, right?
Well, of course.
So that's where I was talking about our roadmap.
Scott.
and it's only in the grand scheme of things with 3 production lights and convention center lights, it's only a little washed out.
Sure. It's
and
totally
you're up
usable.
against gray.
And it's gray,
That's
neutral
true.
gray.
So this was designed, again, for 400 nits here at this aspect ratio, but we absolutely can do this, and we've seen people use these outdoors at night. They project onto their garage doors, and you can do home media.
Jonathan, I'm triple blown away by this. This was worth the trip to CES alone, and I've seen hundreds and hundreds of products this week alone. Hundreds, probably thousands. This is a killer.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we've got a lot of developers that are very proud. And
it's that good. Well, you should be very
appreciate
proud of
that
yourself.
feedback.
And I'm going to keep you on a tad longer because I don't see my next interview. Is the next interview here? No.
Yeah. So I can give a plug for, we also have consumer LiDAR, and we are going into automotive LiDAR as well. So this is just kind of the best product that's near to market delivery. But the same LiDAR technology here that you're seeing in the ultra near field, we're using for, first of all, a consumer product that ranges out to about 10 meters and can be used for occupancy tracking and home security and things like that. And then we actually have a really compelling product that's coming to market. We visited with a bunch of German suppliers and tier 1s, OEMs last year to validate our product concept. And so we're bringing a 200+ meter LiDAR based on our same MEMS scanning technology to the market.
I'll tell you what, we're out of time here, so I would like to invite you to come back soon on my Gadget Professor show. We'll spend a full hour if you have the time on this at your convenience. If you can give Enza your card there, we'll definitely keep in touch.
No problem.
You made my day, and
it's been a
early.
pleasure.
I just started, so very, very, very exciting. And I'll give you back your monitor.
Okay.
And how can, before you go, how can people get more information about this?
So contact bd@microvision.com is your best way.
bd@microvision.com.
We also have some YouTube videos and things you can go to our site.
Okay. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Besides that, I like it.
Yeah, I would like to already have one.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Could you imagine doing video editing with that?
Good catch. I would like to have that here on the desk with me already. I'm a little mad that I don't.
Wouldn't we all?
This is.
I mean, could you see doing video editing with that? Oh my God!
I mean, that's
Photoshop.
That's amazing. And we were talking before we went on the air.
Jonathan, I got one. Just as you're talking to me, you triggered a question. I never do this. I never bring someone back like when they're gone, they're gone. Quick question for you. If I were to have a stylus, a pen, and I wanted to do some photography editing or would it interact with that, or that's possible?
That's absolutely possible. In this case, I was talking about the neural net we built
Yeah.
to do the touch. We are kind of rejecting things like that.
Okay.
Because we typically don't want to inject touches when, I didn't show you all the cool things. You can
Well,
do.
of course
You can,
not.
You can, put phones in the display and spin metal objects, and it
Wow.
does nothing.
All right,
So
we're
you
gonna.
have your fork. But yes, you can make a very easy classifier to do that. And in fact,
Fascinating.
yeah, so absolutely.
I'm blown away by it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
What's that? Okay. It's here? Yeah. That's
Come on,
great.
that's cool. We're going to get one of those devices for you and for me.
Yeah, I mean, just we were talking before we went on the air that you're going back tomorrow. We've got one of your screens here.
That's right.
And wouldn't it be great if I could put, honest to God, that thing I could almost put in my pocket.
Yeah. Oh, you could.
That's
And that's a prototype. It's only going to get better.
right, exactly. It only
But
gets better
bye-bye
from
monitors.
there. Uh-huh. Exactly.
I mean, ultimately, bye-bye projection screens. Bye-bye. That is so good on a gray background with
Yeah.
phenomenal light. Can you imagine?
No. I can't imagine. That's the thing. Because it's so ridiculously out of the realm of possibilities
Yeah.
as far as everything we just saw is completely out of the realm of possibility. I haven't completely
much
wrapped
fun.
my head around it
Yeah,
yet.
either have I. As I'm talking to you, I'm going like, oh, what about this? What about that?
Uh-huh.
Very cool.
It's wonderful. And can you imagine if we had the ability to have one of those on the table there for you?
Oh, yeah.
And then when you're dealing with a client who maybe wants to show their website, they could put their website on, and then
Oh.
I could feed out of it.
It's unlimited.
What?
Look at the cost. He's saying it's going to come out at around $199. Oh, my God.
Yeah,
How are
that's
you, sir?
ridiculous.
Don Baine, the Gadget Professor, and you are Mr. Greg Johnston, the CEO of Manta 5.
That's right.
I got it right. Tell us about what you do and why you're here.
Cool. Yeah, so Manta 5 is a New Zealand-based company, and we have developed the world's first hydrofoil bike on water. So
Okay.
Our founder had a dream literally a dream at night of riding on the water in this holiday home in New Zealand.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're telling me you have a vehicle that's going to ride on water.
That's right. That's right. So
Could
effectively,
you imagine what Moses could have done with that? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. So above the water, effectively, it's a electric bike. So as you're pedaling, it's assisting you, and below the water is a hydrofoil plane. So you've got two wings, effectively, and a propeller. As you're pedaling, you're actually planing on the surface of the water. So
Does this exist?
Yeah, it's the world's first. It's taken 7 years of research and development.
Did you bring a demo, a video, a picture, anything?
Yeah, we're just in the stand next door. We've had some of the best media coverage here at CES. It's been amazing.
So, like, other than recreation, what are there other uses for it that you're seeing?
Yes, I mean, initially the first product is very much the mixture between fun, fitness, and technology. So we've had we had one video go viral. We had about 350 million views on Facebook. And
350 million.
yeah, and then we went from this private R&D company in New Zealand to literally, I mean, almost everyone, every country in the world has inquired to be able to be part of this. And
I'm sure.
yeah.
Now, how long does one ride on the water?
So on high assist, as you're pedaling, if it's assisting you on the highest mode, then you can get a full hour of ride time.
So during that hour, if you don't pedal, you sink?
Yeah, so it sinks down into the water and you come up to about chest height, and then we've actually innovated in a way that you can actually come out of the water and get planing again. So it's actually the world's first hydrofoil product to be able to come out of the water and plane without a hull or without a board.
A lot of questions come to mind. So I'm out in the middle of, is this salt water for the ocean? I mean,
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Everything's been saltwater. It's made for saltwater as
Okay.
well as for lakes.
so if I go an hour out, that means I got to come back an hour in. So I can't go an hour out.
No, so what we find is when people are learning, they want to try and learn in a nice calm bay area. So we have some amazing lakes and bay areas
Sure,
in New
I'm
Zealand,
sure.
and we do here as well in the United States. So it's really just about carving up in some of the coolest areas, and then as your battery gets to a point where it's low, it'll actually give you some signals, and
hope so.
then you're able to turn back, come back to shore,
It's
take the battery off,
pretty
and switch
interesting. Pretty interesting. Now, how fast does one go on the water?
So it planes naturally at about 6 to 7 miles an hour, but you can accelerate up to speeds of about 13 miles an hour.
Really?
Yeah, so it's pretty cool.
Well, I guess there's no downhill because the ocean's flat. There's no uphill.
That's right.
What about waves and currents and things like that? Like if you're in Hawaii and like
Yeah. So that we've developed the front section that sits on the surface of the water, and it's been designed to be able to cut through chop.
Oh
And it
my God.
actually pivots to go up and over waves.
Really?
So the whole front foil actually changes the angle of attack the whole time to automatically allow you to plane at the right level.
Have you done this?
A lot, yeah.
A lot?
Yeah.
You like it?
Yeah, it's really, really fun.
What happens if you get seasick and things like that? Motion sickness.
Well, with hydrofoils, you actually cut through a lot of that chop. So
I
it's
see.
actually the smoothest ride, and it's super quiet. So you're actually in this really cool vantage point above the water. The foils are below you, and man, you should see
It's
the
pretty
you should see the
fascinating.
reactions of people when you're riding past.
I can't even imagine. I mean, I'm still trying to, it's like it's like a cartoon in my head. I just can't, it's so out of the ordinary per se.
That's right.
So you have to pedal though, correct?
Yeah, so the whole vision of our company was to replicate cycling on water. So we wanted to try and create that natural sort of experience that you already know, intuitive feeling that you've got.
Is there resistance, or can I increase the resistance? I'm trying to get a comparison, like to an exercise bike. The more resistance, the harder you work, the more calories you would burn per se. Is
right.
that still the same thing with this?
Yeah, so on high assist, it's similar to riding on the road.
Right.
And then if you want a really good cross-training workout, you can dial back the resistance. And it's actually better than riding on the road because you have that constant resistance against the water. So it's similar to that of a watt bike. So we've actually had, we've had interest from all over the world with people that are sort of, the active and confident experience seekers, as well as the resort and higher market athletes that want to do cross-training. So
it's primarily for a health aid or health-related.
We kind of see it as fun and fitness, fun and recreation. So it's a bunch of fun, and you kind of forget about the whole fitness aspect. But you definitely get a workout as you're going around.
Oh, I can only imagine.
Yeah.
What kind of safety features are in this?
So we've got a number of safety factors in the battery itself. So we've got like tilt sensors, accelerometers, GPS.
How many volts is the battery? What's the current
So
rating?
it's a 36 volt,
36 volt.
22 amp hour battery.
Okay.
So that's what gives you like a really good amount of power that you can vary, and allows you to ride for at least an hour. And then in terms of safety features, like we've got the whole buoyancy that allows it to float in deep water. And then we've got the whole Learn to Ride series of videos that allow people to actually go from step one, which is pushing off from the beach. So you can actually launch straight off a sandy beach. The second one is around launching off a pontoon or the back of a boat. And then the third one is around that relaunch from deep water.
You know this is going to show up in a James Bond movie.
we actually been in discussions with some of the people there, so hopefully we can get that
genius.
happening. Yeah. So being here at CES has just been phenomenal. We've been featured on some of the biggest media channels in the
I
world.
can imagine. The whole concept is it's futuristic, but it's here.
That's right.
Tell me, so this is available now in the marketplace, and what does one pay for that type of bicycle?
Yeah, so we're on pre-sales at the moment. So we've delivered for our New Zealand customers for Christmas, which is our summer. And then we've already got quite a few customers here in the US, as well as the UK and Europe. So people put down a deposit to secure their place in production. We start delivery for April, May this year. That's already sold out, so now we're into June, July.
You're sold out already? Oh my
Yeah.
God. So what is the price point on this?
So for the US, it's just under $7,500. And that allows you to, obviously, that's the full kit delivered direct to your door. You can set it up and get going.
What's included in the kit?
So you get the whole, all the foils, the battery, the whole bike.
Assembly required?
Yeah, we assemble most of it in the box. There's about 20 minutes of stuff that you just put together the last little
So the
bits.
average person could put this together,
Absolutely.
I would assume.
Absolutely, and we've got a whole video to be able to show them. It's very much like there's a couple of extra parts to put on.
So it's about $7,500. It includes everything that you need. What happens if I need service of some sort, and I'm in the United States and you're in New Zealand?
Yeah, so we have our distribution center here, and so we'll deliver a whole bunch of spare parts and all the consumables that you need, and then we're setting up a service network.
So where
as
would
well.
I buy this? Would I go online, or would I go to a bicycle shop, or where would one procure this from? A boat shop? I have no idea.
We've had such an overwhelming demand from all over the world that we sell direct online at manta5.com. So people can go online in the US, the UK, and Europe. We've obviously got interest from all over the world, but this is where people are buying.
So it's manta5.com.
That's right.
And I can see pictures and videos and
Yep.
stuff. Are you in the videos?
Yeah. I was actually in the video when we had 350 million views, and I hadn't even done my hair that day, and I had no idea about how it was just going to blow up.
Well, when you get older like me, you don't have to worry about hair at all, so don't let that bother you. But another question. I'm assuming there are more things in the pipeline. Can you tell us what that may be?
Yeah. So at Manta 5, our vision is to become cycling's new frontier.
I
So
think you're already that.
Yeah. So when
You don't have any competition.
Exactly, yeah. So when you look at mountain biking, you've got downhill mountain bikes, enduro, cross country, and they're totally different user experiences. So for us, we see the future as one that you can race, one that you can go on the surf, one that's a little bit easier to ride that you can cruise for, because we've had a lot of interest from the resort market, from the hire market,
No
and
kidding,
from
really?
the super yacht market. It's been crazy, yeah. So we've got a whole R&D team in New Zealand that are ready and waiting to be able to get onto the next thing as soon as we get this in the market.
How far out have you gone?
In terms of
Distance from the shore.
yeah, so you can ride at about 30 miles an hour, so you can get it probably within about sort of 4 or 5 miles from the shore and come back in.
God.
So we've ridden in some of the most beautiful places in New Zealand, as well as
I
San
could only
Francisco
imagine.
and Miami
So
as
you
well.
put a GoPro on this or some type of camera or stream. Oh my God.
Yeah, and the whole thing for us at Manta 5 is we want to create a community around it, right? So we want people to share their own content back with Manta 5 of some of the most beautiful places that they're riding. Because
So do you have cameras on them or video cameras or things like that? Have you?
No, we have been. We were invited to GoPro the summit in Broome in Australia, and we really want to work with the likes of GoPro
sure.
to be able to, because
I can only imagine. I mean, the places
surreal.
you're going to get that you wouldn't, even on lakes and streams and things. Wow.
Yeah. So it's been really cool. We've just been down at the Fort Lauderdale Boat Show here at CES. We're actually riding just around the corner at Lake Las Vegas. So we've got a whole bunch of media coming out this afternoon to ride, and tomorrow as well. So
That's crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
it's crazy. So next question. Does this come equipped yet with like XM radio or,
no. So
I could listen to WBZ or concert or something?
That'd be cool. We've actually had so many requests for some like.
Oh, I
you know,
could only imagine.
A fishing rod holder.
That was my next question. That was my next question.
A beer holder, an esky, and yeah.
I mean,
So-
could you imagine riding your bike out and then having your fishing? Well, they do that with the what are the not the skidoos, the water bikes.
The jet ski?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because I have a place in Rhode Island, and
This
I'll
would be
never
perfect.
forget the time. Well, at first, we saw the jet ski, like, what the hell are these things? They're buzzing all over. And then a year later, they're all over the place. It's common, but there they are with 2 fishing poles, one on each side, and they're fishing off these things.
That's
And
right.
they're catching fish.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so I mean, the future really is pretty bright. Like our founder he self-proclaimed dreamer. He sees ourselves in the Olympics one day as well. So it's just like he's probably 10 years ahead of us, but it's like this is really the first product for us, and we've had a truckload of interest, and now it's about delivering that quality product, creating a community,
That's
and then
fascinating.
getting on
How
to
long
the
have you
next
been
thing.
with the company?
So I've been with the company 4 years now. So the prototypes when I walked in with a couple of engineers in this little office in New
So it
Zealand.
must be very exciting for you.
That's very, very cool. And I mean, when our founder, came up with this idea and wanted to pursue it, he had no idea of the global interest. And now, I mean, one of our board members said, I said, what if it gets too big? And what
Sure.
if we can't accelerate fast enough? He's like, go and get me that problem. Well, now we've got that problem. So now it's like, now we're
Wow.
just really accelerating to grow the company.
Hey, what a wonderful problem to have. That's great.
That's cool.
That's
Yeah.
great. Well, I'm excited for you. I can't wait to get on manta5.com to see the actual product. It's just crazy.
Yeah, and I've got one question for you. Do you have your swimming trunks here, and you want to come give it a go?
I don't have my swimming trunks, but if I did, I would definitely give it a go. No problem with there. I'm a pretty good swimmer, at least I used to be, and I'd definitely try that out.
Yeah.
A very exciting product. I got to keep my eye on that, and you'll come back maybe on the Gadget Professor show from time to time, and you'll fill us in, and I'll have to get some videos and check this out.
That'd be fantastic.
All right, thank you so
Yeah,
much for
thanks for
coming
having
on.
me.
Fascinating product. I wish you the best, and maybe I'll see you at sea someday,
Yeah.
pedaling by me or whatever.
Rhode Island would be great, yeah.
Okay,
Thanks very
thank
much.
you so much. We're going to take your headset there. Thank you.
That
Good luck to you.
that is a unique thing.
Oh my God.
And being as somebody who lives essentially on the water, I'm intrigued. For sure.
I wish we had a photo or something. You know, we were talking about CES and the crowds and the lack of crowds and things like that, and the products that are here. What's interesting is you're going to see products that are already out in the market, but what's fascinating is just like the last two things that we've seen. I mean, whoever would think of a bicycle that you could ride on the water with? I mean, it's fascinating, and this product exists. It's already available for 7,500 clams, if you will, and pretty cool stuff. Really is. I got to tell you though, my brain's still going back to that Microvision interactive screen. Man, that is it. It's simplistic, but yet it's elegant in design. The price point on that for $199. I want to see them bring that to market for $199.
So do I.
I mean,
because
I can't
if they
believe
do, I will have several of them.
If he said $899,
I'd have still been surprised.
no, really.
Yeah.
It's I have never seen anything. What an interesting idea.
I would like
and
it.
using lasers of all things.
Well,
and this is a big company, so I mean, it's the real deal.
Hisense has been doing laser TVs for years
Yes.
now. So the idea of laser projection is solid. It's been around.
Yeah.
Been around in the market actively for a while.
Yeah.
So that's
Plus
a
our
good sign.
military's been using it for a while.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. But from the consumer side,
Yes.
it's been in the market, in the consumer market for a while. So
Yes.
it's a proven successful thing, and the idea, miniaturization. That's been one of the big trends at CES the last couple of years. So it's not terribly surprising that we're seeing it on display tech too.
When that was in front of me, I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man. Wow, does that look good?
I know.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
It's so
Good.
such
Don
a surprise.
Baine. We're going to hook you up here with your headset, and we have Scott Leopold here. He is the CEO of Trova.
This thing looks interesting too.
I'm having a good day so far. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, you've gotten lucky.
I've got some cool stuff.
I've scheduled your block real well. is what seems to be what happened.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, I have no idea what we're going to see or what we're going to look at.
Well,
so,
that makes it exciting then.
Scott, you're going to tell us what's going on here. We got a lot of stuff here.
We do, yeah. I brought in my whole product range just to give you guys
Smart
a wow
guy.
effect.
I'm proud of you. You would be amazed how many people come on this show, and this is being streamed all over the world. How many people come on this show and have nothing, not even a photograph of what they do.
Geez.
It boggles my mind, but that's a whole nother story for another day.
Yeah. Well, this is my first CES show, so I'm glad to hear
Well,
I got at least one thing right.
Welcome. Yes, you did.
Thank you. Where would you like me to start?
At the beginning.
Okay. Well, the beginning of this project is actually my wife's idea, and she's here at the show with me. So we're the
Where's
two
your wife? You
co-founders.
didn't bring her on?
I didn't. She's
The
manning the booth.
the wife invents it. She comes up with the idea, and then he's here doing the interview.
Yeah,
oh my God.
she's in the booth. We got
Okay,
to
all right.
divide and conquer.
Okay.
Team effort here. But the idea really stemmed from our two young children. We've got two boys, and they were constantly in our stuff, nonstop. They're curious. They're
How
curious
old are they?
explorers. Today they're 11 and 12.
Okay.
When we came up with the idea, they were 6 and 7.
Okay.
And really the idea is around privacy and peace of mind. So
Right.
the goal here with our product range is to provide our customers with those two things, privacy and peace of mind. So
Okay.
for us, privacy is a must, not a maybe. And we accomplish that by giving our customers a small through home size personal storage device that's smart and innovative that allows them to lock away some items and only be openable through a Bluetooth connected app.
Okay.
The idea behind the product is that it's meant to be left out on your countertop or carried with you throughout the day. So it's a very daily use oriented product. It's meant to be an object of beautiful, design. And really our best security feature is the notion of security in plain sight. Right? It doesn't look like it holds anything. So if you want to grab the Trova here, that's the Trova Go. That's our most adaptable and smallest size. Perfectly sized to fit in your hand and hold some watches.
Yep.
Or some jewelry or potentially some prescription drugs and things like that, maybe vapes and recreational
very
products.
solid. It's not plastic, folks.
That's right. And then normally it would open underneath, through an app. This one's set up to open quickly, so you can see kind of a little bit of the interior capacity on
Okay,
it.
so this is what would be inside of that device. Okay, so I would hold a watch in here, something of,
Yeah.
of value.
It could be value, or it could just be something you want to exercise discretion around.
Okay,
Right? So
we don't have to go there. But, okay, so this is going to, well, we could go there, but, so this is going to lock, and now I can't get it open without a Bluetooth.
correct.
Now, what
Bluetooth
happens
app
if
to your
I
phone.
lose the Bluetooth?
If you lose the phone.
Yeah.
So
Which
our-
happens.
Yeah, it does happen. Just download our app to a new phone, log in with your email
Username
and
and-
password,
Okay.
and immediately resyncs
All
to
right,
the
so
device.
obviously you've thought
So,
that out.
Luckily,
so is it Bluetooth LE?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you don't have to go through the pairing process.
The app immediately pairs very
Right.
quickly. When the device is either shut off or the app has been shut down, obviously there's no active Bluetooth connections. We don't want to drain battery in phones. So as soon as you open the app back up, it repairs within a second or so.
Now, these come, I'm sure, in a variety of colors,
They do.
sizes, and different
Yeah,
variations.
so we're a bootstrap startup. We've started with this size, is already produced and available for sale on trovaofficial.com.
Okay, what do these cost?
They cost $250 retail for that size, and
Okay.
then the home size, which is our largest size, will be available in about
Can I pick
another
that up
120 days. Yeah,
Point it to the camera.
yep. That'll be available in 120 days. That's where you put your keys or your watch on top of it. Again, the notion of security in plain sight is really important to this. Daily use. This is meant to be on your kitchen counter or your bathroom counter. So
Can we open
put
this
your
up,
keys
or-
there. Yep. This one's set up for quick access as well. So just open it like that.
Okay, so this is the box.
Yeah, and those are meant to be removable trays, so
Okay.
before they fall out on us.
So you can put a goodly amount of stuff in there, and it's not really heavy, but I mean it's solid, and that's obviously what you would want.
It also got a couple of internal USBs, so you could charge, your phone if you want to leave it in there overnight. You could also
Okay.
charge.
Yep. You
Lots of
can't,
different
you can't
things.
see it, but there are USB ports here where you can accommodate charging your devices. Okay, and I can see applications for this where you want to keep your smartphones or other paraphernalia literally out of sight and somewhat secure.
So if you're in a like semi shared space, like say
Absolutely, yeah.
up here,
Yep.
it could be perfect for you, Don, while you're on air.
Right.
Maybe you want to put your phone aside, lock it up, charge it while you're on air, and then grab it when you're done.
Yeah, a lot of people here, especially here, have small tablets or things like that, and there's some very sensitive information on there, as you can imagine, at CES. So, I can see this definitely as a situation where these would be utilized.
Great. I'm glad to hear it.
What
There's
other-
lots of use cases.
Yeah. What other uses are you finding for these? And also, do you have other products coming out? I know
Yeah.
you're a startup.
Yeah, we're a startup, so we have 4 products designed in total. So this is our largest size, and that's our smallest size. And we've got a couple of sizes in between that are probably coming not in 2020, but in probably 2021, depending on how 2020 goes for us.
Okay.
So, down the road, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, certainly there's a roadmap for how this brand can continue to evolve.
How long have
but
these
we'll
been
start
available?
So this has been available for 100 days on our website, so we're very fresh on the smallest size, and this will be available. It's available for pre-order now. It'll be
Okay.
available shipping in
And
about
the cost of
120
this?
days. 700 retail here,
Okay.
250 there.
Okay. Now, forgive me. I have to ask this question. There's all kinds of scenarios out there, and if I were to be a bad person and take one of these,
Yeah.
I could get into this.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Every thief knows exactly where to go in your home. They go
Okay.
straight to your closet, and they can
Right.
break into almost every safe in less than 30 seconds. So
Yeah.
this is less about true security and more about privacy.
Okay.
And
That's an
so
important point.
It is. Yeah. Thanks for asking it again.
No, it's an important point
Yeah.
because, I think some people are out there, and it went through my head too, like, I can bust into this, but you know what? You can bust into a safe too. You can get into your house, with your lock and key with a drill in less than 3 minutes. So,
Yep.
I
If they
think
want it, they're going to get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly it. But these are nice, I think, to keep things private and somewhat secure. You know where I think these things are? To me, crazy enough, it's when you travel.
Absolutely. Yeah.
If you're on a cruise ship, I
Yep.
mean, I don't want to bring this on a cruise
No,
ship,
but
of
that's
course.
absolutely.
But this,
Yep.
you want to put some money in this, or a
Yep.
wallet, or your phone or whatever.
Yep.
I'm assuming they will come in different
They will come in,
sizes.
yeah, there's a next size up would be big enough to fit a passport and a larger watch and things like that.
That's
Yeah.
where I was going with that. But I wouldn't mind having my passport and something like this.
Yeah.
where I know it's secure.
Yeah, exactly. So, and again, the notion of security in plain sight, if you left that on your countertop, nobody would ever really think it locked anything. It looks more like an intelligent piece of art or maybe maybe a battery pack.
Now, what are these made out of?
They're made out of 6061 aluminum. They're all CNC
Okay,
finished,
so
so
if
it's a
I'm
very
going
precise product.
If I'm going through TSA, this is gonna bing off. So I gotta pull that out.
You know, I haven't had to pull mine out in the last couple of years that I've traveled.
haven't?
With it. I have not. So.
Have you gone through Boston?
No, I've not gone through Boston.
Have you gone through Phoenix?
Yes.
And this went through Phoenix?
Yeah, I've flown internationally with it and everything. So I mean, I'm not putting anything in there that they're going to need to
well, I know. I'm just asking.
get into. But you know, I think it looks like a battery. It looks like a computer or something like that. So
Okay.
lots of technology flying around these days.
Interesting idea. Interesting idea.
You asked about use cases a little bit ago, so I'll give you our four what our
Yes,
customers
sure.
are telling us they're using it for. So the first one is around jewelry when they travel, watches, so, things like that of value. Second one is around prescription drugs. Everybody says lock up your opiates. Nobody ever does it, and I think the reason
That's
they
a
don't
great
do
point.
it
That's
is
a great
because
point.
there's nothing beautiful that would sit in a modern home and could be on your countertop.
Right.
So that's definitely a really strong use case. Or you might be at work and you might not want your coworkers to know what prescriptions you need to take, right? So this gives you a very private place to put those when you're in an open work environment or something like that. The third one is around vapes and recreational products in the legal states. That's oftentimes used. It's very tightly sealed, so you can really conceal what's in there very discreetly. And then the last one, and a little bit of controversy at this show last year, but this size is oftentimes used for bedroom toys as well. So maybe you don't want your kids to accidentally stumble on something like that, right? So
of course.
About 65% of our customers are parents, and they really understand that need for more privacy.
Right. No, it makes total sense. Now, another question. I don't know if you know the answer. If this goes through the X-ray machine at the airport, are they going to see inside this?
You know, I actually don't know the answer to that. I think they can because they can see inside a computer, right?
Yeah. Well, they can see the boards.
electronics
You know, I'm
and,
kind of thinking
They can see up to a single circuit board.
Right.
So, in your opinion, Scott, they would see through this? I don't know.
I don't suspect that most of the airports, most TSA would question it, because I've got like you said, I've got a battery.
Yep.
It looks almost exactly like that.
Yep.
It's all brushed aluminum, and it looks
Right.
exactly like that. They'd look at it and go, "It's a battery. Move on."
Yeah.
Okay. I was just
Yeah,
curious.
that's a good question. It's really intentional that we didn't put anything on there like a fingerprint reader. Right? It'd be a dead giveaway that it locked something away.
Of course.
So.
I think it's an interesting innovation, an interesting product, and if people wanted to find out more about your company or even order these products, where would they go?
Right now, we're sold directly on our website, trovaofficial.com. So it's TROVA official.com. And we're available for pre-order on home, and these are shipping now on Trova Go.
Okay, and right now you only have these two sizes, is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Those are the only two sizes showing.
And what's coming down the road, do you know?
Yeah, we've designed 4 sizes in total. We need to get this up and running from a production perspective over the next 120 days. That's our top priority.
Sure.
Ton of interest in this product here at the show.
And these come in different colors too?
Yeah, this comes in this color and then charcoal. And then
Okay.
Trova Go comes in 4 colors. We've got a fog blue color, which is
Okay, so
basically
this
silver.
is slightly bigger, slightly
Yep.
different size, slightly different.
Slightly different, yeah. This
Okay.
is an early prototype, actually, of what we'll call the Trova Go Fatty. It just has a little bit more lid capacity to fit a bigger watch or something like that.
Okay, great. Well, Scott, thank you so much for coming on the Gadget Professor Show and the
Appreciate
Tech
you having me.
Podcast Network. I appreciate you bringing it to it, because you know what, this is how we learn, and also, there's so many products here. Different products appeal to different people. Different people have different uses. So
That's right.
that's the fun of what we do. We get exposed to all these different devices, and it's a lot of fun
That's
for
right.
everybody.
You're in a lucky spot.
Yes,
Everybody
sir.
comes to
So
you.
I wish you the best of luck
Thank
with
you.
this, and keep us informed as to how you do, and if we can help you out or give you some exposure, you, by all means, let us know.
I'll do that. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you
sir.
so much.
Have a great show.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, I can see all kinds of places where that would be of value, just in in our line of work.
Oh, for sure.
I can also see using the bigger one, and I know this is going to sound crazy, but when traveling, one of our like partner publications had a tablet that hadn't been announced yet. It was on loan from one of the companies for a review.
Right.
But it had not been announced. get stolen by
No.
TSA out of a bag.
No. Oh.
I know several people who have had tablets
that's
stolen out of bags by TSA, but
That's
this
bad.
one was an unannounced prototype.
So there weren't a lot of them hanging around.
Yeah, there were maybe a half a dozen of them on the planet, and it got snatched by TSA, and they got in trouble for it,
Did
for
they?
losing it. Yeah, it was not good. So
Well, TSA as a whole,
different beast.
it is a beast, and someday we'll have to do a show on that. You're reluctant to do that because for fear of
Retribution.
yes, or retaliation, whatever way you want to look at that. So let's see. It is on my clock here. It is 3 minutes to 10, Las Vegas, Nevada time.
Yes, indeed.
And I think what we'll do now is, you may not know this, but Mr. Scott here and his wonderful tech crew has put a camera behind me. And we are on the second floor of the Sands Expo. And Scott is probably putting up a shot of that right now, so it kind of gives you an overview of what we're looking at. It is not, by any stretch of the imagination, even slightly crowded at the morning. And I think we discussed it earlier this morning that the main convention center was mobbed yesterday. And this is, at least now, not mobbed. You just don't know. Certainly in the prior years, this was mobbed. And primarily, I think, because a lot of significantly more of the new innovations in the industry were here. For example, downstairs, and I will do this after I'm off the air, that's where you would go to find all the foreign countries that have product that they're just in the development stage. So, CES is just not only electronics and you see the cool things that are coming out. It's more about what the technologies are that are emerging. It's more about people who have ideas, whether it's technology, products, licensing, software, hardware, things like that, to make connections with other people. So CES is a kind of a collecting grounds of all this technology for people to meet each other and share ideas and basically partner with each other, and that's what it's all about. So it's cool, and I always save the downstairs, the foreign products for last, because that is where you see just some crazy things. I remember it was 3 or 4 years ago where I actually saw the quilt, and I've covered that several times. In fact, I picked that as the product of the year on the Gadget Professor show. It's a very small little box. It's a server, but what that device did and still does is it automatically backs up your smartphones, the photography, all your photos, all your videos. All those things are instantaneously backed up. You can actually use that as a slideshow, that little box, going through an HDMI, so on and so forth. You buy it once. There's no subscriptions, and it works forever. I actually saw that in its embryonic stages downstairs at CES, and boy, that's developed into a major project, a major product with all kinds of further implications. I'm actually going to meet with someone a little later on today about that technology. It's fascinating. So it's really cool to be here and be exposed to the variety of technologies that are here. It's absolutely fascinating. Now, getting back, I want to go back to the crowds and everything. It was so crowded yesterday at the main convention center that for the first time, and I've been doing this for many years, for the first time in my life, I was there about 2 hours and 20 minutes. I got tired. I just said, I am like forcing my way to walk through crowds. I mean, it was physically demanding to literally push your way down the hallways, and if you were lucky enough to get to a booth, you couldn't see anybody, and it was annoying. And I just realized I've spent 2 hours here, 2.5 hours, and I've talked to maybe 3 people. Not because I didn't want to talk to more, but I couldn't. It was just so crowded. The other thing that I've noticed, which I find absolutely fascinating, is years ago, up to this year really, I would go into these large convention centers and I would look up, and I don't know if you could see behind me, but they all have signs, digital signs, or stationary signs where you can look up and you can see what companies are where. And I would use that all the time if I was looking for a company like Zoom or Sony or Panasonic or whatever the case may be, Lenovo. I would just look around as I was walking and say, okay, they're over there. Now, certainly there are street maps here, and literally you're like in a little city, so it takes time to get from here to there. This year, when I was over at the main convention center, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't see anything up in the ceiling because the booths now are so massive, they go from floor to ceiling, and you couldn't really look up and see anything anymore. I was in the Samsung booth yesterday. I should call it the pavilion. And again, this is in the main floor of the convention center in Central Hall. I was locked in their booth, essentially. It was like a maze, and I was there for like 20 minutes. I couldn't find my way out of it. And they kind of lead you into, different product areas, and it's dimly lit. They got all kinds of neon and colorful LEDs. It's fascinating. But what they did is they managed to get your mindset out of the norm. So now I'm in Samsung's world, and I'm looking at all their products, and it's nice and cool inside there. They've got their own climate control. They've got their own colored lights that are soothing, and it's a whole environment that they've created. And I honestly forgot where I was, and I'm enjoying myself looking at this thing and this thing and that thing. And before you know it, 20, 30 minutes are gone by, and then I suddenly realized, like, this is not normal. I'm inside this booth essentially, and I got to get out. And then finding the way out was not an easy task. So that was my experience yesterday, and we put on probably 12, 15 miles of walking, just walking around the different exhibits. So it's a real a grunt when you come here. It's not all fun and games. It's really not. It's a lot of work. And by the way, speaking of that, I've got a tech crew here with Scott and his guys and ladies, and the amount of time and effort that they put here. And you know what? They could never make a mistake, because if something goes down, you don't see me, you don't get the stream. So there's a lot of pressure that goes along with that, and I just can't commend Scott and his crew enough. Not only did they do a phenomenal tech job here, and I must tell you, even down to the wires and not a messy hookup, they've done a real professional job, and I think all of the announcers here really appreciate that, Scott, and I really mean that sincerely. You did a A1 job. I can't commend you enough for doing that. So
Well, I appreciate that.
Well,
We've
it's the truth.
We've learned some of the mistakes from the past,
Yeah,
and the
don't we
only
all?
way to do it is to learn, right?
You got that.
And we've been doing our special event show format is based entirely on our CES show, based on what
Sure.
Todd and Andy put together
Yeah,
years back.
ago.
We liked the format, and so we replicated it. And
Well, I think you not only replicated, I think you brought it. Certainly this year, you've brought it up,
because
a generation or two.
I think at this point, Todd has been doing CES. He used to do other shows, but he's vending at so many other shows now
Sure.
that he doesn't really take his show on the road the way he used to.
Right.
And Jamie Davis isn't doing the podcasting stuff at the medical shows anymore.
I think Jamie stopped completely doing that, if I'm not mistaken.
He's a full-time author now.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just emailed me yesterday, and I haven't even responded to him yet.
Yeah, so, they had been working on perfecting the format, and, we kind of took over the format, and now we do this format at 6 or 8 shows a year. And so every time we try to add one thing to make it a little better.
Well, you've done a superb job, and you're a great guy to work with beside that. So
Well, I appreciate
and,
that.
We're actually good friends, but that's how you acquire your friends through your work. And,
Indeed, because we met here at CES.
Yes, we did.
So,
Yes, we did. Yep.
in fact, my co-host, Avram Pilch, on F5 Live, we met at CES like 10 years ago.
Well, that's the whole thing about CES. It's the people that you meet.
For sure.
Now, let's see here. Do we have that book that we picked up, the magazine that we picked up this morning?
Is it next to you?
Everybody's pointing it to me, yeah. I will wake up in about 20 minutes, but I wanted to show this to you. This is one of many daily publications that come out. There are about 2 or 3 different books, I call them books, that come out. They're published every morning. And I got to tell you, these things are great because what they do is they tell you the news, all the new announcements, and it's pretty fascinating. And this is how I keep appraised of what's going on. And there's things here that you would see that you wouldn't normally see walking around. That's why they have these. But it's so large, CES is so large that they actually print these up every day. And some of these, this one is 60 pages, but they have them 100, 200 pages when you first walk in. And a lot of people put a lot of effort into getting that information into these publications. It's pretty impressive. Now, Scott, I have a quick question for you. Is the interview ready, or you want me to pull someone up? Because I have someone actually right here that would come up.
Well, we're in our top of the hour pause.
Okay.
Which, if you've got a sponsor to plug or anything like that, that's what this top of the hour is all about.
Oh, I didn't realize we were at the top of the hour.
Yeah, we're at the top. We're 2 minutes from the next time slot.
Well, Scott, I think it's a good time for you to tell everybody about what you do.
About what I do?
Yeah.
Sure. So, Plug Hits Live currently hosts 8 different shows, which is insane. F5 Live Refreshing Technology is our flagship show, though.
Right.
Weekly, Sunday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern. Myself and Avram Pilch,
Right.
who is the editor-in-chief of Tom's Hardware. We talk about the news of the week, one topic from gadgets, gaming, internet, and media. And we talk about what is it, things that have happened in business that affect consumers.
Okay.
So,
Interesting topic for sure.
so somebody bought somebody. Does it affect consumers? No, don't care. But Facebook buys Instagram. Well, that's going to affect consumers. So that was a big topic for us. Or, when EA was messing around with Battlefield and it was all pay to play and all that stuff. We talked about that because that was going to directly affect consumers, and so that was an important thing as well. So that's what we talk about, and then Avram talks about whatever thing he's reviewed that week.
Tell people quickly, where can they catch your show? What do
Absolutely.
you broadcast on?
F5live.tv is the best way to do it. We're on all the platforms that you can watch us right now on. We're literally broadcasting through our media right now.
Right.
So Mixer, Twitch, Periscope, Facebook, YouTube.
Pretty much everything that's out
Wherever
there.
you are, so are we.
You definitely want to catch this guy's show because he does a super, super job.
I
All right.
appreciate that.
Hey, that's what we're here for. Hi, we are live at CES. This is Don Baine, the Gadget Professor. You can watch me every Thursday night at thegadgetprofessor.com. And I will tell the audience that I am going to have some major gigunda changes, not this week, but starting next week. We're going to change formats and scenes and things like that. So that's in process now, I hope. I'll find that out when I get back to the studio. And now we are getting ready for Lifeboard, and we have Mr. Aaron Stegg here. He's the founder and CEO of, is it Liftboard? Leftboard, okay. And I have no idea what we're going to see, although this looks like a very nice product. I can tell you that right now. And welcome on board, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in. And tell us about what you do and what you're here for.
We're here to help families. Lifeboard is a family dashboard.
Okay.
So you sit it in your kitchen or your lounge room, and you choose as a parent what to display for your family, and you've got a bunch of apps to choose from, and each one will show a little bit of information. And it'll scroll around continuously showing all the most important things for the day.
Okay. So now, let's see, can we see that, or do you want me to turn it? We can see that. Okay, so right now we have a calendar coming up, 4 p.m., and it's giving me, I think, what's going to happen during the day. A calendar of events, if you will, is coming up. Now, I'm noticing right off the bat that this is kind of like a pixelated dot matrix type of screen. Is that what this is?
Yeah. So there's a couple of good reasons for that. One is so that you can see it from a distance. It's a really bright, very low resolution, high visibility screen.
Okay.
And we wanted it to be for the family, not for an individual. So
Okay.
anywhere in the room, you can quickly turn around and look at it.
Okay.
The other reason is we like the retro look.
Absolutely.
Hey, Don, can I get you to do me a favor? Can you put that into the corner and face it toward me over here? Even better.
How's that?
Way better shot.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. So continue. I'm sorry for.
Yeah, the other reason is we wanted it to stand out a little bit from the competitors. We didn't want to be answering the question of why not just get a Google show. It's a different look.
Just what I was going to ask you. Okay.
Sorry.
Now.
Google Nest Hub Max.
Yes, we know. Echo Show.
Yes.
Okay. So what else does this do?
So there'll be a library when we launch. This will be in Kickstarter later in the year. There'll be a library of about 50 or 60 different apps, ranging from calendars to weather to news to stock tickers, if that's what you're interested in. And we'll keep adding to it over time.
Right.
A lot of them are family focused. So what homework have the kids got to do? What screen time have they got left?
So it's more of an itinerary of the day.
Yeah. It's kind of all the stuff that would have been on your fridge in the previous times.
How do I input to this device? How does this know what's coming up?
So it's got Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. You've got an app that allows you to set up all of the things and when you want to see them.
Okay, so we have an app that's going to integrate with this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to integrate what it is I want this to come up.
Correct.
Do I have any choice of colors, scrolling, things of that nature?
So you'll certainly choose how long each one stays on the screen.
Right.
You can choose brightness and it'll automatically adjust based on the ambient light in the room.
Okay.
And then there's a selection of colors of the case. So you can have a white one, a black one, or a birch kind of wood color one.
Okay, so there's no artificial intelligence, if you will, built into this where I can say, hey, give me the sports from Scranton, Pennsylvania, for example.
So there's Amazon Alexa built in, so you'll be able to talk to it and get music, and not immediately, but eventually you'll be able to say, this is the information I want, it'll go get it and display it on the screen.
Okay, so if I say Google get me news, or Alexa get me news, whatever I'm calling it, this will respond to that and show it on the screen,
Correct.
Similar to the Echo Show, if you will.
The difference between this and the show is that the Echo Show will only respond to your questions. It will never show you any meaningful information. It might show you some photos and maybe the weather, but nothing else. This is continuously showing you information.
This is not available yet?
No, this is a prototype.
Okay, can you project what this would cost?
We're planning on retailing it at $299 and half of that at Kickstarter.
Okay.
So $150 base price.
Now, I can't watch video on this per se.
No video, no photos. We really wanted to focus on the function that it's here to do, which is to help families.
Okay, so you're ready for some tough questions?
Go for it.
I'm bad with this. I'm tough. Now, why would I spend $200 for this when I can get a show for roughly that, maybe less, and actually watch videos, watch how to cook something, watch YouTube?
For the simple reason.
Fair question?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. It's those functions don't help the family. They help Google and Amazon sell more of their content. What we want is for you to actually have a problem that's solved. We went around to families and said to them, what is it that you need? They've already got Alexas and they've already got Googles, but their problems aren't resolved.
Okay, I'm having trouble making the connection between what this is solving that those other devices can't solve. I mean, I can get the weather, the sports, the news. I can get my daily calendar. I can say what are my events today, and that all would come up. So why would this be?
So this one is always showing it to you.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
No, that's okay.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, these are the same questions we're getting asked on the floor.
Okay.
This device is always showing you that information. So you can walk into the room, take a look to the right, see what you want to see, and then move on. You don't have to pull out your phone. You don't have to talk to it. You don't have to know what it is that you want to ask. So, for example, we can set it up so that if the trains are running late, it will automatically pop up that screen and announce to you, not with words, but on the screen, that the train is running late. If the weather's bad, it might say, go put on your umbrella.
Does this have speaker sound capability in it?
Yeah.
Okay. So this will play music.
It will play music. It'll have Alexa built in, so you can actually talk to it and play music and so on.
Can I make interactive phone calls with this?
Not at the moment. That's not the plan.
Okay. And what are your future plans for this?
The current one is focused all on families. The next one, we're probably going to go into offices and make a bigger version that offices can share corporate data, the share price, all of that kind of
Is
stuff.
this the size that it's going to be?
The outer casing, the white part, has another design review, so it'll optimize a little bit. But the screen and the speakers underneath are the size we're going to go for.
Okay, and these are available.
They'll be Kickstarter in the middle of the year.
Well, if you're interested in this, you want to get on the Kickstarter program like now, I would imagine, because you're going to get it for half price.
Yeah, at the moment we're taking email addresses on lifeboard.com, LYFBOARD, and then as we get closer to Kickstarter, we'll give everybody a discount even on Kickstarter.
Interesting. Now, you're here at CES. What are you trying to do at CES?
We're mostly looking for media to spread the word, to tell everybody about it.
You're going to get
Thank
that
you.
right now for sure.
Much appreciated. We're also looking for interested partners, investors, and so on.
So the technology is still open. If someone came by with a good idea that
Yep.
they wanted to incorporate in that, you'd at least listen to them.
So the software will always be upgradable online. So every time we add a new applet, then everybody will get that, and it'll be sort of free for everybody.
Okay, so obviously this plugs in, gets power, Wi-Fi connectivity.
Yeah.
Not Bluetooth.
Wi-Fi and Bluetooth.
Wi-Fi and Bluetooth.
Yeah. So
okay.
Bluetooth to talk to the device and to detect your presence in the room, so that when you walk into the room, we can actually show you content that's relevant to you, and Wi-Fi to get the data from the
So does this
cloud.
actually go off? Does this actually turn off?
You'll be able to schedule it to turn off at night, or when the lights go off, we can automatically turn it off.
Okay, that's pretty interesting. What's your next generation for this, other than industry? Are there going to be different sizes of this, smaller sizes?
Yeah, we may make a smaller one.
Okay.
There's one that's about a prototype we built that's about 25% smaller than this.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
bit harder to see from across the room, so this is the one we liked. And you really want to go to Kickstarter with the fewer number of options as possible.
If I have an airline to catch, a plane to catch next Wednesday, will this track that and tell me if there's a change in the schedule?
I hadn't planned that one, but yes, absolutely, we can do that.
We can.
Yeah, it's all software. Anything that's got an API in the cloud, we can integrate to.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. All right. Once again, if you want more information about this, you can go to your website, which is
Lifeboard.com, LYFBOARD.com.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for coming on the Gadget Professor Show. I wish you the best of luck with that interesting concept, interesting idea.
Thank you for your time, Professor.
That's what we're here for. All right. We're going to head out that way.
I'm fascinated by this thing. I can see, because like, so long as we can define what our day is, right? Because the things that are important to your day or your household may not be the things that are important to my household.
absolutely.
I do see a Kickstarter dollar amount show up on there, so there must be ways to bring in data, because things that are important to my day might be the number of new YouTube subscribers. That's an essential part of my day.
Oh, for sure.
But may not be a part of your day at all.
Right.
Yeah, so that ability to define what is important to your day is something that'll be important to me.
That's why we're here, to find new stuff, if you will. All right. Now we have the company called Kwikset here, and we have Eric. Is it Glasson?
Yes,
How are you, sir?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm Don Baine, the Gadget Professor.
Good to meet you.
Thank you so much for coming on. And I got an idea of what you guys do, but why don't you tell us?
So we are a 73-year-old lock company.
Now, did you bring us a lock or a picture or anything? Nothing.
I didn't bring you a lock, but I could tell you all about them, though. So
Okay.
we have here today. We're introducing new Wi-Fi enabled smart locks. One is down the market right now, and one's coming out this summer. So we have it's called the Halo and the Halo Touch.
Okay.
Our Halo smart lock is Wi-Fi enabled, does not need a smart hub. It taps into your existing Wi-Fi router, and you can manage your lock through our proprietary Kwikset app and our own cloud. So you can manage the lock control who comes and goes, manage the users, see the lock activity, all from your smartphone with no hub required. You can manage up to 250 users, and
That's a lot of people coming in and out of my house.
I don't know if you need that many, but
I don't know 250 people.
And our newest product is called the Halo Touch, which is the same Wi-Fi capability, but it's a fingerprint access lock. So the same technology that everyone uses to open their smartphone every day. It's basically the same idea. You just go and touch the lock, and it opens just like your smartphone opens up. So we can enroll up to 50 users for that. 100 fingerprints, so 2 fingerprints per user, but the idea is keyless entry. It does have a backup key in case you do need it.
I was just going to ask you
yeah.
that. Now, these are battery operated per se.
Correct.
How long does the battery operate? Are they regular batteries?
So approximately 6 months, depending on usage. So if you are using it constantly, it'll maybe be a little less. If you're
Do
not,
I
it's
get
a
an
little-
alert that the battery's getting ready to head south?
Yep, you definitely get an alert. So
What kind of batteries are they?
they're 4 AA's.
It's easy.
Easy to the back panel slides off. It takes about 2 seconds to put them in. Really,
Sure.
really simple. Yeah, and there is a backup keyway with our the keyway also has what is a proprietary quickset feature called Smart Key Security. So
Sure.
it is a keyway you can actually rekey the lock yourself if you need to. It is bump proof and pick resistant, so it does have a lot of these security features and convenience features with the keyway itself. But obviously the big feature is the fingerprint access to get into the lock.
What about maintenance on these devices? I have unfortunately I have a different brand, but it gets gummy once in a while. Just never heard of that.
No, I haven't seen that on
Okay.
on our locks.
Okay.
With the Halo keypad lock, we do have what's called secure screen. So sometimes when you are on the touchscreen version, sometimes you press the same 4 buttons to get in. You can see the fingerprint patterns.
That's interesting. Yeah.
What our lock does is it randomizes when you wake it up. It randomizes some buttons that you have to push in order for it to start activating.
Right. So you equalize the wear of the.
Exactly. So you don't see that perfect pattern of the same numbers.
Now, how strong are these locks? I mean, are they as strong as the typical lock that you would buy, or stronger, or?
Yeah, I mean they.
I mean, you made these locks before there was anything, before there was electricity, just about.
Yeah, I mean the advantage with Kwikset is we are the #1 selling lock set in the U.S. And we've been doing it, like I said, for over 70 years. So
How long have you been doing the Bluetooth, the electronic locks?
Our Bluetooth lock, the smart locks we've really started in 2013 is when we really started.
All right, so we got at least seven years-ish.
Yeah. And so, and then we do have a variety of different smart locks that work with different smart hubs, different features like that, or standalone, depending on what your situation is. But we have a variety of locks to pretty much meet every
So I
smart
had I have two electronic locks, and actually, oddly enough, yesterday my son had to get into the studio in my house, and I know he has a key, but for whatever reason he couldn't find his key. I just had my garage door opener replaced about 3 weeks ago, and my fault. I forgot to reset the push button device outside my garage. He couldn't get in the house, he was annoyed, and I was like, duh. And I have the electronic lock on the door inside the garage, because I always use my push button to open the garage door, and I'm like, duh. Now, if I had that lock, your lock on my front door.
So here's how easy it would be. You pull up the Kwikset app. You have your locks listed on your phone. You can dial in. You can let somebody, with as long as your lock is hooked up to your existing Wi-Fi, and you have the app, you could open the door from anywhere in the world, basically.
So I've got to get one of your locks to open up my front door, because that would have
saved you just like
that would have just solved the problem, because he needed to get a specific piece of equipment from the studio in the house, and he didn't get it. And he was not happy with this pop-up, but he lost his own key, so
There you go. And the other thing you could do is set time fences. So if you have a dog walker or a housekeeper or whatever, you give them a code, or even if they're enrolled as a fingerprint access, they can only maybe come in Tuesdays between noon and 4, or Mondays between 5 and 7, whatever you set your time fence is. or a one-time use, for example. If you just have somebody dropping something off, they could come in once and that's it with a code.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. These will actually keep a record, a log, if you will,
Correct.
of what time people came in, what time they left,
Yep.
things like that. So if you have a cleaning person to come into your house, you can open the door for them at, I don't know, whatever it is, 10 o'clock.
Yep.
And
You
then
can see if they came and what time they left, what time the door locked, or if you have I have a 17-year-old daughter, so I can
keep
see if
tabs.
she actually did come home before curfew or whatever. You
Right.
can see.
I saw a camera yesterday, a security camera that actually did that. A very similar way to talk, but this actually took the face print,
Okay.
and it knew who was in the house and what friends their daughter was bringing
Yeah.
or not bringing home. It was pretty fascinating. You know,
That's good little backup information to have. Yeah. So
yeah.
all through the app, through the QuickSet app, and it just makes everything more
I
convenient.
definitely got to do that.
Yeah.
I'm like still like, how could I? I mean, it's just I just forgot to reset the garage door opener. Now, speaking of garage doors openers, are there any different types of locks other than the deadbolt lock that are coming down the pike or that are available through QuickSet?
I mean, we have our whole suite of everything from traditional mechanical locks to every smart lock that you would need to, depending on what hub you're in, or if you're, like I said, with the Halo locks, you don't need a hub. It's all existing information.
Right.
But
What does a Halo lock cost these days?
So the touch screen version is retailed for $229. The keypad version is $199.
Okay.
Our new Halo Touch fingerprint access lock that's coming out in the summertime is going to retail for $249.
Okay. Now, can the average consumer put these in themselves? I get asked that all the time on my show.
As long as you have a Phillips head screwdriver, that's all you need.
So it's that easy.
It's that easy. Yep. So
Okay.
yeah,
You hear that, folks?
It's very simple to install. It fits on most existing door holes if you're going to replace your deadbolts.
And what about setting it up? Pairing it with the.
Yeah, it's really simple. You enrolling your fingerprints takes 5 seconds in that case. Setting up the different features in time fences or whatever is going to take sometimes a little bit longer, but the instructions are pretty simple and pretty easy to do.
Okay. What about tech support?
So yes, tech support's available through QuickSet customer service or through any of whatever. If you used a third-party resource to install your smart home, you could do that as well.
To me, there's just no downside in getting that type of a lock, and QuickSet's been around for a long time. One more thing before I let you go, and I frequently get this. Actually, I'm overdue to do a show on locks. I do one a year, and I didn't. We'll have to have you back on the show to do like an hour on locks. It's pretty interesting. We have phone-in calls from all over the world. It's kind of neat. My quick question is, could you explain to us quickly? You have the ability, QuickSet, to rekey.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So our keyways are called Smart Key Security. They are the physical keyway of the lock.
Right.
What it does is it allows you to rekey the lock yourself in 10 seconds, pretty much. So you need the existing key in order to do it.
Sure.
You basically put the existing key in. There's a reset tool, the little tiny hole next to the keyway that you reset the lock, put in any new key, and it's now keyed to that key.
And it's very simple to do.
Very simple to do.
Okay, I remember we had go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. So some of the reasons why you would want that.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of reasons.
If you have keys that you maybe loan to babysitters, whatever, dog walkers around the neighborhood. Let's say you moved into a new house and you don't know what the keys are out there.
Yeah.
You could
Here's a reason I asked.
Sure.
I have a couple rental properties, and honest to God, I don't know who has a key. When I rent it to someone, I give them a key. I give them 2 keys. 2 years later when they move or whatever, I have no idea who has keys. And as a landlord and a responsible person, I don't want other keys to that house out there. I don't. And I don't know. He said, here's your 2 keys back, but I don't know if they're brother. I don't know who has keys. So I utilize the QuickSet, and I just literally go in, take the key, change it. I'm done, and I know it's secure. And that's for nothing else, for rental properties, that's the way to go. Also, I have people coming to the house when it's unrented, and right before the summer, and I have rug cleaners and painters and everything. I'm not giving out my key to everybody. I mean, I trust them all, but now I just put it down.
Yeah, and the other thing is, if you have a big wad of keys on your key ring that have maybe 3 different deadbolts at your house and you have 3 different keys to get into all these. You could key them all to one key, and you have one key that operates all your locks around the house.
It's a no-brainer.
It's a great feature. And then the security benefits. We've done a couple of tests where we bring the well-renowned locksmiths, really experienced locksmiths, come in and try and pick the lock.
Oh, that's awesome.
Or
I
bump
didn't
the
realize
lock,
that.
and they cannot do it.
I love it.
It's not easily done. So there's
love
great
it.
features beyond that.
Well,
so.
thank you so much for
Thank you.
coming in. Very interesting, and I hope
My
to get you
pleasure.
back on my show. Actually, Enzo will give you a card or something. We'll bring you back in when the smoke clears here.
My pleasure.
All right, thank you. And he just reminded me that I got to get a new lock on my front door, and I got to get that garage push button thing fixed. I keep forgetting. Yeah, they've been around forever. They're a very good company. They make a very, very good product. All right. Well,
They're kind of like the name. You know what I mean?
They are.
When you think about like a home lock,
Yeah.
most people think of Kwikset.
Yeah, they make a
because
good product.
it's the thing that you can get anywhere.
Yeah, and I remember the first one I hooked up, I was like, oh, this is going to take a day, and really it was only a couple minutes, and it was up and running. So I like that. Okay, so now we have, excuse me, we have short call here, Mr. Eric Marcel.
Yes, sir.
How are you, sir? I'm
I'm
Don
well.
Baine, the Gadget Professor. Welcome on board, and tell me what short call does. I have no clue. I don't think I have a clue, but
Wonderful. SureCall designs and manufactures cellular signal boosters.
okay.
So we manufacture them for many different verticals, from vehicle, RV, fleets, to residential homes, all the way to large convention centers, or
Okay.
commercial spaces.
So these are boosters, basically.
Yes.
Okay, so they're gonna. If I'm in a situation which I'm in, I've had Verizon for a zillion years, and then one day I actually looked at my bill. And I'm like, this is insanity. I mean, it's insanity. So I have switched over to Sprint. I will tell you that the quality of my signal has gone down from excellent to far below excellent. There's no word to describe
No, sir.
how bad the signal is. So if I had, who knew? So if I had a booster, I would be able to get out and in from my home base better.
Absolutely.
And what kind of increase would I see in the signal strength? What could I expect,
Yeah,
reasonably speaking?
Typically, you'll go from, if you have no service within your
Let's say
residence
I
or
have a
building,
bar,
you probably get 3 or 4.
3 or 4.
Mhm.
So it would significantly increase my ability to bring in the signal. Now, when you say boost it, your device works how? You actually receive the signal and then enhance it and preamplify it, if you will, and then send it down the pike so I have better signal.
We do. So we make a lot of products that are for a DIY channel. So if somebody's pretty crafty, we have units that have antennas on the outside of the house.
Right.
That'll drive it down through either an RG6 cable, just a
Okay.
standard coax cable, into a booster like you mentioned, and then we rebroadcast out from there from another inside antenna.
Okay.
If you don't want to get up on a roof, you don't want to go out and drill holes through your house, we make devices that you can place antennas in windows, and then it follows the same suit.
Okay. If I put if my window's, back here at the end of the house and the sun's out here, what's the chances of that working?
Pretty well.
Really?
Yeah, very well. Yeah, we've been manufacturing these things for 20 years now. And
If the antenna from the phone company's, on the other side of the house and I'm on the other side of the mountain, I still can expect it to
Yeah.
do a relatively decent job.
absolutely.
Okay, what type of antenna would I buy? What kind of booster would I buy?
So again, pretty wide range of products.
Sure.
And most of the products with the outside antenna will have a directional antenna that you would aim towards your
Of course.
town and more towards where the towers are at.
Just like a digital TV antenna.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And for the inside ones?
Again, pretty wide range, but some of them are desktop. They've got more of an Art Deco style to them. They look really nice sitting out on the tables. You can hide them in offices. And then we make stuff that you can put up in a ceiling, hide it in your closet, a pantry, and really kind of make it disappear, kind of like a Wi-Fi system would within your
They're
home.
kind of like the cell phone antennas that you drive by that look like pine trees.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
kind of like those.
Yeah, they disappear. They
Yeah.
blend right in.
Yeah. Now, what kind of price points would we be looking at?
Price points range anywhere from, in the vehicle products, from $199 and then to how big the building could be. So, I mean, there's a lot of different products out there. In the residential world, you're about a $500 retail for an average system.
That's a lot of money.
It is.
I mean, for an antenna.
Yeah, no, but if you're connected to your phone and your device, it's like everybody is today. We're always on them. You may be in an area where you don't
for
get
sure.
fast digital or DSL speeds. Your phone is becoming part of you. It's part of our ecosystem now. So maintaining that connectivity is a big part of that.
And how long has SureCell been around, been selling these things?
20 years.
20 years.
Yes.
So you have a lot of experience in that.
A lot of experience.
Is there one product that you would recommend for a resident other than another? If they wanted, let's say, an indoor or an outdoor antenna, is there one that you would direct them to?
I think our Flare products is
The
a
Flare?
Flare is a very easy one to install. It's a desktop model, so you can put it in any office space, any great room, and it'll fill in about 4,000 square feet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's the whole house, really. I mean,
Absolutely.
for the most part.
Yeah. Yeah, our Fusion for Home products are great products. And then our mobile side, our Fusion to Go Maxes, have some of the newest technology on there where we're boosting the signal where it matters most, outside of a vehicle. So we actually amplify the antennas.
Okay, so let's talk about that a little bit. Those are interesting products to me. So I drive here every year to CES because I live in the Phoenix area. So 4.5 hours-ish, and I'm here. There are places that I go through, a lot of places, certainly in Arizona. Once we hit it's called Wiki Up, that's the name of the town, I kid you not. But once you get past there and you get up near Lake Mead, I mean, you get no XM radio, nothing. I mean, your phone is nothing.
Sure.
Would that work? Would
Yeah.
your antenna help? It would.
Yes, absolutely.
He's saying that like absolutely.
Absolutely.
Really?
We have double power technology or dual power technology where we're amplifying it outside and then we run it to another amplifier in the vehicle. And then we have a broadcast antenna. So again, we've got a product that'll fit anybody's budget, from single user devices that you put your phone in a cradle and the amplifier is just outside the vehicle, all powered via coax, to more fleet style vehicles and over the
And
roads.
I can attest to this personally. I used to work in electronics retail, and you guys are one of the repeaters that
There
we
you go.
sold, and it was the only one that stayed out.
Yes.
Really?
Yes, the other
Well, there's a testimonial,
the
especially
other-
coming from Scott.
the other two brands that we sold always came back. The SureCall ones always stayed out.
We're pretty proud of it. I mean, we are very innovative. Been doing this for 20 years, privately owned company based out of Fremont, California. We've got less than a 1% return rate.
That's huge.
It's awesome. I mean, it's an incredible
Less than
product.
1%.
Yes.
You'd be hard pressed to find anybody that could make that. I mean, it's like nothing.
The product works very, very well.
What does we were talking about the outdoor antenna for the car, single vehicle? Roughly what does that run?
So the vehicles start at $199.
Okay.
And they work their way up to about $449. The outdoor antennas, they're little mini mag antennas, or they look like a shark fin antenna that's on most of the vehicles now.
That's good to know. That's good to know because it's an uncomfortable feeling when you're in the car, driving for a lot of miles and just you have no communication.
Yeah.
You kind of expect that these days.
Sure.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a great product. So, give it a whirl. I promise you won't be disappointed.
All right, there we go. So we have Eric Marcel from SureCall. Thank you so much for coming on the Gadget Professor Show. I appreciate your time and your expertise.
No worries. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for coming in.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate it. All right, we are queuing up for our next interview, and the company was called SureCall, and certainly it got a great endorsement for Mr. Scott over here. So that's kind of neat. That's kind of neat. So now
It's always fun when we get to talk to somebody from a company that we know the company, but we don't know anybody from the company. We've never
Exactly.
talked to officially.
Exactly. So we're looking at boy, that's far away. Pantreon. And you are? Fradi, how are you?
Very well. How you doing?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Same here.
Finally, someone brought me something to eat. I've been doing this show now since 9 o'clock this morning. Nothing to eat. No one brings me cookies, nothing. So Fardy here has brought me some stuff. What do we got here?
And where's the milk, guys?
Hold on,
Where's
hold
the
on. Let me
milk?
just put this up here. There you go.
All right.
Now I can hear you.
Very well.
What are we doing here? We're starting a grocery store. Here's Folgers in your cup. Okay.
So what this is a new type of household appliance.
Okay.
And what it does is it keeps track of inventory of your household goods. It's monitoring the inventory, and it does it by weight. Meaning it starts at, let's say this package right
Okay.
here.
Scott, we getting all this stuff here? Okay.
Very well. So this might start at 2 pounds, and as you use it, it might be any kind of a item. And as you use it, the weighted item is going down. So you set up your shelf when you first get it, and you tell your app what sensor this item is sitting on. And as the quantity is going down, the weight is going down. Your app at that point tells you it is time to go shopping. Purchase this item alone, or purchase the 5 items that you're running low on, or purchase the 5 items you're running low on, plus 5 more items that you'll be running low on next week.
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily know the name or the weight of the item. You're just putting this on, and it's at X amount of weight, which the app will determine.
That's correct. So what you do is you set up your app early on when you first get this item, and when you do so. All right, very good. So I'm going to show you here what this app looks like. I don't know what a camera is exactly.
Let's try this one. So there we have the app.
All right.
And now Fardy is going to.
So Fadi is going to show you that red means you are running out of an item, whereas green means you're doing very well on the item. Don't buy more of the green.
Okay. So a bunch of questions here. I don't even know where to start. If I buy Folgers all the time and it runs out, do I have to put Folgers back in again when I rebuy it?
No, none at all.
So I just call up. If I call it Folgers in the beginning, it's gonna
always be Folgers. You can also call it coffee. Maybe you don't care about it being Folgers. Maybe you like some other brand, or you don't care about the brand.
Okay, so
at all.
it doesn't matter what it is. It just doesn't matter what the weight is. It knows what the weight is when you put it down, and you're subtracting X from minus X, and then bingo, it's time to reorder.
You got it 100%.
Okay, how do I know when I'm reordering? When it's at 10% left or 5%, or I can set that?
So it's set automatic at 25%. With the next version software, you can set it at a different percentage rate if you like.
Okay, now this is a shelf per se?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a pantry with long shelves, so I'd have to buy a number of these if I wanted to electronically do this.
You don't have to. I would love you to.
I know that. I know
All right.
that. I know that. Well, we'll talk after the show.
All right.
Now, what about the spacing of the items? I think this also forces you to keep things where they belong. Because if I go like this, we're going to have a problem.
That's right.
So it encourages you or forces you to keep things nice and neat.
You're absolutely correct. It helps you make your pantry a little more neat. In my pantry, if you don't mind, I'll take a minute and tell you. I discovered before I came here that we have 4 jars of open Nutella in the house. 4 jars, and they're all open. Imagine that. They're all over the place.
Fardy, you have kids?
I have 4 beautiful kids.
4 beautiful kids. Each one gets their own jar of Nutella?
I guess that's the way it worked.
Okay. All right, just asking.
It wasn't done by design, but
okay.
Yeah.
So what does one of these cost?
This particular unit starts at about $500 to $700. It's priced like an appliance. Okay, so appliances, obviously, any quality appliance is going to be well above $1,000.
These must come in different configurations.
So this is our first product, and our first product.
Is this available right now?
Thank you for asking. It is available. It is in production as we speak. Available at the end of this quarter. So
okay. All right. So let's go on. We're talking about the sizing of the
That's
the
right.
shelves.
So it took us a while to decide on what the first. You start your. It's creating a new product and marketing a new product, just like writing a novel. You start at chapter 1. You don't write the whole novel in the first chapter. So this is the first chapter in Pantry Ann's life, and we decided on a shelf that 80% of the buyers can use in their household. Okay, and it turned out to be a 12-inch wide shelf. This is very, very common, and 28 inches long. And we've created another type of shelf, same exact size, but it's designed. If you can see those sensors, it is designed with long sensors. This way you can stack your cans.
I'm gonna pick this up so the audience can see this, because you and I can see it, but they can't. So I'm gonna show you what this looks like here. These are there we go.
They're stout.
Okay, so there's a photo of the actual sensors here, and they're like miniature scales, if you will, and they're automatically going to weigh each product that you have, and then once you start using them, it will subtract that quantity, and then when it gets to a certain point, 25% of the original weight, it's going to tell you, hey, you need more. In your case, you need a lot more Nutella.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And this is a prototype, I'm assuming.
This is actually beta version, and this particular
Okay.
unit here is actually a top liner, which enables you to remove it in case you have a spillage on it. You can remove it and
Okay. Now,
replace it.
what powers this device?
This particular device uses an AC plug.
So I need power in my.
You need three things, I guess. You need power, you need Wi-Fi, and you need kids who do not eat a bottle of Nutella each. So that will help, very helpful to you.
All right. So, do all pantries typically have electricity inside of them?
Many do, and it doesn't require a very powerful electricity. Just the
But
standard.
you still have to get it there somehow.
Yeah, that's right. So any basic, but that's critical. The buyer of this unit will not be able to use it without power.
What happens if how does it connect up through Wi-Fi?
Yes.
And because this is in a closet and the closet door is closed and usually in an isolated part of the house, how good is the connectivity?
Actually, substantially good. We have a refrigerator product, which we've tested in refrigerators as well, and the Wi-Fi is really, it goes through metal. So well, I'm really surprised that I really thought Wi-Fi was a problem in households, but with this
Well, that's
unit,
why I'm asking.
Yeah, no, you're right, but it's not a problem here.
What happens if the power goes out?
When the power goes out, the unit actually goes into a different mode. That's a technical issue, and it no longer updates data. It actually preserves the data in a memory situation.
So if the power, let me ask you this: so if the power goes out, and then the power comes back on 20 minutes later, or whatever, it's still going to know that I still got 50% of this
Correct.
item. It's
Correct.
going to pick up where it left off.
Correct, because all of that is written in hard memory.
Okay.
Yep.
So if the power goes off for a day and my kids come in and raid the Nutella again, it's going to come back up, take a reading, and say, "Whoa, this needs to be updated. This one, someone's chowing down on the Nutella when the power was off."
That's right. Technically, it's updating, but it's not sending data
Right.
to the cloud. Yeah. It's keeping a memory, saving a memory within the unit itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this going to give me a printout as soon as this one's empty or that one's empty? So am I going to get all day long notifications? You need this, you need that, you need that, or you need this.
No. We've learned early on people don't want notifications of things going on in their lives. Yeah.
So I physically have to go in and ascertain the data.
So what would happen is when you're ready to go shopping,
That will make a list.
That's right. It will make a shopping list for you. Here, I'm going to show the shopping list if you don't mind.
It's just all Nutella.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No.
In my case, it is. Maybe in your case, it's something really different. But so this is my shopping list. These are items that I'm running low on, and this is the shopping list that came in from the items that were here.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. So if I had 3 or 4 of these, would that all be managed under one app?
Yes, all of it is managed under one app, including this is actually I have quite a few more than 4. There, as you can see, there are about 8 or 9 in there. Yeah.
Now,
And these, by the way, are all over the world. So one of them could be your home, the other one could be your work, the third
that's
one
interesting.
could be your elderly parent, and you can keep track of all of this.
That's a handy app to have.
I think so. Yeah.
That's very handy.
Yeah.
That's very handy. Now, I had a question that just blew out of my mind.
Yeah.
It happens. What else can you tell me about this that I don't know that I need to know?
Well, you've really asked a lot of really good questions, especially about Wi-Fi and about power. And if the Wi-Fi goes out.
Am I the best interview you've had so far?
So far, the best interview, in fact. That's right. All you got to do is
How many interviews have you had?
I have had
Probably
none.
the first one.
No.
None. Okay.
Not true, folks.
No, I'm just
kidding. We're making it a little lighter than usual.
Yeah.
But
It's a very, very interesting product. Oh, I know what the question was. Are you going to have the ability to, let's just say, I don't know, every 2 weeks you go shopping-ish, or even whatever the frequency is, once a week,
yes.
that this would actually reorder for you?
You can actually set it to be automatic. That's coming up with the next
No
section.
way.
Yeah. Right now we call it the complete, well, the slogan is we are your...
See, now that is even cooler, if you will.
That's right. So it's going to be your automated shopping concierge rather than your
Wow.
complete shopping concierge.
That to me is like, wow.
Because remember, you determine where you want to buy each item. You don't have to buy all the items at one place, correct? So when you're ready to shop, you click one button and basically the sellers are notified and they can deliver to you.
That is pretty cool.
That's right.
That is pretty cool.
I'd like to talk about one more angle, which I think
Okay, we
is
have about 1 minute, but go
1
ahead.
minute. So one more angle, which I think is extremely important. Now we've talked about the end user and how the end user can benefit, but also the food supplier can benefit, because once we've realized that let's say Quaker Oats, I have this in mind, I'm not trying to plug Quaker Oats, I don't own any stock in this company, but let's say, for example, Quaker Oats would love to ship 10,000 cans of this to your zip code, okay? Well, they're not really sure if they need 10,000. Maybe they'll need 5,000. Maybe they need 15,000. But when they have access to the data without knowing who you are, where you live, or anything about you whatsoever, they will know in your zip code they're going to need 11,560 Quaker Oat boxes in the next week. How much more accurate is that?
Oh, for sure.
In my opinion, the supply chain operation, the food supply chain, now it's transformed into a demand chain operation.
You could be onto something pretty big with this.
Thanks, my man. I appreciate it.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming on the Gadget Professor show, and I enjoyed seeing you and hearing about your Patreon. If they want more information about this, it's just coming out. It's Patreon.com. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, great. Thank you so much for coming on the show, and I wish you the best of luck, and we'll see you around the store.
Very well. Thank you for a great interview.
Always a pleasure. Always
All
a
right.
pleasure. I am going to keep the beans, the clam chowder, and coffee. Farty, you're
Okay.
the first guy that brought me something to eat. What's he bring me? Everything's empty. There's no food. Goodbye.
He was so funny. What a great interview that was. You two were wonderful
Well,
together.
thank you. We had a good time. We had a good time.
And what an interesting product it is.
It is. I could see a lot of long-term, as that matures, a lot of different utilizations here.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so here we have Sebastian Gaddini.
Yes.
Did I do good with that? Damn. And you were from Smarty.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, what are we smarty about? What are we gonna talk about?
So we're going to talk about connected diapers, smart diapers.
Okay.
You may think of babies.
I think of babies all the time.
Of course, me too. We have kids all
Yeah.
in the team, so
Yeah,
babies are important.
I got a lot of grandkids that use those diapers.
Okay. But you know what is even more urgent today is taking care of the elderly population.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Yes.
So there are, as you know, more and more elderlies out there and less nurses to take care of them,
Right.
which create a lot of issues in nursing home facilities, hospitals, but also at home. We all have old ones, and it's difficult to take care of them sometimes. So technology is the key. We need a tool to monitor them 24/7, to be more on the predictive and preventative side of the business, and that's why we build this.
Okay. Well, here we go. This is the Smarty.
It's a device that can turn any diaper, so we are brand agnostic. Any diaper can be turned into a connected smart diaper that will be able to monitor health conditions. So we can detect urine, stool, temperature, body temperature, but also body positioning for fall detection, sleep analysis, and also geolocation.
Whoa. Sleep analysis?
Uh-huh.
How are you going to determine sleep analysis from what's in the diaper or what's not in the diaper?
So let me go back then. You have two parts in our technology. You have sensors that are disposable and embedded into a diaper. Could be any brand. As a matter of fact, right now we're discussing licensing agreements with big brands. And this is disposable.
Did you bring me any diapers today?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I brought you the brain of the product.
Okay, go
which
ahead.
is this.
Go ahead.
So this is what we call the puck. It's reusable, rechargeable, waterproof, and it comes outside of the diaper. And this is what captures all the data from the strips and sensors that are embedded into the
Sebastian, you're losing me. You're losing me. This stays outside the diaper?
Yes.
And it's going to detect what's inside the diaper?
Yes, because it's going to connect to sensors that are embedded into the diaper.
Ah, you didn't tell me that. You said it can work with any diaper, but you didn't say you got to wire them up.
Then we need to have our sensors built into a diaper.
So I'm going to get this diaper and I got to wire it up?
You can have the option. That's not our preferred option, but we have two options. One is to work with diaper manufacturers to embed our technology into their diaper.
Okay,
And
so
the other-
I'm going to buy wired diapers. Or embedded diapers that have embedded sensors in them.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Instead of buying your regular brand that is old-fashioned diaper, you will buy the same brand, but this time they are smart.
Okay. So now I'm catching on. Okay. So do we ever answer the question about sleep?
I will.
Okay.
So now in this device, which is outside of the diaper,
Right.
there are other type of sensors in there.
Okay.
And because of that, we can determine the position of and the way they move when they sleep. If they sleep on the back, on the belly, on the right side, left side, we can detect all of that. If they get up, we know. If they fall, we know. And if there are certain patients that are not supposed to stand up, the nurse will know right away that they are trying to get up, and they will be able to assist them.
Would you necessarily need a diaper, you know, in that location? What about something strapped onto your abdomen or something like that, or your back, or your? I don't know. I'm just asking.
So for fall detection, basically you don't really need a diaper because you have objects today. You have the smart watch, and they detect also body movements. But what we do with our technology, which is truly innovative, is that we also do a real-time urine analysis. And for that, you need to be in a diaper. Think about it. When you don't feel
there's
good.
some heavy-duty technology in that. No pun intended. Yeah.
No, when you don't feel good and you go to the doctor, tells you, I don't know what you have, just go to the lab, pee in a cup, and then you're gonna do a urine test. When you're healthy, that's not a big deal. But when you're 90-year-old, you have Alzheimer, and then let's say you're a female prone to UTI, that's a big deal. It's very complicated to get urine, to collect it, to analyze it.
Do these things exist? Can one buy those today? Buy this product today?
They will be able to buy it in August 2020. Now we have partnerships with about 9 groups of nursing homes and hospital in Europe and in the US, of course, because we're a US company. We will run a couple of pilot programs with them first, and the product will be released for everybody in August.
And what do you project the price of these to be? Because the diapers obviously are going to get thrown away with the sensors in them.
Yep.
So what would a diaper cost?
So surprisingly, the sensors are very, very cheap. The technology is not as expensive as we may think. The most expensive is the puck, which is reusable. You buy it only once, and you keep it. You recharge it. Now
Where's the puck usually kept?
It depends where you are. In a nursing home, setting, there will be a charging station. So they will be charging on the charging station. You will have 2 pucks per person, so they can, while they're wearing one, the other one will be charging.
How long does the charge last?
24 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we were talking about cost of the wired
Absolutely.
diaper.
So the sensors we're talking about pennies here.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. So the increase in price for the diaper, when you think of it, is marginal and is irrelevant compared to the benefit. Absolutely.
I would never think that.
When we started 4 years ago, it was very expensive, and we were almost giving up. We were like, that would be too expensive for a diaper. And we said, the technology is evolving fast. Let's continue, and we'll see. And we were right, because it's very cheap now. And think about it, with the volume, you're talking about billions of diapers.
Yeah, a day. In Pennsylvania, where I come from, it could be 10 billion diapers a day. Now, that's a joke. Now, the thing is, these sensors have to have the ability. obviously, they have the sensing ability to analyze what's going on, but additionally, they've got to have transmitting capability to send the signal somewhere. And these are pennies.
That will be in the puck, and this is not pennies. But the puck will retail for $99, which is also
that's not expensive. I mean,
know.
for the amount of information that you're deriving from this, it's cheap.
Of course, and that's why we have a very compelling
Isn't that
story.
interesting?
That's why we have a compelling story, because when you look at the cost of healthcare.
Yeah, but it's not only that. I mean, a couple things. The data that this is giving can really help the quality of life for everybody, for the patient, if you will, for their relatives, and for the physicians.
Absolutely. It's a game changer.
When we started off with this, I didn't know where we were going to end up. I felt like we were going to end up in the toilet or something like that. But now that we've gone through this is very cool stuff.
Thank you.
It really is. It's fascinating. So I'm buying I'm putting roughly $100 for the sensor, And the diapers, at the end of the day, from what you're telling me, are going to be no more expensive within reason.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple pennies. It's not like double or triple the price of the diapers. That's pretty fascinating.
Absolutely.
When you think about it.
And also you have, same in a healthcare facility setting, they don't even look at the slight increase in diapers because they save so much money next to that because of that device.
Well, now all you got to do is get Medicare. You've heard of them in the United States.
It's on the way.
So Medicare is going to pay for this?
So you have...
I'm all set.
You have codes today that we are potentially eligible because it's monitoring. Think about it. This is not a diaper anymore. This is a patient monitoring tool. The diaper is just a vehicle.
It's brilliant. I mean, it's absolutely brilliant. As I said, when you sat down, like, what? but now that we've discussed it, it makes a heck of a lot of sense, and it's really, it really helps. It helps everybody, and it's extremely affordable.
I wish I could bring the dashboards. You'll be amazed with the dashboards. You have levels of ketones and proteins and pH.
I'd love to see that, or a picture of that, something.
Yeah, I don't have it here, but
look,
I can send it to you.
The next time you do an interview, or if you come on the Gadget Professor show, you got to bring some stuff so that the audience can see it, because it's a fascinating story. You know, this is how all this stuff starts. You know, at CES with this new innovative technology. I mean, I've never heard of this, but boy, it really is. It really is interesting, and I think it's just in the genesis of development. You know, next year or 2 years from now, you're going to have like how many products do you have? Is this it right now?
No. We have a couple of hundred that are available, but they are not on the market yet. So we will be in the market in August. We have to do more now to provide to our partners for pilot programs.
Where's the company based out of?
U.S. Miami.
Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're all right, Miami.
Absolutely.
You got a good population there to start off with.
Absolutely,
that's a good
absolutely.
place.
It's a good market for us. And actually, there are applications that we never thought of. Yesterday, for example, we were at the NASA iTech event. We were among the top 10 companies. And they're interested in the application into space because astronauts are wearing diapers. We've been approached also by a large pet company because they would like to have that on pets.
It's such a fascinating story. I mean, it really is. Like I said, when we first started off, but now I'm very impressed with it.
And think about feminine care as well.
Oh, for sure.
So we want to, tap into the entire population at some point.
How old is the company?
4 years.
4 years. Well, it's pretty impressive. I'm definitely impressed. Sebastian, I thank you so much for coming in, and you'll have to keep in touch with us.
Absolutely.
And let us know how you guys are progressing, but that's a winner.
Thank you so much.
Took me a while to... I was afraid you were going to tell me, those diapers are only $5 a piece, and I were like, geez, I could run through 20 a day myself. I mean, all right. I'm only joking around. All right.
Thank you so much.
Pretty cool.
Thank you for having us here.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you for coming in. Good luck with this.
Thank
you. Amazing stuff, Scott.
Oh, your response.
Huh?
Your response.
Well,
because, okay, I'm with you because when the application came in, I was like, I'm sorry. What are we talking about?
It's a heck of a way to end the interview time.
You actually are not done.
Oh, I'm not? Okay.
No,
we're going to 12 today? That's okay. I don't mind. I have nothing to do.
Yeah, because you've got some of your clients coming in this next block.
I didn't even check the schedule today.
Yeah.
Well, good, because I didn't want to end my stint in the toilet, per se.
You and the puns. Oh, my God. You had me
Yeah, right.
So many times I had to share with Adam the things you were saying because it was just too funny.
I try to keep things. Thing served a great. I want to touch that thing. It's new. I mean, you don't know. I don't know these guys. What they give you to touch and hold, and this job is tough, folks. You think it's all fun, and you're putting yourself up against the elements here. You don't know what they're going to bring in. You have no clue. Pretty interesting.
Well, while you vamp for a few minutes, because you're at your top of the hour,
okay.
We're going to make a little change here in the control room.
Okay.
And keep on going.
Okay. Well, thank you for knowing that it's the top of the hour. I'm briefly going to mention, of course, you know that I'm Don Baine, the Gadget Professor, and we come to you live every Thursday night with a new show. And our show primarily consists of a new gadget every week. It could be anything. I mean, literally anything, but I try to pick things that I think people would use and at least like to hear about the technology. We also have apps on every single show, and I'll talk about smartphone apps, both from the Android operating system and also from the iOS, your Apple folks. And I talk about apps that are available, new apps, things that I've actually tried and had good or bad experiences with. I'll tell you that. And probably 90% of the apps that I cover are free, and you're definitely going to find, I guarantee you, something on the show that will be useful to you. A show is pretty quick. They last roughly 20 minutes, and it's in full video. And as I mentioned earlier before, we're going to start doing some things a little differently. We're going to, I've been doing the show for about 10 years now, and we're going to change some of the formats and the routines that we're going through, and I think that should be pretty interesting to everybody. So we are very grateful to the Tech Podcast Network for allowing me to come on this venue and talk a little bit about the shows, as well as the Tech Podcast Network. They have a huge plethora of all kinds of podcasts and tech shows that are out there. So I hope that you would tune in to The Gadget Professor. That would be thegadgetprofessor.com. And you can email me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at thegadgetprofessor@gmail.com. That would be thegadgetprofessor@gmail.com. And now that I have a slight break in the action, we're queuing up for the next group of people to be interviewed. I will tell you that I did receive some email yesterday from a professor and a PhD doctor and a man who's been around for many years, and he chastised me for knocking and zinging the FDA. So I take that respectfully, and I appreciate those comments, and I will clarify my position. God forbid if anything ever went away with the FDA. I mean, they are here to protect you, and they have procedures and rules and things that vet out junk, and it's extremely important. So that said, there also are things on the opposite side of the coin that sometimes make these routines extremely costly, and sometimes I feel, and it's just my opinion, that there's a lot of political stuff that goes on within that forum. But enough said. I appreciate the comments, and I agree with you. I won't want to be without the FDA for sure. All right, so enough about that. You see, you can email me with your comments, and I do respect them, and I welcome them, because that's how I learn and how I grow. So going backwards, we have some amazing. I mean, this has been the best interview session that I think I've had in years, because I've just been fortunate enough. It's just the luck of the draw that the interviews that I have been really informative for sure, and also entertaining, and also I think we've seen some literally game-changing technology. I am still juiced up about that microvision. I don't know what we're going to call it, a monitor, for lack of a better word. If you missed that, you want to see that. In fact, I'm going to yell over to Scott. Scott, I'm just curious. Is there any way that I'll be able to get that microvision interview today so I can post it tomorrow? Just that one interview? If you can't, you can't. I'm just asking. Okay, that I'll take that as maybe not. Okay, maybe not. That blew me away. That was the coolest thing that I've seen, both from now and future, where that technology is going to go. If you haven't seen that, I'll definitely post it up as a Gadget Professor show unto itself, because it was just cool. So what it is, it's a little device. It's about this big, maybe 5 inches. And the top of it is a projector, very small, maybe an inch by an inch, if that. And it has a bezel on it, so you can kind of turn the bezel up and down. So you point this kind of like the old overhead projectors, but again, we're talking small here. And you take a piece, for lack of a better term, a piece of paper, a canvas. It's just a white piece of paper. He had a white piece of plastic, almost like a table mat. And he just put it down on the table, and then he turned this device on. And this is a prototype, but it was hooked into the smartphone. So what this did is I could see the screen projected right on this white piece of paper. And you want white because that's what will reflect and refract better than something gray, obviously. And you can have a big piece of paper or a small piece of paper or a big piece of plastic, whatever. You can have a plastic tablecloth that's white, whatever. And it projects on that in high resolution color. I believe he said it was 720p. It looks great, full color. Laser pointers, they're laser pointers, they're laser guns inside that device. And you get a full screen, so you can run video, whatever's on your smartphone, whatever you call up, you're seeing here, and it's crystal clear. Now, the beauty of it is it's interactive, so you can flip through the menus, you can do all kinds of things with it and interact. No monitor, no tablet, no laptop. You're just using your smartphone or whatever else you connect it up to. There's no limitations. So it's not available yet. It will be, and you better believe I'm going to have this dude back on the Gadget Professor show because it is cool stuff. But he's telling me that this is going to come out at about $200, and that will do away with monitors. When that thing gets fully developed, a year, 2 years, 3 years from now, and they get that projector. Right now it's class 1, but they can fiddle with that and get more brightness, more lumens, things like that. You'll be able to project that on the wall or anywhere you want, anywhere in your home, and oh my God! I mean, it's really something to see. I'm being joined now by Scott. Wow, what a cool thing. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you? This
good.
chair is way
good.
too far back. There we go.
Yeah, it is. Everybody keeps they're going to go over to the edge there pretty soon. So what's going on?
I'm spent this morning training.
Oh, I know you did.
Training my new
okay.
technical director.
So he's on his own now?
He is.
Are you nervous?
Just a little bit.
Okay, don't worry. If you're going to mess up, this is the show you want to mess up.
I was going to say, the two of us just messing around, this is the time to
absolutely
to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
But you've had some great guests
I just said
this morning.
that. Oh my God. I'm still blown away by that microvision thing.
Yeah, me too.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now. No, I'm not going to be here tomorrow.
Okay.
But you, as a courtesy to me, are going to award my award.
Oh, right. You're not going to be here to give the award.
Would you do that for me?
Absolutely.
And you know who? I'm already picking it.
Okay.
Actually, that's not fair. I'm going to wait for another half hour or so until I see what else comes down the pike. But unless something is...
And you might stumble on something as you...
It's true. But
there's always that possibility.
But right now, unless notified otherwise...
Several of us kind of have an idea on where we are.
Yeah, that's mine, hands down.
And I'm going to have to ask you a backup question in the event that... Because we've got five brands. Let's talk about the award.
Okay.
So we've got 5 brands that are represented. Geek News.
By the way, people thought I won that award. I had a thing on my Facebook that said, what it said was I'm holding the award. It didn't say I have won the award. So let's, I never get awards. So
yeah, that's not what's happening.
Yeah,
that's
those
the
are to
award
be given away.
That you get to give away.
Okay, so there's
to
no
your favorite product of the show.
I don't want to be known as Elizabeth Warren of the podcasting business, you know. And I'm not an American Indian either. So.
So we've got Geek News Central, which has 2 shows here. The Gadget Professor, which is you. Plug It's Live, which we've got way too many shows. Myself and Danielle. We will.
Right.
Then we've got Talking Sound, which is Christopher Jordan.
Right.
And we've got the Tech Ranch, which is Marlo.
Right.
So each of us get an award to give away.
Right.
And then there's the top of the pyramid. There's the best of the best, which as a team we will choose one to give away. TPN says this is the best of the best.
Okay.
And so in the event the team decides that that's the that's the top, we're going to have a second choice for you. But yeah, I mean, several of the brands have a good idea already
Come on,
of where we are.
Look, no one's watching us now. We're just yakking away here. What's your choice so far? Just between me and you.
So for me, that's in the running. For me, which is why I'm thinking it might be the top of the pyramid.
Okay.
That's in the running, as is the new Benji Lock Array Deadbolt.
Okay.
That's in the running, and then Danielle's got one to pitch to us as well for the Plug It
I will text you or or slack you my second
Okay.
choice in the event.
In the event.
But you got to go pretty far to beat that,
I know.
in my opinion.
I know.
Jeez, that was something else.
It's such a cool.
And you know
the
what?
fact
They don't
that
know
it's
what the
touch.
hell they're going to do with it. It's so cool.
Yeah, the fact that it's touch. That's the thing that blew me away. We've seen alternate displays before. You know, we even saw the it's called Air something, which was like Steam, and it was a touchscreen Steam display, which was awesome.
One thing I didn't ask him, and I'm kicking myself now. I don't know why. You know, I was so excited. You know, it's tough to think of all the questions you want to ask, and you only got like 15 minutes. So
especially when you're shocked.
Yeah, I was blown away by that thing. I didn't get to ask him. He said yes, you'll be able to have a stylus. He didn't want to go into depth on that, and that was okay. I think it was a long answer. But what I didn't ask him, and I don't know the answer, maybe you do, can I type on it? So example, I'm bringing down a web form or something, and I want to put my email address in to subscribe to a newsletter. Can I type?
If you can pull up a keyboard, I'd imagine so.
Yeah. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to pull up. I don't know.
If you're doing screen mirroring, you should be able to pull up a keyboard.
If it's touching, it should be to do anything.
And it would be far from the first laser-based touch keyboard.
That's
We've
already
seen
around.
those for years.
Right.
So
the answer is probably of course.
Probably yes. Yeah. I can't imagine that we're going to see, at least not in a first or second generation, multi-touch. I can't imagine that there's going to be like 10-finger multi-touch, maybe 2 for zooming. But I can't. I mean, but they're already rejecting. You know, they're already doing object rejection.
Yes.
Which is impressive.
Yes. And
So
they're doing well.
They're really far ahead of it.
I saw that and I went, you got to be kidding me. I mean, wow. And
We've seen, at the last couple of CESs, we've seen other prototypes of this type. I've never seen one that clear. I've never seen one that's laser-based.
No.
I've never seen one that could go as far as we did to
Here's
the wall
thing.
and still stay on.
$200? I can't. It's hard for me to believe that.
I know.
$2,000? No, really.
I know. A $1.99 for that thing. $200 for that thing? Seriously.
I'd buy one of those for my grandkids.
If he said we've got one in the booth for $200, I'm not allowed.
Sure.
And the rule, I'm not allowed to vend here.
Right.
I'd take him to another hotel and
take them outside.
Yeah, I bought something.
Let's not go there.
Probably 8 or so years ago, there was a vendor who had a thing, and we ended up meeting at the Stratosphere, which is where we were staying that year.
Okay.
And he came down with one, and we bought it off the show floor at a hotel that was not CES related.
Right.
I use that thing today.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You going to tell us what it is or no?
It was the Camtrol. It was my pick for best
of
of
no
that
kidding,
year.
was it?
Yeah. It's a kind of a camera stabilizer.
Yeah.
Which flat, you mount your camera. It had legs. It had an arm with like 4 ball joints on it.
Yeah.
So you can adjust it however you want. You want to hold it
still
like
working
this.
today?
Oh yeah. You want to hold it like this. You want to put it up and over a crowd.
Nice.
You just adjust the ball joints however you want. So I put the hand rest on my shoulder.
Right.
One hand here, and I had 3 points of contact.
Nice.
So it's
That's
wonderfully
nice.
stable.
Now let's talk a little tech here, unless you had another agenda. So I just
killing time right
just
now.
recently upgraded to from a GoPro 7 to the GoPro 8. Do you have a GoPro 8?
I do not.
Do you have a 7?
No.
Okay.
Ours, I think the one we have is either a 5 or a 6.
Okay, so I kind of like the GoPros. They're pretty cool. And this one has the little feet built into it, which I thought would be a real problem. But go ahead.
I'm getting news from outside while we're talking. Keep going.
So I fired it up a couple days ago for the first time, and looks pretty good. Looks a lot nicer than the old one. Certainly the menu was a lot easier to deal with. And then I took it out last night. I was downtown on Fremont Street, and you know how crazy that can get.
Indeed.
So I took about 20 minutes of video on that, and I haven't seen it yet on the big screen, so I'm curious to see that. So now they're coming out with, I don't know if you're aware of it, but you're buying the GoPro, and that's about $350 these days, street price in there. But they're coming out with a connecting piece, 3 pieces. One's going to be a light, which who cares?
Yeah, okay.
But the other piece is a frame that it's going to stick into that's going to have, they took away the HDMI jack, which is not pleasing to me. Why would they do that? But it's coming back with, first time, a mic jack on it. So now, and that's going to be like $70. So you buy this frame, and now you're going to have HDMI out, which is, they shouldn't have taken it out in the first place. But now you're going to have inputs to the mic.
Okay. That's a nice addition.
Yeah, with 2 hot shoes. And then the third mod is going to be a microphone. Now, that, and they also have zoom on this new model. That might be a very cool vlogging, in your pocket, high quality 4K piece of equipment.
Yeah. I'll tell you that the
Osmo?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's a great little piece of
equipment. No, I don't have
too.
that. Tell me about that one. That one has the gyroscope built right into it.
Yeah, and so it comes from DJI,
right,
which is known for their
been
drones.
Yep.
And so they took that gimbal technology that they
right.
built for the GoPro originally.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, they built it in the GoPro mount for the DJI.
Okay.
So they built all that gyro technology originally to support the GoPros on their drones, and they're like, well, we're already experts on stabilizing a camera.
Sure.
Why don't we make the camera?
So did they make their own camera, or did they outsource the camera and they obviously use someone else's camera?
Well, yeah, of course.
So how is it?
I've seen some really impressive video off of it, and the fact that you can, from the thing, connect it to like a phone in your pocket and do streaming, wireless, here to stream, is pretty cool. So you're not like tethered to your phone with a USB cable or something.
Now,
yeah,
built in.
But I mean, it's 4K with the gyro. The teeny tiny little thing.
Now, do you have one of those?
I have.
Or have you used one?
I've used one.
Okay, what do they do for the audio? I'm curious.
So you can use the mics that are on the device. You can use.
How are the mics that are on the device?
Decent. You can use the mic that's on your phone.
Oh, really?
Decent.
Wireless?
Or you can Bluetooth to your phone and use any mic you want.
No. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't that cool?
Yeah, that really is cool.
And we saw a camera at not Unveiled, the other one, Showstoppers, that I'm really excited about.
I was at Showstoppers. I didn't see anything. What'd you see?
It looks like an egg.
You got to hang with this guy because he sees all this stuff.
It looks like an egg.
Yeah.
And most people would have looked at it and gone, oh, it's a drone with a camera, and moved on. But the drone isn't what it is. It's an egg with a camera with a movable lens. And the lens, so you can pop the egg out of the drone. The drone's cool because it can go on water. It can land on water and take off from water, which is
cool.
unusual.
So I can use that in the bathtub. Okay.
But let's pretend the drone doesn't exist. Let's just talk the egg.
Right.
So the egg you can connect to your phone, put it on a tripod, look at the stream, say, that's Don, follow him. And so as you move around, say,
do facial recognition.
One of these big booths out here where you want to do an interview and you want to do a long table, you don't want to do a hand cam for all that.
Right.
So as you walk, it will follow you in 4K.
Whoa.
And you can record the audio, not just stream like the other one, record the audio via Bluetooth device, any Bluetooth device you want.
So again, you're back to whatever microphone?
Any microphone
so you're going to be
want.
walking around with a decent microphone, or a lapel, whatever
Absolutely.
it is, Bluetooth.
You can use the really cool setup that Christopher Jordan's using out on the floor.
Yeah,
that's
he
all
just
Bluetooth.
showed me that. Yep.
So Bluetooth that to your phone, connect the egg to your phone, put it on a tripod, walk around, and as you walk, the camera will follow you.
What's the name of this device?
Something egg. Seriously, they totally, I don't remember what the first part was, but they totally leaned into the egg thing. They know what it looks like. They're like, it's an egg. Let's go.
Is that what it's called? Something
No,
egg?
I can't remember what the first word is.
Okay.
But it's something
And what
egg.
was the price point on it?
So for the whole setup with the water landing drone, the whole thing, it's $8.99.
It's not bad.
It's $12.49 if you want the whole thing to be waterproof.
Right.
So you could go through.
How high is the egg ego?
I didn't care about the drone. I got stuck on the idea of putting it on a tripod and using it for something else. So we didn't even talk that much about the capabilities of the drone itself.
It's available now?
Soon. I think he said February. If it's not available, no,
I'll have to check that out.
I'm wrong. It showed up at B&H on Monday. It is available now.
Wow, really?
Yeah, so it is available now.
Well, you can either get one now or you can wait 6 months and get it at half price when the price goes down.
Indeed, it is B&H after all.
I'm with you on that.
Well, I'm going to take off because
Okay,
we've
thank
got
you.
some guests
Thank
here.
you for coming on.
Absolutely.
It's always fun, always a pleasure.
See you in a little bit.
All right, take care. Thanks, Scott. It's always fun talking to one of your associates because you always get a different take. They see things that you don't see, and vice versa. So that's how we all learn. Okay, so we're getting ready for our next interview, and looks like we have Stefan Elia, and it's ImmuShot. Nice to meet you, sir. How are you? Fine, and you? I'm good. Don Baine, the Gadget Professor. Uh-oh, he's bringing some heavy-duty stuff with him.
Oh, yes, we tried.
Look at this. Look at this. No, I did not win this. This is his.
This is an app.
We're going to get a picture with me in the award. Another picture yet. Okay, we're going to. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're going to look right over there before we get started, right there at that camera. All right, so let's see. We've got some nice heavy-duty awards here, for sure. And what can you tell us about ImmuShot?
Oh, nice to meet you. Thank you for welcome.
Yep, my pleasure.
Thank you to welcome me here. And I'm Stefan Elia, the CEO of ImmuShot Apps.
Okay.
And we developed these apps in the real estate, in fact.
Okay.
It's iCloud monitoring real estate data. Means that you could captivate and interact all the data of the real estate in the world and use it for helping for the hunt of properties for individuals or professional.
Okay.
So the main things of the app is the innovation and all the things, the intelligence, artificial, machine learning, street view, and everything which could help people to interact with their own community. It's like such a ways. You could interact with the community of people searching for a property.
Right.
You could interact with the signature banners with a simple photographer on a banner, on a signature on a building. You interact wherever the numbers are in the world. So it's the first time a worldwide meta portal could interact with the banners.
So I'm going to be able to put an address in, and it will take me there, and I can see what's going on.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I can put an address into this. I can look up.
Yes, exactly. You could put an address and look at with the radars function around you. Okay, you could also go, and we want to rediscover the prospection field. The pleasure means you could go on the field, and when you look at a property or a banner, you just sign up. You just push a photography on it, and immediately you have the announce behind you, which is the first time while you could interact with an immediate photography on any kind of banners in the world. So that's why the deep line of innovation on the ImmuShot, we have been developing it for 4 years now, so it's hard to explain it in two minutes.
Sure.
But it's really
so
a good
can we
thing.
see this work? Can we get a close-up of this shot? Let me know when you got that. We're up. Okay, so you're on camera with that now, and let's take a look at this.
Yes, alors, this is, for example, this is a little movie here on which you could see that the apps when it works. Okay, it works with a mobile phone, so any kind of mobile phone in the world. We had a very good presentation with Huawei, with some people from Google and everything, who wants to implement ImmuShot in their own phone, and we are very happy with this CES. But ImmuShot is maybe the first meta portal that makes the difference. And what I want to show you, because normally it's a movie, it's like very easy to use. In one click, you have all in hand. Means the first click you made on a shoot, you call the broker. While normally, you have to pass by some. Here you shoot, you call the broker immediately. You interact with any kind of people, and people benefits from the search of the others, which is the first time also that there's a collaborative help for searching properties. Means every members is a provider of contents.
Right, everybody's providing data, and it's
yes,
available to
like
everybody
Waze, such as Waze,
instantaneously.
exactly. You
Right.
know, and what is good for ImmoShoot is also the level, professional level for asset property, for business properties, for brokers, for CEO, for brand retail development, for any kind of real properties professional. ImmoShoot helps on a level line, a very deep line of innovation, because it could help you to treat, to share, to index the data, which is the first time you have a pro logiciel which index all the data that you have.
It saves a lot on airfare.
Yes, yes. I wish you will.
Yeah.
You will soon need nothing else. I suppose, but. What we wanted to do, to rediscover is the pleasure field, because in this business, it's a big business now. It's more than the prop tech, the property tech is more than 10 billion within the last 10 years, and it's going to be more than 15 or 20 billion within the next 10 years. That's 70,000 billion of which is concerned by this market of info data in the prop tech. And the prop tech, we have 20 years of experience in real estate in Paris. We have fundraising, and we are invested a lot of million euros in retail properties in Paris, in France. So I'm happy to say hello to my French partners and everyone, because they are very well represented in the CES French today. But and so it's a very, very impressive business that's going to be the prop tech, the fintech, the real tech within the next 3 years.
Every realtor in the world is going to want to be using this stuff.
I wish.
Why would they not?
I wish we could add a need to GAFA. No, that's my pleasure. My vision is.
But I don't see any downside. Is it a subscription to?
No, it's free on Apple Store, so you could charge it. Everybody could provide it and charge it in Apple Store. It's free. So we want you to be members of ImmoShoot, to come and to photograph the maximum and to shoot the maximum of banners in the world, because we're going to launch some contests and everything on ImmoShoot Go, to be able to become a real community.
Can you log in and show me what's going on, like particular place, what kind of images we have?
On particular place for I have to use my phone. Could I?
That's okay. Yeah, of course.
If there's some networks.
This is our show. We can do whatever we want.
So if there's some networks, when you screen up ImmoShoot immediately.
You're lucky you got signal in here.
And yes, normally there should be something. You ask, for example, to find a property.
Yeah, let's put it down here so maybe we can get a shot of it.
So I put simply.
I'll hold it and you can.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I look for a property around me, for example.
Anywhere, don't matter.
And it's going to look for this property around me and take me and announce immediately. And you have the Microsoft recognizing system and Google Street View immediately on the apps, so you could even have the comparable and the analyze locative values and everything.
That is really cool.
So it's top, because even immediately I want to share it with my wife, with my partners, with co-brokers, with some. We accelerate the co-brokers business.
You could have someone that you're just discussing. Well, what about? And here it is.
Yes, and the thing is that you could share it by mail immediately. Okay.
Right. Well, once you got the image, you can.
Or you could also, I can't sell, sorry. Or you could also call the broker immediately wherever you are in the world.
Wow.
Means if you call the broker, means now I'm in contact with the broker behind the signage, which enable us to be wherever you are in the world. If you look for a property in Paris, for example, from United States, we could look for something in Paris. You will find we have already 300,000 announces in Paris, and it's powerful.
It's in 3D. So you have your own virtual real estate office.
Exactly.
In your hand.
Exactly. It's a professional tool to the hand for individuals, and it's like what we call brokerage 3.0, new brokerage commercialization.
That's fascinating. What an interesting. Is this your idea?
Yes.
Good for you.
Thank you. We are trying to.
That's really nice.
No, but
you better take this phone from me, because I have a habit of.
Thank you very much. And
it's a great idea.
No,
it's a great concept. I can't see any downside why you wouldn't want to use it.
Really, it's so simply used.
Now, how do you derive money from this? How do you?
I know how we
the app is free, so obviously you got to have money to. to survive on this?
Alors, for any individuals, it will be free and be secured on the fact that you could exchange on the apps for free and everything. But for the professional ones, it will be a membership per year
Okay,
to
so
be
it's a
able to
subscription.
provide contents subscription, since you use it because you have a deep line also on the field prospection and sharing of data with your collaborators.
But you're making money with it. It's facilitating a business for you that makes your business better. So I can't see a downside to it.
In our group, for example,
it's good for everybody.
You're so right, because in our group we are 8 and we make 8 million margin per consultant. It means 1 million margin per consultant, while the average per consultant on real estate in 250. So we we multiply by 5 the productivity on real estate by that.
Oh, easily.
You become mobile. No paper, no stress, no.
And it's instantaneous.
And
it's accurate.
No delays. Immediately, you templates, you go, you report. I'm going to show you a function which is to export the shoot and all the prospection field you have. So when you have to templates with your fund managers, with your boss, all what you did, you could immediately scratch and scan it for the professional, or even for your wife. You know, if you are looking for an apartment, I wish we could launch an advertisement soon, maybe showing a woman in her house looking in papers and everything, and the guy is coming from a jogging and say, "Okay, I have already found. Don't wait." It's
That's awesome. Okay, so what's this?
This is the Innovation Awards. We are very, very proud.
Let me tell you,
to have
this is not an easy thing to get. In fact, it's so hard. I've never seen one up front. I've never held one. So this is telling me right off the bat that this is smoking hot what he's got.
No, we are very
Congratulations.
happy. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
And we are so proud because it was 200 participants, and we have been honored with this. And it's because really it requires a deep line of development. Simply used, but highly simply technology.
This is a very, very prestigious, honorable award. Not many people have this award.
No, but
so I commend you. Congratulations on that.
In this country where everything seems possible. Really, United States.
You like United States?
I think I'm going to try to join. Because in France, with the strikes, with everything, okay, we want to. Now you see the
become a
emotion.
United States citizen, that'd be awesome.
I love it.
Really?
It's, emotion is going to be launched. It's already launched. It launched everywhere in the world. But really, you have an energy in US, it's incredible. And professionalism and everything. You've never seen
nice
it ever.
to hear for a change, folks, huh? And I never met him before, so he's telling me from the heart,
No, really.
Well, that's really nice.
So
that's why we'd love to have you here.
Thank you very, very much. I'm very proud to be with you and happy to be concerned with one project, which is maybe at the level of what could be Google indexation, what could be all the GAFAs, what they make right now. We want to go with them. We work with their processors also. We are very happy to be part of this membership.
Well, it's a phenomenal idea, and it works. I mean, that's the thing. And again, you would not be getting. I mean,
it works.
Imagine being picked out of over 200 people to get that award. I mean, all the products that you go up against. Wow, that's great.
I wish.
You should be very proud. How long are you here for?
Oh, I'm here for like 5 days now, and we make great meetings on the CES. It's an incredible trade show. Really, it's the first time in the world that I see such a trade show, qualified appointment.
Nice.
Any kind of people from any kind of software industry, from the
That's
tech
what makes
industry.
it fun. This is my, I think it's my 16th or 17th show.
I love it. Yeah. See, your professionals. But it's incredible because the humility. You see people from Google, from any kind of people, from investment fund, and the humility, the transparency we work with. It's incredible.
But that's how the world advances, by taking your technology and this technology and that technology, and CES literally brings that all together. There's so many companies that have been successful just because of CES and the right connections that they make, as you have said.
Of course. No, but.
Well, thank you so much for being on the show. I'm honored that you came and visited us. I wish you much success. And we'll talk to you in the future. We'll bring you back on the show, the Gadget Professor Show, and we'll talk more, and I'll be able to pipe this into big monitors and crazy stuff, and it'll be lots of fun.
I wish you the best for the
new
year. Thank you very much.
Happy New Year to you,
Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Pardon me? Oh, it's my pleasure. Enzo will give you my card there. Thank you, sir. Don't forget this. Wow, that's awesome. Good for you. Congratulations. Nice. Nice work. Yeah, I have your. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, that was a lot of fun. Wow, what a cool app. What a great emo shoot. You got to check that out. It's a free app. You'll have fun just playing with it. It's a simple thing to use, and it's just a lot of fun to play with. And you get the 3D. You can twist this thing around. Like, oh my God, it's crazy stuff. So I'm having a blast here today. It's been a tremendous amount of fun, and I have no idea what's coming up next. Max Pro Fitness. Sabrina Westcott, that's what I'm reading here on the monitor. And we will actually see what we got. I would imagine it's some type of Max Pro. It's got to be something to do with health and fitness, which is what I need. And this should be pretty interesting. I don't know, there's a lot of ruckus going down there, a lot of stuff. I have no idea what's going on, but we're gonna all find out together. It should be fun. How are you, sir?
We're going to cross in front of you. He's going to sit next to you over here.
Sounds like a plan. All right, we're rearranging our scenario here, which is good. How are you? I'm Don Baine. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Don.
How you doing?
Nice to be here, man.
It's a pleasure having you here. This must be Sabrina. How did I know that? Okay, can we bring him up on the headset? I can't hear
Hello,
him.
hello,
There
hello,
we go.
hello.
There we go. Thank you. Sabrina, you got to be Sabrina. What's going on? How you doing?
Great.
Are you nervous?
No,
I am.
I think I got to tighten this. I'm good now. It's made for people with hair.
Tell me about it.
Make sure you hand me, after you show it, you hand me that one and I'll start working out.
Hand you what? I don't have anything.
What?
I don't have anything. No.
Oh,
Okay,
where is it?
we're missing the device. We found the device. This is all live, folks.
It is live. Oh, my goodness.
We're on camera.
Why didn't anybody tell me it's live?
Yeah, you're being streamed all over the
Oh,
world
hey,
right
everyone.
now. And, so, you have to bear with us here.
Oh, beautiful. Okay.
This is an unusual one.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on, but we're gonna, as I said, we're gonna find out together. It's a lot of fun, and I've been in worse situations, not much worse. But anyway.
We'll help you understand what's going on.
All right. So I know the company's name is Max Pro Fitness because I could see it on my little monitor. And tell me a little bit about what you're doing.
Sure. So either I, Serena.
Go ahead,
No,
yeah.
go ahead, Serena.
No,
go ahead.
You're the one that's on camera. They
sure,
can see
sure.
you.
So we
No,
are.
You're all on camera.
Oh, we
actually.
are. we have a very unique new portable fitness solution that basically is a gym in a box. And there's
It's
a lot
gym
of
in a box.
Yeah.
Show them. Open it.
Yeah,
Show them.
so
Gym in a box.
there's a lot of gadgets
Okay,
that.
it's called Max Pro, and this is the gym in the box.
Right. So I'm going to tilt this up. So I'm going to tilt it up here a little so you can kind of.
Did you get this through TSA?
It can go through TSA. Yes, no problem at all.
Oh my God!
So
Check
here we
this
go.
out.
Yep. So you have the main unit. It's a Bluetooth connected, of course. We're at CES, right?
Okay, we're gonna have to pull this out.
I'll
because
do that.
There's so many pieces in here.
I'm gonna just show you a few of the pieces.
It's scary. So
okay.
let's start somewhere.
So here we're gonna start with the actual base unit.
Oh, baby.
Right. So you have here the whole unit. Very beautiful design, sleek, minimalist design to fitness.
See, I'm thinking it's some kind of like a telescopic photo device right
yeah,
on the back.
you can just kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
binoculars, right?
Okay.
No,
Where are
then
we
it
going with
opens
this?
up.
Okay.
It opens up just like this.
Right.
Okay, we're gonna place it right here. Now what you have here is a super easy adjust resistance dial. So if I can turn it this way, you can see the actual resistance. When it's on 1, that is 5 pounds. Okay. You go all the way to about right there.
Yeah,
That's
you
20.
go all the way to right.
So that 25 pounds is roughly about 150. Level 25 is about 150 pounds of resistance. So
Right.
you're going really 300 pounds of resistance on this little machine.
Okay.
So it originally started like, hey, how do I actually take all the workouts I do in a gym
Right.
with me on the road?
Okay.
Okay, but I used to get tired of push-ups or bands or something like that, and I want to actually use some real resistance. And so we came up with this design here. which then
Okay,
you
so you're obviously going to stand here.
right. So
Okay,
you
and these are going to be pulled up like so.
you got it. So you're gonna put it right here,
Okay.
and then you're pulling
Hey,
up and
I
down.
can do 5 pounds.
So you do it like you said. You can stand on it,
Okay.
or we have.
So I'm going to do arm curls with this device.
You can do arm curls,
Or
you can do
whatever.
shoulder raises, you can do squats, you can
Okay.
do overhead extensions, you can do triceps. So
All kinds of
there's
stuff.
a bunch of stuff. And if you speed up your workout, then it becomes more of a cardio
Okay.
resistance type workout. We also, because it's also made for travelers or people who are looking to work out in hotels. So we have a basically a 2 bracket system here. It's very simple design that basically just opens up here like that. You put the Max Pro in here, just shut.
Whoa. What is Max Pro? Where are we putting it?
It goes right in here like this. So if you have this,
this is Max Pro.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
I didn't know it had a name.
All right, so you put it like this. Thank
Okay.
you for holding that.
My pleasure.
And then you just hold it like that, lock it, and now you got another one here, and you have a strap. So you have
There's the strap.
there's the strap. One
Right.
strap, 2 brackets. That's all you would need to take it with you on the road for doing additional exercises.
Goes around
Okay.
the door this way.
Right. So what you have now is this strap. Wrap it around a door, any door. If you're traveling, hotel door, whatever, and these 2 brackets, and now you just multiply the number of exercises that you can do. You can pull this way,
sure.
anything you do in a gym, basically. You can put it at the top of a door, you can put it at the middle of a door, you can put it at the bottom of a door. And you can do these types of workouts,
Now the
these
strap
types of
goes
workouts.
all the way around the door. So
Correct.
I'm just trying to think of the hotel room I'm in now. There's no door except for the door to the room.
The
That's right.
What about the bathroom door? On the other
Yeah,
side?
they do have one. In the hotel I'm staying at, I don't know if I'd put anything on those.
Yeah, for the front door.
Or
This actually would
the
go on
hotel
front
door.
Okay.
Yeah.
The hotel door.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would work
The
out.
front door
Okay.
would be perfect
Yeah.
actually
I
for,
got
for
it,
something
yep.
like that. And then you also have a long hallway, so that usually you can just do more
Sure,
longer
sure.
type of workouts. What's super interesting and unique as well about this is that it comes with a bar system as well.
Really?
You know that this is one of 3
clever.
pieces. So this just screws into this, and then we have another piece here,
Right. Okay.
right? And so what this happens is
By,
that
by the way, I need to point out, because you know this, the audience doesn't, this is very well made equipment. This is not a plastic or a tinker toy type of thing. There's some weight to this. This thing clearly is very precision. You know, these are not just, sawed off pieces of metal. There's nice rubber holders on these, and, this looks like it's steel. So this is not a junky type of device whatsoever. It's quite well made, quite well made, and quite sturdy from what I'm observing.
Thank you. I really appreciate. We've worked very hard to get to this level.
I can see it's a quality piece. There's no
Even
question
just the
about it.
simplicity of just doing that,
Sure,
and that
sure.
we want to be anyone can work out.
There's a lot of engineering in that. Yeah.
Older adults, younger,
Are you referring
athletes.
to me or no?
No,
Oh,
older.
okay.
So in terms of what you were just saying, so you can take this bar and make a short bar, so you can do like curls and rows
Sure.
with it, or you can add that centerpiece to do more of a squat bar. So we try to think about different scenarios, different types of workouts,
Right.
where you might need a long bar, short bar, and so on. So we have all these types of accessories that we put in here, including the ankle strap, so you can get a really good leg workout as well. And Sabrina, if you have a backpack, I can even share
Yeah.
with you, for the traveler. We're not going to get that in your face, but
Yeah.
kind of like how it would look like.
How clever is that?
So it has space for
Okay,
everything that he just called
What's the weight
out.
of this?
That's 17 pounds right there. And of course, that's not like for everyday, travel, but it is something you can take with you, throw in a car. If you're traveling to a lake cottage or whatever.
Oh, without question, it's definitely portable.
Some people on a boat who are stuck on a boat for a while, they can actually keep their workouts going. In here, we also have the jump belt. The jump belt is really a really cool feature. It's my favorite part, believe it or not. What that does is helps you do more plyometric training, which is like power, explosive movements. If you mount the Max Pro to a wall or a door, which we actually have a track system as well that you can mount to a wall. And then you can do short sprints. You got 12 feet of cord. This cord, by the way, will hold over 550 pounds.
So this will hold me.
Just one side will hold 550 pounds.
One side.
And it's a 1.8 millimeter, but it's used in the next generation of bulletproof vests. So
kidding.
like you mentioned, we are using the finest quality, high durable materials. And it's something that is extremely important to us, that it's durable and lasts for quite a long time for many workouts.
So are there a number of different kits that you would use, or ways that this is composed, or is this is the
Of ways to use it?
no, not of ways, of different pieces that go to the puzzle, or this is the kit and it has everything that you need in it?
You can buy add-ons. The jump
Okay,
out that he
that's what I'm
just
asking, yep.
the jump out that he just showed you is an add-on.
Okay.
The track system is an add-on.
Okay.
We're now for CES special. We're including the long bar in every purchase.
Okay.
The 3-piece long bar.
So what does this kit cost?
There, we have 2 different models.
Okay.
Nazar hasn't talked about the
That's right, keep going.
the app yet, but we have a base model and a connected model. The connected model will use Bluetooth to attach to the app that we have,
Okay.
which will allow you to count your reps.
Okay.
It will also track your workout. So we have a graphing system which will show your progress, where you're starting, where you're
That's good.
ending. You can set goals for yourself. We have a community piece too,
Right,
where you
right.
can encourage people. You can say I
So
worked
the
out
app
today.
obviously comes with this.
The
so
app
you-
comes with that, yes, and the
Okay.
app is the Max Pro with the app is $549.
That's very reasonably priced.
Thank you.
I mean, you're going to get this. You're going to get a great workout. It's portable. You can take it with you.
Yes.
I kind of like that.
There's the app.
This is the actual app
Let me
interface.
see that, because. Okay, so that's a quick peek at the app.
Right.
I haven't. This is the first time I'm seeing it, so I can't give you all the ifs, ands, but it says trains, results, learn, and wellness. So does it do calorie count and stuff like that?
Keeps track of your calories
So
burned.
it's it's robust as these apps are, and this is to me this is a critical piece of the whole thing. It's kind of you don't want one with, you don't want this without that. That's for sure. But it's well thought out. At least my first impressions of it's very well thought out. It's very well packaged. The backpack is killer. I mean that's very clever, very smart for people who are dedicated to exercising.
Thank you so much. Like I said, we work pretty hard, and we want to put the whole ecosystem together
Now,
for
is this
people.
the first one? Or are you just coming out of the chute with this?
Yeah, we are. We're a startup, and usually someone comes out with one product at first, and then kind of builds on it.
I can see the amount of effort that's gone into this. I mean, there's a lot to this. The other thing that I appreciate, because I do a gazillion product reviews, but again, it's very, very well made, and the ability to fold and unfold and pack up small, it really provides anybody with the ability to keep up their routine workouts. It's very clever.
Certainly appreciate
And
it.
we have colors.
We have multiple colors. We have white. We have obviously orange. We have purple, which Sabrina actually just was adamant about having the purple.
I like the purple.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm a big purple person.
Thank you. We needed that.
And then we have also like a bare aluminum, kind of an industrial gun metallic look too.
Quick question: what happens if for whatever reason I need service? This doesn't pull out, or this is broken. What happens to
Well,
me?
first of all, we have a 14-day money-back guarantee.
Okay.
Then we also have basically 1 year on parts and labor.
Okay.
So if anything happens within that. But as we grow and we understand how to work on the service side, we also have, for something like this, like a cord, we have spare parts that are and it's easily serviceable. Yes, yes. So that's going to be a very important piece. One other thing I just wanted to add.
I'm gonna get on and demo it too.
Oh, okay.
So go ahead and keep talking.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to add. Would you like this one?
Yes.
All right. Is we have onboard sensors. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do we have time to demo this or no? Okay. I got people pointing at me in lights, so I'm just.
We have onboard sensors. You can just take the whole box off there. And the onboard sensors can give you not just calories burned and reps, like Sabrina was mentioning, but it can give you the actual power that you're putting into each arm. So you can see if one arm is stronger than the other when you're doing reps.
So we'll do a basic evaluation of where you're at.
Yes, exactly.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, so we can see Sabrina working on this now. Sabrina, do a couple more for me. So how do I know? Well, I'm assuming the exercises that she is doing are standard anyway.
Those are standard, but we also have very good library database of all types of videos, over 120 videos that we have already built in.
And it will show you how to properly do the exercise.
Yes.
If you're not bending right, or you're
Correct. Correct. We have description. We have tell them how to use it. Then you can also follow through on the video to see exactly how everybody's workout goes. So, for example, if I was going to show this video here, with the Wi-Fi.
Right, I understand that.
So anyways, you can actually see the videos running and so on. So everything is laid out, and you can also filter by, hey, I just want to do bench workout today, or I want to do upper chest workout today, or I just, that kind of stuff.
What about for the abs and sit-ups and things like that? Does it allow you to do those types of things?
This is one of the best features. I'm glad you asked. There's absolutely no machine out there, and that can do not just resistance. She's doing resistance training, but I mentioned with the belt, you can do plyometrics. You can also lock those dials that you saw to the red,
right.
And you can do suspension training, which is like TRX. So if you're doing suspension training, there's a lot of core workouts that are involved in that to stabilize your body as you're doing some other workouts. So that's just unheard of, that you can do all of these exercises in such a small piece.
Well, you certainly seem to include everything there is to include. Very impressive, and I thank you so much for coming on, and thank you for working out for me today. I appreciate that. That was great. And we're going to wrap this one up. And one more time, the name of the company and where they can get information, where they can actually purchase this now.
Sure. We're Max Pro Fitness.
Max Pro Fitness.
And our website is maxprofitness.com.
Okay, maxprofitness.com.
Yep. So we have an online store that is active now, and definitely can order online.
Okay, once again, the price of the kit in the box?
The connected version is $549.
$549?
Yes. The base version without the connectivity is $429.
Go for the kit, man. Go for the big one. It's not that much of a price difference. And extremely well made. Gadget Professor approved, and I could see that in like 10 minutes. That thing is solid. Very nice.
Thank you.
Machining's nice on it. The price is a good price point. Nice people here. She exercised for me a little bit today. This is all good, so thank you. It was
thank
nice
you
meeting
so much for having us.
I wish you a lot of
really
success
appreciate
with it.
Thank you.
I think you got a winner there.
Appreciate it.
You really do.
Thank you.
Good. That's
well,
awesome.
You have a great day.
You too.
Thanks.
Thank you for coming on. Cool stuff. Very cool stuff. I'm tired from my workout. I need a. Probably need to get lunch or. No, you're good. You're good. You walk right in front of it. It's live. We know. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm so tired now from working out, watching her work out. I need a drink of water. I don't know what I need. Wow. Right. Well, that was kind of fun. It's kind of fun. I always like when people come on the show with the exercise equipment and show me how it works and do a couple reps for me. That's always good. That's always good. I'm not sure who our next up is, but this place is definitely picking up. You know, every day, every consecutive day that we have here is less and less people come. It's interesting. These people are so appreciative of coming on. It might probably their first interview. I don't know, but they're very focused and very excited. And you have to be in CES. That's what you got to do to get your product to the next step. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. So it's been an absolutely fascinating day for me. I'm still blown away by that Microvision piece of equipment / software. Everything I've seen at CES, to me, that's absolute killer. That's going to have implications across almost every field. That's every person that's using a computer, whether it's a desktop, a laptop, a server. That is cool technology. It's almost space age technology and a quantum leap, I think. I could see so many things in my head. I'm definitely going to get that dude back on the Gadget Professor show, and we'll put him through his paces, and maybe we'll even get a unit that we can play with and program and develop. I'd like to take a peek of the guts of that thing. Fascinating stuff for sure. Well, right now I am staring at like 10 people here. 5 of them are on their cell phones. Some are chatting. I have not a clue. We have another interview coming up. Do we know that or not?
Not right yet.
Not right yet. Okay, so I'm going to speak a little bit, and my pamphlet is actually way below me at this point. So my name is Don Baine. I am the Gadget Professor, and we are coming at you 100% live and in color from CES 2020. I am actually situated on the second floor of the Sands Expo, and we are up on the second floor. They've actually built a little office up above us where the broadcast studio is, so I have a wonderful view of everything behind me. And maybe you can just switch on for a quick second or two the camera. We're going to take a look at this little camera that's actually below me, and that's going to give you a shot of the showroom floor, so you can kind of see the hustle and bustle here. This year they're expecting about 250 to 300,000-ish people to attend. That's a lot of people. They come from all over the world, and honestly, and this is not an exaggeration, every single hotel here in Vegas is booked. Everybody, CES is now so large, they've overfilled the regular convention center about 20 times. That building is maxed out. They're now additionally in the Sands Expo, which is where we are now, and there's 2 floors here. And every ballroom that's quasi-decent is booked. Every suite is booked because there are so many people here that the overflow, companies actually rent suites in hotels because they couldn't get into CES, either because it's expensive or they just waited till the last minute, or they just wanted to be here and couldn't get in for whatever reason. So there are thousands of other companies that are situated in the Mandalay Bay or Caesars or wherever the hotel may be, with their products, with their engineers. As a matter of fact, I am meeting right after the show with a gentleman from Western Digital. Yes? Hard 6. Okay. So here we are. Hello. We're getting ready for our next interview, Hard 6. Hello. Okay, well, I'm Don Baine. I'm the Gadget Professor. You're on live. So we're going to get you hooked up in a second there. Okay, we need some sound. Okay, and your name, sir?
This is.
No, you got it upside down here. Here you Just relax. We're cool. We're very casual here.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Let's say something's not right.
There you go.
Perfect.
Now you're good.
Excellent. Thank you.
Now you're good. And I'm sorry, your name?
My name is Jerry Womack. I'm the
Jerry.
Chief Business Officer at CarePredict.
Okay, great. So what do we have today? What are we going to talk about, Jerry?
Yeah, so CarePredict is a digital health company designed to help seniors live healthier lives in their own homes.
I like that.
Yeah, and so what we've done is developed a wearable device. It's the world's first wearable specifically for measuring changes in activities and behaviors of seniors.
Okay.
And we use this information to make predictions on when they're at elevated risk for, say, depression or even showing signs of a urinary tract infection. So the company's been in business since 2013, so over 7 years. And we've developed all of our predictive models in the course in the United States and in Japan in group living communities.
Okay, so you talked briefly about urinary infections, things like that. How do you know if I'm depressed? How are you going to know that from the watch?
You got it. So what this wearable does, we have a beacon that it communicates with as well, so it knows the location. And as that senior brings food from table to mouth, it picks up their unique eating gesture. So in addition to eating, it picks up eating, drinking, bathing, washing face, personal care. And it also hosts a variety of other sensors, including UV sensing and ambient light sensing. It has optical sensors for heart rate and also for pulse oximetry. So if someone's depressed, typically what you'd see is their physical activity levels will decrease compared to their baseline. Their actual eating durations will decrease, so they'll skip meals. Or in my case, when I was depressed, I started eating more Ben & Jerry's ice cream.
I'm with you.
Yes. Avoiding social activities and things, right? So all these things are automatically picked up and continuously measured and then transmitted right to the CarePredict app and sent to the family.
But you have to achieve a baseline for this to work. Is that not correct?
You got it. Yeah, it's exactly right.
So if someone's depressed right off the bat or has sickness right off the bat, how is that going to help in that regard?
No, that's a great point. So what we do is the wearable is worn by the senior for 2 weeks, and that trains the model for their unique baseline. And then after that point, It can make and flag different behaviors when they go outside of that baseline.
Okay, so for this to work, then obviously a physician or someone, a medical person, has to be monitoring these results.
You know, at this point, it's really the information is not meant to be diagnostic.
Okay.
The information is really used by the family to better understand the senior that is maybe living hundreds of miles away.
Would I have enough knowledge to evaluate what's going on there? Would I need training for that?
No. Actually, if you view the app.
Okay, that's
sorry.
I knew there was a missing part here somewhere.
Yes. So what you see here is.
Okay, I'll show you. I'm talking to the audience now. I'll show you this app as soon as we get it up. So what happens is this device is going to feed the information in a chart, graph, whatever, to this app. So this app is going to give you, as the parent, the caretaker, whatever, the information that you need, and from this you can make the decisions as to what needs to be done.
You got it.
Either way.
So, and that could be a paid caregiver or an unpaid caregiver. You know, so we have home care agencies, and what this is it's a beautiful visualization of their activities and behaviors. What time they get up, typically.
Okay, so you assign an activity score, which is 8.4. I'm assuming out of 10 or whatever.
You got it. Yes,
okay.
That's our Care Predict activity score.
Okay, that's good. So that's giving me, correct me if I'm wrong, that's giving me a snapshot right off the bat. I know 10 is the max. She's at 8.4.
She's doing pretty
I'm
good.
a happy camper today.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
It gives a location, alerts. What kind of alerts is it going to give me?
So actually, I can open that up for you. If you look at this, he fell. And then it can make a automatic phone call. So it's got two-way voice communication. So you can see right now, I'm communicating.
Can you see that? You got that on camera? Okay.
Yep. So I can actually talk right through my family members in the care circle and talk back and forth and make sure everything's okay. Yeah. So it's a walkie-talkie, basically.
So if I'm in Arizona,
yeah,
and my mother's in Pennsylvania or whatever, she has this, she can actually
communicate to you right from a wearable device. Yeah.
And that does like walkie-talkie application.
Exactly. Yeah, over VoIP. Yep. Pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. It's ingenious.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very. We've done a lot of work in the group living communities, so we've been able to really verify what we're seeing, and we've actually.
How much does this cost? Is it available now?
Product kit available now. CarePredict.com, and it's $450.
Any other subscription fees or anything?
Each individual user at $69.99 per person per month.
Okay, so I'm buying this for $469. Did you say?
It's $449.99.
$449. Okay,
yep.
So call it $450, and then it's $70-ish a month for the monitoring service.
Yep.
I'll tell you, today people are living a lot longer, and I have many situations in my family over the years, many, where this would have been a great comfort for me, let alone the patient.
Yeah, very, very important.
Excellent.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
I'm very impressed with that. That's one more time, your website.
CarePredict.com. CarePredict. CarePredict.com.
CarePredict.com. Really, if you have loved ones, elderly, even kids for that matter, I mean, there's all kinds of situations out there. I get it. That's something to check into. That's really
thank you so
much.
much.
Very nice app. Very, very, very functional device.
Thank you
I'm
so
glad
much.
you made that because it's helpful.
Really appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a great day. Thanks
You too.
again.
Thanks for coming on. Another super app. I'm seeing a ton of apps coming out right now that will help the elderly and specifically, and I'm real proud that these people do that. Really cool things. Okay, we're rolling right along here. Okay, our next person's being queued up and set up, and to me it looks like a metal detector, but I'm not sure. All right, hi, I'm Don Baine, the Gadget Professor.
David, I'm the CEO of Plot. Great to meet you.
And your name was?
David.
David, okay. Like I said, it looks like a metal detector, but help me out. What are we looking at here?
So we're actually an extended reality company. What that means is that we bring the real world into your phone, so you can design everything with scale and context. But at the end of the day, we don't just live on our phone. We want to actually do something to the real world where we live in.
I agree.
So we have hardware that connects to the phone that actually take you to the precise spots to make the changes. So you can actually replicate the designs that you have on your phone easily without doing any more calculations or math. And these things will just take you to where you have to go to actually make the change.
Okay, help me out. Show me a demo. What's going on?
So the first thing you would do is that you would use your phone, queue up the app, and using augmented reality, you can capture the space. So your wall, your floor, all the dimensions are going to be captured along with the live imagery. After that, you add whatever objects you want to change or design.
Wow, that's great. So you can create your own environment, per se.
Yes, yes.
Now, that's cool.
So, and what's really cool is that after you have created your environment, you say, now how do I have what I saw here that I just dreamed up to be actually in front of me in the real world? And then you would select, now take me to this point where I have to plant this, or take me to this point on the wall where I have to drill the hole or put in a nail. And our tools, this one for the outdoors and also one for the indoors, will actually take you to those precise spots and go, oh, here's the first point. Now you have to do the corresponding action to make what you have here out here.
Do you have a demo of that or something you can show us on the phone?
Not a very quick one.
Okay. What do we do with this device now?
So this device connects to your phone. So as you walk around, it maps out the path that you take.
So this is a wheel. It spins around and it's doing the measurement.
With the phone being
exactly
right, with the phone capturing everything, and on the phone, after you say, well, every 6 feet I need to put down a post, or after you get to a certain object, make an alert, so I need to do something to it.
Wow,
this
what
will
a
take you
clever
to
idea.
it. Yeah.
Did you think of this?
We work together as a team. Yes.
Whatever made you think of this?
Well, I love DIY, but I'm a terrible DIYer.
Yeah.
So it was something to basically say, well, I'm doing all these projects, but they're not turning out how I want it to be. It takes way too long. I'm not having fun with it. And when I talk to other DIYers, they have the same thing, right? When you talk to somebody who says, well, what is the one thing that stopped you from doing a project? It's 80% of the time is that it became too difficult to do.
So what kinds of things do you do with this? I mean, practically speaking.
Practically speaking, for anybody.
And this is the outdoor version.
This is the outdoor version.
What's the indoor version look like?
Indoor version is a smaller, looks like almost like a smart tape measure, but it has a big screen in the middle. And gives you directions on where you have to go once you put it against the wall.
So if I wanted to, I'm throwing a lot of questions at you because we're limited on time. But
of course.
If I wanted to hang pictures so many inches apart or whatever and make them look like they were professionally done instead of cockeyed and this and that, and would this help me do that?
The indoor version, absolutely. You scan your wall, put it into your phone, put all the frames in it. Say, hey, I want it to be evenly spaced, 3 inches on the right side of the wall, 4 feet up. You'll do all that, then you select which point it has to be to actually hang it. And then the hardware actually take you to the wall and say, well, here's the first point to hang the nail. Here's the second point.
So this is going to tell you precisely and accurately, right? Precisely,
yes.
Not the same thing, but how to do that.
In the real world from your digital, yes. So that's what we call extended reality, right? Real to the virtual, so you can design with scale and context. But then we take it from the digital back out to the real world. So you make the corresponding action actually change the world.
Okay, your definition between augmented reality?
Augmented reality for us is overlay. You're seeing something. For us is that we do the last mile between just seeing it and doing a corresponding action in the real world.
Well, I got to tell you, this is a really cool product. I'd love to see a demo of it sometime, so we're
do that. We're right around the corner. Happy to have you.
All right, I'm going to check this out. It's insane. I mean, it's just insane. That's all I can say. Very creative, very cool, and
thank you so much.
Thank you so much for bringing it on board.
Thank you for having me.
Very, very interesting.
Thank you.
I like it. I got to go over and see it. So
please, we're right around the corner.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you much. Again, who would ever think of that? But hey, just putting up pictures alone. Oh wait, how much was it? Is it?
The hardware version is 200.
It's 200.
The outdoor version is 200. Indoor version is 100.
Man, it is extremely affordable. The outdoor version's 200 clams, and the indoor version's $100. You can't lose on that. It would cost you more to hang those pictures by hiring someone than just buying that device. Very, very nice. No kidding. Very, very nice. Okay, I am going to sign off. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is Don Baine, the Gadget Professor. I will see everybody probably tomorrow night on my show, and I'm turning it over to the fabulous Marlon. See you soon. Marlo.
And welcome back, everybody, to our continuous coverage of CES 2020. You got the guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, here coming to you live high atop the broadcast tower here at CES at the Sands Expo. And we're going to get right into it. But first of all, I want to thank Alexa Marketing and Coca-Cola. They are fueling us today, so we really appreciate that. Thanks for making sure that we're hydrated up here in the booth. So next to us, or next to me, is Royby.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I am doing great. Very energetic and excited to be here with you.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. So how's CES going for you so far?
Oh, I think our booth almost exploded. We are getting a lot of support and love, which
That's
is amazing.
fantastic.
Thank
yes,
you.
Yes, yeah. Is this your first CES?
For Royby, yes.
Okay.
But this is my 7th year actually coming to CES.
Okay, okay. It's always an exciting time, isn't it?
Very much,
Yes.
very much. And we are getting a lot of attention, and which is amazing. Again, a lot of love and support from
Right.
people, media, partners, and everybody.
So let's get right into it then. So show me a little bit about what you have here.
Sure, this is Royby. We were actually featured on the cover of Time magazine as one of the best inventions of 2019.
Okay.
It's an AI-powered educational robot for kids aged 3 to 7 in language learning and basic STEM. It is conversational, so children can talk with it. It responds back. It has a little display in here. They can see the visuals. It also has the facial detection, so it can see the child to say hello, but parents have the control to turn it on and off so they can feel safe and comfortable. It also has over 8 hours of battery. It is portable. They can take it everywhere they want to with the kids. It comes with different hats and accessories so they can exchange it. So it's really fun to play with it. It comes with over 500 lessons, songs, stories, over 50 categories, so a lot of content on a daily basis.
Wow. So does this pair up with your smart device as well?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's very easy, less than 10 seconds of installation. Yeah, the application is actually for parents to see the progress of the child. It creates reports for parents and educators so they can see where they stand. But the most important part of it is, because it is AI powered, we focus on the child's ability and interest. So no longer it is one size fits all. We are changing the education system.
Very interesting. So it learns
Absolutely.
from interaction with the children that are using it.
Absolutely. So it has machine learning over time. It will learn about the child's interest. We even evaluate if the child is excited and happy during the lessons, because we have emotion detection. So we want to make sure we really focus on what children like to learn, rather than just throwing a lot of content at them.
So we can get it out a couple times. Tell me where people can find out more information.
We are available now on Amazon.com at $199 retail price, and also on RoybyRobot.com.
Okay, very cool. So can you give me maybe like a case study or two of, well, maybe what you've seen with children that are interacting with Royby?
Actually, children really like to talk with it, and I think because it's cute, they like the toy to be cute. There is a small button here, so when they press it, I would demo it, but Wi-Fi is bad here. So when they press the button, it starts talking to them and starts different lessons. For example, the first 2 weeks is just introduction, so they get to know their new friend, which is Royby. And then the conversation continues. It also has like different games, and we also notice a lot of customers that we have, they get Royby for their kids because they have a little bit speech delay. 1 out of 12 children in the US alone have some sort of speech disorder. So we believe this is beneficial. It can help them. And some kids are shy, they don't want to talk to others, but they love talking to Royby.
Sure. You mentioned something, and I don't mean to get off topic here, but isn't it amazing that we're in the world's most technologically advanced show, and we can't even get on the internet here?
I know.
It's just crazy to me. But of course, we have 150,000 people in this room, so that's probably one reason too.
Absolutely.
So what colors?
So it comes with green, blue, and orange.
Okay. And what is your favorite?
Oh, I think the green.
Okay, cool.
But we see a lot of girls actually like the orange because it's in cat shape, and a lot of boys like the blue one. And also it is drop-proof, by the way, so if they drop it, nothing would happen.
Okay. And again, we can find out more information at
Amazon.com and RoybyRobot.com.
RoybyRobot.com. ROYBI robot.com. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Anything else that maybe you want to share with us?
We are really on the path to help children to learn more and help them for the future success. And I really want to thank you for this opportunity.
Wow, we're excited to have you here, actually.
Thank you.
This is really, really a great idea, and I think anytime that you can interact with children, like you said, a lot of children are bashful, shy, but when they have an object that they can identify with, they will be pulled out of that a little bit and start learning.
Absolutely. But also, you know, they spend a lot of time in front of TV, on the
Yes.
tablets. There's nothing wrong, but also we really want to give them another tool
Yes.
to interact without really having them constantly be glued on those screens.
Right.
So Roybe is really fun, plays a lot of music for them
Yep.
and makes them excited. And of course, 2020 is going to be a huge year for us. A lot of great things are happening for Roybe.
Well, great. Elnez, we really appreciate you
Thank
being
you.
here. Thanks
Thank
again.
you.
So, again, everybody, that is RoybeRobot.com. Go check them out. And again, we really appreciate you being
Thank
at
you.
the show
You
today.
too.
So anyway, again, my name is Marlo Anderson, your guru of geek. We're broadcasting live from CES 2020. Behind me is the Sands upper level. And we have all kinds of great interviews coming up with you, or coming to you here shortly. Again, a big thank you to Don. He did a great job this morning of covering. And yeah, we can, yep, there we go. The wonderful thing about live, of course, is that you're going to see all the bloopers and blunders and everything else that we're going to be doing here today. But we're really excited to be here. Love the show. This is my 20th year. Hard to believe that I've been here for 20 years now. And we've seen a lot of exciting things over the last few years. One of the big things, I think, speaking of that we were just talking about robots, is robotics. Robotics are really becoming a thing. We have actually done a couple of interviews over the last couple of days with house robotics, or robots. And they're not just your vacuum cleaners. You're actually going to have a personal assistant available to you sometime in the future that has a humanoid shape and may even have your dinner ready for you when you come home from work. Will maybe wash your clothes, fold your clothes, make your beds, clean your windows, all of these wonderful things that maybe we feel that we would want to, you know, have somebody else do for us, right? And, you know, and so much more. I mean, if you have phone calls coming in, your personal assistant will handle those for you. Your personal assistant will maybe make reservations for you at your favorite restaurant, book meetings for you. We're kind of getting pretty close to that already, of course, when you think about Alexa and Google with voice activation. The personal assistant, we're getting used to actually interacting with these type of technologies. The personal robot will be the next iteration of that. And some of these robots that will be coming at us will be in that probably $5,000 to $10,000 range. So they're really not that terribly expensive, especially when you think about the ROI, the cost benefit that you will be getting out of those type of technologies. So again, we're coming to you live from CES 2020. We're in the broadcast booth plaza, I guess you could say, the upper plaza here at the Sands Expo. About 170,000 people are attending the event this year. That's the last estimate that I've heard. It could go up from there. But as you know, it's a very, very large conference.
Sure.
Over 200,000 new products will be introduced during the show, which is absolutely amazing. And speaking of that, Millard?
That's correct.
All right. I always butcher names, Millard, so I'm glad that I got it. But Millard Minton from the Water Switch is joining me here. And so let's talk a little bit about your company and the product that you have.
Okay, great. The Water Switch is a smart home, whole house water management system.
Okay.
And it will identify and quantify any leak in a plumbing system.
Well, that's interesting. So I'm away from my home right now, and I have a leak that's going on right now. I mean, is this thing going to actually get a hold of me on my smart device and tell me that that's going on?
Well, it will get a hold of you and let you know that there's a potential problem. But the good thing is you don't have to worry about that problem, because Our system is very different because it's the only system that's a true on-demand system.
Okay.
The valve that controls flow only is open when you're using water, and it's closed when you're not. When the valve is closed, it creates a closed system. So we have 2 pressure sensors on the unit that is constantly checking for leaks millions of times a day.
Okay.
And if it identifies a leak, it will first let you know that you have a problem. If it's a serious leak at all, it will keep the valve closed. You can always override it, but the intelligence that's built into the system, it's very different because it's very proactive in preventing leaks from ever happening.
So I'm sensing there's a story behind this.
There is a story behind it.
I'd love to hear the story.
Well, the story behind it is over 10 years ago, I was watching the news and I saw an expose on what a major problem water damage was. Insurance companies are currently spending over $20 billion a year for water damage restoration. And then the cost of wasted water is approximately another $20 billion. And so when I saw the expose, the light bulb went off and I thought, I think we could fix that. And the idea of having a true on-demand system was born. And it just adds such an extra layer of protection for the homeowner. And then the conservation aspect of it, we realize the conservation is just as critical as the water damage prevention. The EPA says that the average home will leak 10,000 gallons per year. That's equal, I think, to about 270 loads of laundry.
And when you say that, you're talking about maybe a drippy faucet,
a drippy
toilet
faucet,
that runs a little
toilet.
more. Okay.
Yes, toilets are notorious for leaking. It's very difficult to get a seal that seals 100% all the time.
Right.
But our system will let you know that you have the leak, and then it'll quantify the leak and even tell you if you choose to not fix your leaky toilet, it will tell you how much that's costing you per month.
Well, that's interesting. So, okay, so 3 years ago, I'm going to tell you my story now.
Okay, great.
Because this is amazing. It really is amazing when I think about it. So, we have a new refrigerator installed, and of course the new refrigerators pipe water into there so they can make ice and give you dispensable water features and all this good stuff, right? Well, of course, something happened in the installation, and we're at CES, and we come home, and it wasn't a big leak, but it was enough where it destroyed the hardwood floor in our house, in the kitchen area there. And of course, it cost thousands and thousands of dollars to fix. So your device here would have basically stopped that from happening.
Yes, it would have. And in fact, our guarantee is that if someone has the water switch installed on their home and there's water damage that the system should have called and prevented, we'll pay the insurance deductible up to $500.
That's pretty amazing. So I kind of equate this to like an inline water heater system, right, where you have on-demand hot water whenever you use it, right? So with the exception that this just turns the water off totally.
It manages the whole water flow into the home.
Right.
So from the beginning, our company's mission was to have one product that would manage everything in your home that touches water.
So you have a pressurized water storage. So does this kind of help the system determine the pressure that's being pushed through your house, or what does that mean?
Well, the purpose of the storage container is it takes about 1 second for the valve to fully open.
Okay.
So the water remains in your pipes under pressure, ready for immediate use.
Yes.
But without the reservoir here, there would be just a fraction of a second delay in full flow.
Gotcha.
So we did a previous version of this product and gave a bunch away to plumbers to put on their homes. And many of the women in the home said, we don't like the delay. We want something that's instant full flow.
Yep.
So we, in our engineering, we engineered it so that the flow is 100% identical to what it would be without the system.
So where do we find more information about the water switch?
Okay, our website is waterswitch.com.
Okay.
And you have all the information there, and it lets you know how to contact us.
And is this actually available for the market right now?
It'll be released to the market later this quarter.
How's the response been at the show?
It's been fantastic. We yesterday we were surprised that Tech TV Today named us Product of the Year, so we were very honored by that.
Because you're going to save the country $20 billion. I can see that.
Well, the water damage and the water conservation, we believe this is the best water management system anywhere in the world, and it was designed from the beginning with that. We, myself and 3 former NASA engineers, we looked at it from a very different standpoint. We talked to insurance companies, and we looked at years of data in terms of the types of water damage claims. And then we engineered a product that would address every one of them. And there's a lot of movement in this market for water management systems. A number of products on the market, and they've made a good attempt. We're not here to knock anybody's product, but this product will do more than anything on the market in terms of truly managing the water that flows through your home, protecting your home from water damage, and saving you money.
One of the things that, and I'm guessing people who are watching right now are equally as amazed as I am with what you've created. We're at CES, right? And people are watching are thinking, all right, where are we going to see the next greatest, watch or computer or whatever, which of course we've seen plenty of over the show. Having technology solve probably one of the biggest water issues that we have as homeowners is pretty amazing to me.
Yes, and this product truly is convenient conservation. You don't really have to do anything different.
Right.
It learns your home, it learns the flow patterns, and it responds immediately. This is a true in real-time system that, the instant it identifies a problem, it reacts.
So let's go back to the leaky toilet for a second, okay? So you have a toilet, of course, that's leaking. Your unit then basically shuts off water to the whole house, and it's not under, there's some pressure, but I would imagine that as the toilet will leak a little bit while it's, doing its whatever, does the line stay pressurized then because of your pressurized water storage, or how does that work?
Well, it would stay stored for a small, if you have that leaky toilet that the water's flowing on through, then it's going to leak for a minute or so until the pressure drops down.
Okay.
Now, it's going to alert you on your app right away as soon as you have a problem.
Okay.
In fact, with a leaky toilet, it's going to tell you that, based on the flow pattern, that's what we suspect that the problem is.
I gotcha.
And then it's up to you to check and see if it's a leak that the water's just flowing through, not doing damage, but costing you money.
Right.
And if you choose to just override that, let's say it's going to take you a day or two to get to the Home Depot or Lowe's to get it fixed, then it's fine. You've got full control over the system with the app, and it's a very easy to use, straightforward. Anyone can learn our app in just a matter of a couple of minutes.
How many gallons of water a year did you say that the average home leaks?
The EPA says that the average home wastes about 10,000 gallons a year.
Okay.
No, I actually think that figure is probably low. It also says that 30% of homeowners have leaks that they don't know they have. Well, when we first developed the predecessor system to this, we put the system on about a dozen homes, mostly people that was associated with our company. Every one of them swore they did not have a leak. Guess how many of those homes we found leaks in?
I'm guessing pretty much everybody.
Every one of them we found leaks in, and they were all amazed. I didn't know I had a leak. Well, that's most people don't know.
Yep.
And especially if it's, you know, the flapper on a toilet that's leaking, it's very hard to know unless it is just hung wide open.
Right.
But the beauty of this system, I can identify a leak as small as a teaspoon of water. And truly, I have the capability of identifying a leak that's as small as a drop of water. I mean, it's impractical for me to try to do that in the home, but you know, my sensors are sensitive enough that I could detect one drop of a leak.
So when this comes on the market in the Q1 here, what are you thinking it's going to be retailing for?
Well, we know exactly because we started out. The retail price will be $495.
Okay.
And we did that specifically. We wanted a product. Our engineering challenges were, one, to create what we thought was the best product in the world, but at a price everyone could afford. So we have engineered it from the standpoint and worked with our manufacturers to bring to market a product that is truly, it's an appliance that will last, you know, many, many years. We have a 5-year warranty on the product. The product should last 20 years without a problem. And being the 500, if there's water damage, our warranty actually is more than the cost of our product.
Right, right. So if you let your insurance company know, I'm trying to figure out how the best way to answer or to ask this question. Your insurance company knows that you've installed this. Is there a possibility that you're going to get a break on your insurance?
Yes, most major insurance companies already have a provision for a whole house water, I think they call it, a leak detection system is what they call it. And certainly this does that plus a whole lot more. But we're also talking to some major insurance companies that's contemplating giving a much larger discount because other products that are available may mitigate their damage, but they still anticipate having to pay some claim. With this product, it basically prevents the damage from ever happening, which could potentially allow them to give bigger discounts.
All right, Millard, I have to let you go.
Okay, very good.
But I really appreciate you taking a couple extra minutes because I know we stayed on a little bit longer. This is an amazing product.
Thank you very much.
And I think it will really save a lot of people. So I appreciate you being on the show today.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Millard. So again, everybody, go check this out, waterswitch.com. You need to, if you have any issues with water in your home, and actually if you don't, like you heard from Millard there, almost every home, the average home loses 10,000 gallons of water a year. I have a feeling that the ROI on this investment is going to be pretty significant for you. And then the peace of mind of knowing that if you're traveling or what have you, that you don't have to go and turn off all your water switches or valves or whatever, I think is a pretty big deal too. So very, very interesting. Now, thewaterswitch.com, go check that out. Live at CES 2020, I high top the Sands Broadcast Tower here. Behind me is the upper level of the Sands Convention Center. Expecting about 170,000 people through the doors at CES this year. And take care, you guys. And anyway, and of course, we are live, which means that you're going to see all our blunders and bloopers and all this other good stuff, too, as we make transitions from one guest to another. Very, very excited again to be here. This is my 20th year of covering CES and have seen a lot of amazing things over the years. Between the last couple of breaks here, we were talking a little bit about robotics and the household assistant. You're going to be seeing more and more of these as we go along. And I'm actually, when I get back home, you're gonna see a couple of stories that we'll be putting out as well about the robots of the future, and pretty excited about what's that going to do. You know, it's possible that you're never going to have to mow your yard again. At least, of course, there are robotic mowers that'll do that already, but your assistant could potentially take the place of a robotic vacuum cleaner Might take the place of your robotic lawnmower because your assistant is just going to run those items for you instead. And of course, wash your clothes, cook your meals, clean your windows, all this other good stuff that you have going on. So we're getting set up here for our next guest. And this looks very, very interesting to me. We have a little projection going on already, so it looks pretty cool. And we're excited to have you joining us today here at CES 2020. So with me, Kevin Wang.
Hi.
How you doing, Kevin?
Very good, very good. How about you?
Doing very well as well. So, wow. We got cool stuff going already here.
Definitely.
Yeah. So, Kevin, why don't you tell me a little bit about your company?
Of course. We are from Beijing. Our company name is Beijing Puppy Robotics.
Okay.
And what we have right here is a touch screen projector. So all you have to do is to place on any flat surface, and you can start playing with your fingers right away.
Okay. So you're telling me that if I want to listen to Spotify, I can just go like that?
That's right. That's how easy it is.
I don't know. Did we catch that, you guys? Okay. Yeah. So this projector is actually projecting down a touch screen.
That's right.
And it moved right to Spotify. So that's pretty crazy. So can I go back home here? There we go. So we can get back to.
You can get back home.
There we go.
You got
okay.
it.
Yep. That's really cool.
That's right. So it's based on Android, which means you can download any Android app into it, and you can just do whatever you want, just like what you do with the Android tablet.
Okay. And you can project this on the floor, on a wall.
That's right.
What have you. So give me some case studies. What have you seen people using this for so far?
Of course. So the first of all, it's going to be parents. Parents been buying this for the kids. I mean, normally when adults or children or elderly people, they've been looking at their phones or the laptop. They don't have to look directly to the screens. This is more like a reflection to the table. It's like doing homework. And other people have been buying this to play games. You can connect this with Xbox, PlayStation 4, or you can just play games into it.
Okay. So this mirrors up with your computer, with your Android device, with your Apple device or whatever, so it will project anything from those screens?
Well, not technically, because it's a built-in standalone projector.
Okay.
So you don't have to connect anything with it, but if you want to, you can connect your laptop by using HDMI, or you can connect your phone by using AirPlay or Bluetooth.
Okay. Very, very interesting. So if I want to play a game, for example, I mean, do I go to that website? Or do I load a game into this just like I would load a game into my PlayStation or what have you? Or
well, it's based on Android, which means you can just download it from the Android App Store. If you couldn't find it, you can just download it from the website.
I see. So it's operating Android?
That's right.
What version of Android do we have going?
Android 9.0, and it's using a Qualcomm Snapdragon chip as well.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Give me some other case studies. I mean, I'm thinking about like my mother. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah. So you can do whatever you want. You can play games. You can use Microsoft Office, or you can just watch movies using Netflix.
Will this project a keyboard as well?
Definitely. By keyboard, you mean like a typing keyboard?
Yeah, like if I wanted to put something into.
How about let's try Microsoft Office?
How about let's try Microsoft Office?
Okay.
That's great. Yes, okay. Oh my goodness.
Now you're typing on the table.
That is crazy cool.
Give it a try.
Yeah, I will. Of course. I'm going to. I should be typing upside down instead of sideways because I actually do better that way. But
no
yeah,
worries.
it's like that's crazy.
That's how sensitive it is. It's just like playing with a phone or a tablet.
And even coming into it from the side, because I would expect that you'd have some issues with that, but it really is
not at all
working just like it's supposed to.
That's right. So that's how easy it is.
Go ahead.
Oh, so this is more like a combination of a regular tablet, a projector, and a TV.
So do you have anybody like using this, in place of a computer? I mean, instead of having like the big computer screen or whatever, that you'd have this like on a desktop, or I mean, when I say desktop, I actually mean a desktop here. As I'm turning things off here.
So of course, I mean, right now we're looking at a 23-inch screen.
Okay.
After you place it down, the screen goes up to 100 inches. So you can replace with your monitor, or you can replace your TV.
Very interesting. So since it runs Android, so I'm just kind of thinking off the top of my head here, but you know, I pair my phone
Mhm.
with my PC at work, right? I'm assuming you could do the same thing here.
Definitely. You can connect your laptop by using an HDMI port. You can connect your iPhone by using AirPlay. You can connect your Android phone by using Bluetooth.
So if you wanted to, so are you able to put this up on the wall too?
Definitely.
Okay, so how does that work?
All you have to do is place it down like this, and you can projection to the wall. Over there.
Oh, there we go. Okay, okay.
So the
Very
screen
nice.
goes up to 100 inches.
Oh my goodness.
And it has automatic keystone correction, autofocus. You don't have to manually adjust it.
I'm assuming it has sound off of it as well.
Definitely. How about let's try that?
Okay, let's try that. So let's can we watch like well, I guess we have terrible Wi-Fi here, of course.
No,
so.
we have videos, so you can just watch some videos.
Okay, okay. I was just going to ask that. So you know, I'm sure you have a lot of people that will just watch play
Definitely.
a video and whatever.
I mean, the
else.
Wi-Fi here sucks, so there's no way we can play the Netflix.
It is crazy how bad it is.
You can, if you can just click the home page, and let's try. How about let's try piano, so
Okay.
we can have some sound. Let me turn the volume up. Give it a try.
I'm terrible, by the way. Give me a guitar, but that's amazing. So do you see people learning different, you know, like, well, this would be a great way to learn how to play a keyboard.
Of course. I mean, there are a lot of people been learning how to play piano by just using this.
Well, and you think about it, right? I mean, of course, you've got the apps on your Android or whatever to learn these things, but the screens just aren't big enough, really. I mean, you can almost emulate the size of a regular keyboard here.
That's right. That's right. So
That's
it's a lot more easier than a regular tablet or regular iPad.
Yep. I'll see if I can get it there for you. I know
Thank
it's a little difficult from that side, so.
So it's it's going to be auto playing.
Oh. Isn't that clever, right?
So that's
yeah,
right.
Go ahead.
So that's right. So you can just watching movies by using Netflix. You can use Spotify, anything that you want.
Is this on the market already?
Of course.
Of course it is.
Of course.
So what's the retail on it?
So the retail price for this is $999 US.
Okay.
You can get this on our website, which is puppyrobot.com, or you can just go to Amazon by searching PuppyCube.
That's very, very cool. So, and I know I got to let you go here, but I hate to let you go because I want to play with this some more. So, and I'm assuming you're at CES here as well.
That's
so
right.
What booth are you at?
Our booth at LVCC,
Okay.
South Hall.
Okay.
And the booth number is 20431.
All right, very good. Appreciate you having you on the show today.
Thank you.
This is a cool product. So
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
very
you so
excited to
much.
play with it some more. So again, everybody, we're coming to you live from CES 2020. This is your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, with probably the coolest projector I've ever seen in my entire life here. I've played with projectors before that are desktop projectors or whatever, but one that is interactive, that you can actually type on, projects down to your desktop, to your table, whatever, play games with. As you've seen, we were playing a keyboard there, playing a little music or whatever. Absolutely amazing. Running on Android and $999. You can go get that thing. It's very, very cool. I'm still watching it. He's projecting on the floor over here right now. I bet you could probably even do some graphics in a business or what have you. So it's very cool. So anyway, next up, we have Yuri.
Hello.
How you doing?
Great.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So how's CES going for you so far?
Pretty good.
Yeah? Yeah?
So we had a lot of visitors to our booth.
No. So some of the 170,000 people actually stopped by your booth?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Of course, I'm giving you a bad time. So, but tell us a little bit about your company, Yuri.
Okay, so as a company, we do wearables that can measure your body's hydration and body composition. And our devices are intended for athletes and people who do workouts on a regular basis and would like to keep the track of their progress.
Okay. Okay. So, so what is the wearable that you? There we go. Okay.
Yes. So we have a new product which is an accessory for Apple Watch.
Okay.
And it does your body's hydration.
If you can maybe, I don't know how you. There you go.
Yeah.
Because you can see it right there. All right.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. So
with an actual with the different band?
It's just it's an accessory.
It's the actual sensor.
Yes, yeah,
okay.
that's correct. So essentially, it's the same machine as a BMI measuring machine you can encounter in the gym, but it's a wearable and it's equally accurate because it's a big machine.
Okay. So when you're talking hydration, so I'm out running for 30 minutes or whatever, is this going to remind me that I better be taking a drink of water? Or?
Not really, because it doesn't do the continuous measurements. It's on demand, so basically you need to press a button, put your hands like this, and we send the electrical current through your body, and and measure it.
Okay. So how often do you suggest somebody to do that?
Well, it depends on their goals. So, for example, if you're concerned about your hydration, so that would be quite often.
Okay.
If people more concerned about their progress during the exercises, so probably once a few days.
Okay. Okay. So the hydration piece, I know it's hard to believe, but I actually used to be a little bit of an athlete myself, and it's a big issue, right? I mean, you know,
correct.
And I think a lot of people go out and you got a goal of jogging 5 miles or whatever. It's a pain to carry water or any type of hydration with you. I mean, that's the issue, right?
Yeah,
then you're like, all right, it's just 5 miles. I'll just push through it. But that really isn't the best for you, is it? You know, and this gives you an opportunity then to actually start to measure what that hydration level and the stress that it actually adds to your body.
Yeah, correct.
Yep. So is your product available to the market?
Yeah, so we're taking the pre-orders now, and we're going to ship in March this year. So
okay.
So basically,
and where do we find more information about it?
At our website.
Okay, and your website is?
It's auradevices.io.
Okay, so that's I'll just read it, AURA devices
.io.
I-O, okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and it'll talk a little bit about all the different, so outside of hydration, what else does it measure for you?
So it's body composition, so it's lean body mass, your body fat.
Okay.
So it works just like that machine, but to access that machine in your gym, for example, you need to go through your gym's physician.
Right.
Yeah, and for this device, you can just do it whenever you like, wherever you are.
Gotcha. So you can measure your BMI anytime you want to, or
yes,
what have you.
That's correct.
Okay. So hydration, BMI, anything else that we have on there that we're?
For this product, no, because the Apple Watch itself is pretty good.
Yes.
The fitness tracker.
Yes.
So we do not duplicate its functionality.
So, is there an app that goes with this?
Yes.
So then you can track what you're doing.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. And does on the app piece, does it allow you to, does it give you suggestions?
They like drink more water, something like this. Yes, it does.
Okay, so then if you're going to go for that 5 mile jog or whatever, can you kind of tell it in advance this is what you're doing, and then it'll give you a suggestion as to how much hydration you should have during it, or?
Well, what we suggest is to take measurement before you go out for a jog, and then in the process, well, probably it's a good idea to set up a reminder, like in an hour or so, just check up your hydration level.
Gotcha. And I suppose if you take a measurement beforehand, let's say, because I think about myself back in the day when I was running or whatever, you kind of have the set path, right? I mean, you jog the same path every day or whatever. If you actually started to measure before and afterwards for a few days or a week, you'd probably get a pretty good idea about maybe if you're 2 or 3 miles into this, that maybe you should have a drink of water at that time or something.
Yeah, but it also depends on the weather. So, for example,
that's true. Yeah, I never thought about that. It could be 20 below zero, and you don't need it as much as when it's 100 above. So, yeah, very interesting. Where are you guys based out of, by the way?
In Delaware.
Okay.
Yeah, we also have an R&D center in Eastern Europe.
Okay. Very good. Anything else that maybe you want to share with the audience?
Yeah, sure. So we also have another device. It's not on me right now, but it's already available. So it's basically the same functionality, but it doesn't require the Apple Watch. So it's a standalone device. It's called Aura Band.
Okay. Interesting. So, and that just it'll measure your BMI and your hydration level again?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Does it allow you to actually see the time and things like that too? So does it have any other watch functions, or is it just for the sensors?
It's just
okay.
tracker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't mean to be redefining your company. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what it does. So okay.
Sure.
And what does that standalone watch run? As far as price goes.
It's 179.
179. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this one is 99.
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
this is actually less than the watches then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
but you need to have the Apple, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. For sure. So it replaces your original band.
Okay. And it actually, I mean, I'm looking at that. It doesn't look. I'm guessing that you probably don't even know you have it on.
Yes.
Yeah. It looks pretty lightweight and. Yeah. I mean, I look at my.
Buckle?
Yeah, I mean the buckle. I almost think that buckle will be more comfortable than the one I have on now because it's a little flatter and you don't have that thing digging into your wrist and
Yeah, sure. It is designed this way.
Yeah, it's got a little thought process to it. So, all right, auradevices.io. Go check this out, Yuri. It's been a pleasure having you on the show today. All right,
likewise.
Thanks. Enjoy CES.
All right. Thank you.
You bet. And again, go to auradevices.io if you want to be involved in or interested in a sensor that will actually keep your BMI and your hydration levels so that you can keep track of those. If you're working on, if you have some goals or whatever as far as fitness goes, that might be an interesting thing for you to go check out. Again, you just never know what kind of products and services that you're going to see here at CES. And we're getting set up right now for our next one. We're coming to you live from CES 2020 and the Sands broadcast booth. And next up, we have, we'll put your microphone, there you go, perfect. But Gil, how you doing?
I'm great, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're excited to have you on board here today. So Anagog, is that how you pronounce the company?
That is right.
Okay.
Anagog.
Okay. And CES has been good for you this year so far?
Actually, excellent. A lot of good traction. Very, very hectic for us.
Okay.
And we're happy that some of our technology is being adopted by some leaders in the market and big companies. So very good for us so far.
So tell us a little bit about Anagog.
So Anagog is an edge AI startup. And what we do, we actually revolutionize the way brands interact with their customers and the way they understand their customers, especially around personalization. And what we developed in Anagog, it's an artificial intelligence engine that looks at the different sensors that you have on your mobile phone. So think about it can be from GPS, accelerometer, any other sensors that you have. And that allows the phone actually understand what the customer is doing in real time, their context, their persona, and that can actually be interpreted into the customer need, and then companies can actually target and engage with the customers in a much better way.
So is this an app? Yeah, you can pull that back just a little bit there. Yeah, that's okay. We'll get her right there. Maybe up just a little bit, and then all right. Yeah. So is this an app that goes on a phone then, or how are you tracking engagement?
Yeah, so that's actually an SDK.
Okay.
The basic product is an SDK. And then the SDK has been implemented in an app. It can be any consumer-facing app, of course.
So a retailer has an app that they want you, that you download to be on there. And then in that piece, then it engages with your GPS and everything else that's in there to keep a better track of your customer base.
Correct.
Okay.
Now the way that we're actually doing that, and that's the power of the edge, right?
Okay.
Of actually putting all the brain or the artificial intelligence on the mobile device, on the end device. The implications are actually huge in terms of one, of course, the performance and the type of understanding, the deep understanding that you can get on the customer. So think about the context, think about your persona. So the phone can understand who you are and what you need in real time. So one example could be, imagine that you are taking a layover at Heathrow Airport in London, and your bank can now, or your phone can now understand that you're in that situation and can remind you that you have like a free lounge access and even like route you there, right? So that's like, if you think about the next generation of personalization, that's the way it's going to look, and that's what our technology allows brands to do. The other thing is when you're thinking about it, okay, personalization is definitely going to the next level. But how do you actually do that while keeping the privacy of the customer safe?
Right, because that was going to be my next question, actually.
Yeah,
so,
and that's actually big. And one of our greatest innovation is around that because we're using Edge AI technology, because everything actually is being understood by your phone locally on your device. No personal data actually needs to leave your phone. So the way it actually works, it's the opposite than the existing paradigm today in the market. So instead of actually pulling all your private information from your device and putting it on a cloud, for example, or any backend, your phone becomes the brain, right? So the artificial intelligence engine that Anagogs provide learns who you are, what you need, everything in real time, and then cherry picks from the cloud the relevant services, offers that are right for you at the moment, and then information only enters your device, but nothing personal actually leaves your phone. So we prove for the first time how can you actually do this very personal interaction with customer, very personal engagement, without really extracting a single bit of personal information from your device.
So it's good you brought this up, because I'm sure everybody who's watching this right now is like, why do I want another company tracking and giving my information to the world, right? I mean, this is a big deal right now. So, so this really is about allowing your phone to kind of almost be an assistant in a way to help you when you're out and about, or I would imagine even in the home it probably will help you a little bit, but in situations like at the airport, or if it's noon and your phone knows that it's time to go eat, right? And and you're traveling through a town or whatever, I'm going to guess that it might give you suggestions on where to go eat and all this good stuff.
Exactly.
Right?
So everything around, think about convenience.
Yep.
And I would say mobile devices are great, right? We got used to them, we got accustomed to them. I think the expectation of customers, we want everything yesterday.
Yep.
And we're becoming increasingly impatient.
Yep.
Also, we are bombarded and honestly overwhelmed by all the interaction that we get, from different brands or different companies around different services. So it's really, really important for my phone, right? And the phone can actually be your digital extension, right? And then kind of like pick for you what's right and help you manage your life. And I think that's something that is being blessed by many, many customers.
Sure.
And it's very convenient for us, of course. The other aspect, of course, is the privacy. And for us, that's part of our vision, that's part of our mission. We got used as consumers, and I think some of us maybe raise their hands and say, okay, it is what it is. All the big tech giants, for example, we got used to giving them all the information, and they're giving us excellent services, of course. But there's a way to do that differently, right? There's a way actually today with new technologies, as mobile phones become much stronger, to actually do all this personalization on your device, on the edge instead of on a cloud, and then keep my privacy safe. And again, serve the customer, allow brands not only to serve you better, but also build trust, right? That your personal information, personal data is not being used to, sell other products to third parties, etc.
Right. So I'm assuming that companies can interact with you already. So you have a website, I'm guessing, that people can go to for more information?
Yeah, so our website is anagog.com. We do work across many, many industries today. Our application is actually already implemented in our SDK is implemented in more than 100 applications. And we're very, very proud to work with some Fortune 100 companies globally, especially around retail and automotive, as well as telco and banking. So that's something that's very exciting for us, especially in the past year where we made significant progress.
So is there a story behind the name?
The story behind the name, it's actually ancient Greek.
Okay.
And it means like go forward.
Okay.
So that was the idea behind it.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. Anything else that you want to cover?
No, I think that's overall it.
Okay.
But honestly, I think that if we look at the future, it's definitely going to be a future where, we are not only phones, right, but any edge device, we'll interact with them much, much more. They will learn who we are and what we need.
Sure.
So that's amazing, but there's a way to do that in a much more private and safe way, and that's what we're pushing for.
Very nice. Well, I appreciate you being on the show today. And Gil, say your last name for me, Gil.
Bolotin.
Bolotin. And where are you from?
Israel.
Okay.
Actually.
Okay.
At the start, I'm originally from Israel. I'm actually I live in New York today, and has been in the U.S. for the past 7 years. The company is based in Tel Aviv, Israel, as well.
Are you? Is this your first year at CES?
Actually, no. We've been here last year and the year before.
Okay.
And we love the show. I think it's excellent for us. We also love, beside coming here and interact with clients or potential clients.
Sure.
Also to see other innovations. It has been great so far.
All right. Thanks, Gil.
Thanks
I
so
appreciate
much for having me.
Have a great day. And again, check it out, anagogue.com. If you're a company that's needing maybe a better understanding of your customer base, but also respecting the privacy of your customer base. So that's what's really intriguing about Anagogue, is that ability to protect our privacy, because that's always a big concern for us, of course. Last thing we want to do, or at least last thing most people want to do, is give away, all that information that really appreciate that you're here, tpn.tv, and this is continuing coverage of CES. You can always find me on Twitter at Guru of Geek, and Instagram, Guru of Geek USA, social media platforms. And if you want to, of course, would certainly enjoy having you as part of the geekdom that has been created around the Tech Ranch. And here we are at CES 2020, and I'm looking at Scott over there. Hey, you got 2 minutes? As I'm shouting through the microphone here now. But we're at the top of the hour. We always kind of take just a couple-minute breather at the top of the hour, and just to kind of get, in case we're running a little bit behind, get caught up a little bit. But I want you to meet the gentleman. If you haven't met this guy yet, he's kind of the reason that we're all sitting here over the last few days, Mr. Scottards.
Me?
Yes, you. I think you're the reason we're here this time, aren't you?
Technically, yes. I do suppose I am, because Todd was going to say no.
He was going to say no. This is a big job.
It is.
Having a live broadcast during CES. I don't know, is there anybody else that actually does this? I don't think so.
So not this year. Last year.
So you're it.
Last year on Platform 1, they were 24/7.
Okay. Oh, my goodness. I can't imagine.
I can't either. They were from Germany or something, so their times were all inverted.
Yep.
But there was somebody there 24/7 doing something.
Wow.
It was crazy. But they're not here this year. We've had Platform next to us.
Sure.
90 minutes.
Right. It's a crazy undertaking, and I think and I always laugh about this, but when you think about the logistics of this, everybody watching will understand why. We're in the technology center of the world here right now, right?
Yes.
And nobody has internet of the lack of bandwidth.
Yeah. So it's been an interesting challenge. It's not been undoable, but it's been an interesting challenge.
So obviously, yes.
So when we got here on Sunday, they had a 10 megabit connection for all of the media on all of the broadcasts.
Oh my goodness.
So our tower, that tower, the 3 downstairs, and I think the BBC was using Platform 1 up front.
Okay.
That was all sharing 10 megabits.
And what does it take to, most people don't even understand what you're talking about. Just to send a video stream would be
3.8 megabits per second per place we're streaming to. We've been streaming to 6.
Yeah. So there you go. So there's no way that 10
we were we were averaging 24
right
yesterday. So we went with Wowza last night. We set all that up because we're back to 10 today.
Wow.
Fortunately,
so Wowza
we're the only ones using it right now.
Right.
At 4 o'clock, they're firing up next door. We'll see how all that goes. But that's only for 2 hours.
So Wowza then as a one-to-many sys, right? So you can just push one stream out, and they will actually split it from there.
Exactly.
Which is why this is possible now.
Right.
Yeah.
So we went from 24 to 3.6.
Okay.
Right now we're streaming to 2 because live stream doesn't seem to have an RTMP.
Okay.
So I couldn't hit them from Wowza. So we're hitting both. At 4 o'clock we might have to take it off. So if you're watching on live stream right now, My recommendation is go to tpn.tv. Because I think that's showing from Mixer. Mixer's not going to be a problem at all.
Okay.
It's just going to be livestream.com that we might have to dump it for.
And, you know, and I know we're supposed to be talking about gadgets and all this other stuff, but just the infrastructure and everything that goes into a live production coming out of here is crazy insane, because you have 10,000 media that are here trying to cover this show. Not all of them are streaming, of course, but they all, I mean, live stuff, but they're all streaming some type of live stuff, whether it's on their devices or whatever. You have somebody, I bet you at any given time there's 500 media feeds coming out of this place.
Probably.
Yeah. Just because it's Facebook Live.
Yeah,
or
somebody
what
doing
have you,
Facebook
so.
Live or YouTube Live
right.
or Mixer or Twitch or something like that, just firing it up.
And then you throw the 170,000 people in here that are tweeting about something, going on Facebook, trying to make a phone call. The bandwidth requirement out of this building, and we're all geeks. Everybody in here is a geek, so it's not like we're the casual user either. Everybody lives on these devices except for Alice behind me here, but generally speaking, that's kind of how it is, right?
The good news, though, as geeks, we tend to carry more than one device.
Yes.
Which, for some people, becomes a problem for others. But in my case, I carry 2 phones. One's on AT&T and one's on Sprint.
Sure.
And my Sprint phone has been stable all week.
That's really great.
Not a single problem all week long. So I've been living on that thing.
So
the AT&T phone, worthless.
Yeah, I can't, and that isn't a slam to AT&T.
No, not at all.
It's just that there's probably 100,000 people in the room here that are using AT&T at the same time.
It has everything to do with where there are repeaters in this building, for which carrier, and how many people in the media and on the exhibit floor are using each carrier.
Right, exactly.
So,
and Sprint probably just doesn't have as many people here using it.
Either that, or they may have a better agreement with the Sands Expo Center.
Who knows? Right. And I think they actually use a little bit of a different bandwidth too, don't they?
Yeah, Sprint is runs their voice on CDMA.
Okay.
And then their LTE is in a different band from everybody
Yep.
else, because they started on WiMAX and they went to
Yeah,
LTE.
that's right. So they actually have a little bit of a clearer connection because of what they use, but I don't think I think the wavelength isn't as long, so you're not able to go as far with it. But kind of like the 5G thing.
Exactly. But it's been working for me all week. Thank goodness. Because we've got people checking in our guests as they arrive. And we have no Wi-Fi. We're not allowed to set up our own Wi-Fi.
Right.
They'll smack it off the table.
Right.
So for us, the only thing we can do is hardwire, and you can't hardwire a phone. I mean, you can, but I didn't bring that device with me. So checking in has been a problem. Half the time they're having to come up to the booth, and the person running the stream is having to check them in.
Right.
Which is no good. But
so
my phone's been working like a champ. I've been checking them in from my phone.
That is fantastic.
Huzzah.
Yes.
That's why I carried multiple carriers.
So let's talk a little bit about tomorrow afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. So we are going to be choosing 5, 4?
5 and 1.
Okay, 5 and 1.
Yes.
So explain what I'm talking about.
Okay. So we're doing a best of CES from the Tech Podcast Network. We have 5 major brands representing in TPN. We've got Geek News Central with Geek News Central and GNC Week in Review. We've got the Tech Ranch. We've got Plug Hits Live. The Gadget Professor and Talking Sound are all represented here on the team, and each one of them will get an award. So you and Alice, and you get to choose one to give.
I think they're going to hand us one here.
Oh, perfect.
So,
Here is one of our awards. And you're probably positioned better to get it into a camera than I am. So each one of us will get one, and then we as a group will choose the top of the pyramid.
So we're going to actually take the 5. Are we all voting on who we think is going to be the best one then?
Yes.
We're all going to huddle together and go,
and then whoever pitched them, their second choice will get their award.
Okay.
So that's how that'll go.
Gotcha.
So if yours gets chosen, whatever your second choice is will get your award, and we'll give them the best of from TPN.
Okay, gotcha.
So
very, very cool.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. We used to do this when we were in the North Hall. And it's been a long time since we've done it. And I figured since we've returned to the big show format, we should return to the big show format.
And I got to tell you, they're beautiful.
Aren't they?
Absolutely beautiful. I mean, this is something that if you get this, you know, those 5 companies plus 1 that are going to get this, they're going to be proud to display this. So
yeah,
it's fantastic.
Yeah,
It
the
really is.
company, and I'm gonna say who did these for us. It was edco.com. They produced them and shipped them to Vegas. They were at our condo waiting when we got here. They designed, etched, and shipped in less than a week.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
It was a really great experience.
You know,
so
as much as I love that we're giving these away, I also hate you because I've met so many great companies already. It's tough to pick one.
I know.
It really is.
We've got, I think, 3 or 4 that are highly in contention.
We're kind of in that
right
space
now.
too. And you know, my thinking is, what changes the world more? That's kind of my premise.
Sure.
You know,
and that's the great thing. Each brand gets to choose what their credentials are.
Right.
What's the thing that you're looking for? And for you, it's what's the thing that changes the world.
Right.
And
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I already know what Don's.
Well, it's great.
He's already given me his pick.
Yep. And of course, you know, some of the interviews that I've done have got me thinking now too about, you know, things I've seen on the floor that are not going to make it to the up here are in that contention that they don't know about. But there's been a few people I've talked to here. Not to give out did you see the WaterSmart thing?
Yeah, I saw it. No idea.
You look at this
I didn't
device
hear
and I'm
any of
thinking
it.
it's a water filter of some kind.
No?
This thing is going to change the world.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. You just find these things out. So anyway, I know it's time for our next guest.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll switch you out. I appreciate it, Scott.
Yep, for sure.
I'm going to do my.
And I'm going to take this
yes,
with me.
you take that with you, and I'll do my shameless plug for Coca-Cola. But we really appreciate it, Coke. You're fueling us today. Amazon Marketplace and Coca-Cola. Appreciate all the beverages that you're throwing at us today because we really need these. Yeah. And as you probably realize, we are coming to you live after all of that with Scott Ertz, coming to you live from CES. We are the only live show coming out of CES this year. We really appreciate that you are here joining us for our continuing coverage of CES 2020. And what we're doing is we have a couple hundred companies that have kind of booked with us before the show. And we're showing off their products that they're showing here at CES. And next up is Xing Pan. Am I saying that
Very nice.
Did I get it right?
Yes. You are probably the first person to pronounce it right at the
you know why
entire
that?
show today.
You know why that is? Because I butcher everybody's name. So, so I just took it. I'm great.
I'm impressed.
That's great.
Very good.
Well, Xing, you're with speech morphing.
Yeah.
And why don't you tell us a little bit about speech morphing?
Okay, Speech Morphing is a personalized speech technology company.
Okay.
Aiming to improve human-machine communications.
Okay.
Speech Morphing, we have a natural language speech synthesis technology that is designed to enable the creation of high-quality, high resemblance branded customer voice. And the reason of it, just like human, when you and I speak, our voice comes with many different styles and tones.
Right.
And I look at you. There's the text I'm communicating with you, but also there's the facial expression or the tone of the voice. The customer experience market is actually experiencing a huge digital transformation. The UK-based Juniper Research has estimated about 8 billion digital assistant by 2023.
Wow.
That's a lot of voice.
Yes, yes.
So, but the majority, most of our voice out there are designed with synthesis voice, are designed with a single style and single tones.
Right,
and
right.
that's not how humans communicate.
Right.
You know, when we communicate, our voice change. Yeah.
And I'm, you know, just so that everybody
Yeah.
understands, you know, we're talking about Amazon, Alexa, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
Google. I
Yeah.
mean, they have their own speech packs, but
Yes.
And they're certainly better than they used to be. Correct?
Absolutely, they have
But
done a great job.
They
yes.
actually have. But so you have something that will actually take that to the next level. Is what you're saying?
We are very unique because you know, people want you know, voice is the most natural communication
Right.
form, and when you the whole digital transformation require, you know, basically present the opportunity of a lot of self-service a lot of conversational AI, digital agent, and we will need the synthesized voice as part of it, and it's important. But when people started, but the thing is, every single company has a brand. Over time, they have built a brand, and then it just doesn't make sense for one company sounds like the other company.
Right.
And it's inevitable that every single company need to have a branded voice as part of its. The voice product is a natural. It's the extension of their company brand.
So are you? I know we're talking about digital assistants, but you're actually talking about more so about the way we communicate with the company, right? So I mean, I make a phone call to company X, right?
Yeah.
And then I can create a voice that answers my call, talks to me over my computer if I'm using some type of chat bot or whatever it is, right, to help answer questions, direct calls to wherever we need to go. Is this what you're talking about, basically, or what do you?
It is. So basically, so we're in the business of enterprise customer care, and basically, when you pick up the phone calls, there's a digital assistant answer your calls, whether it's contact center, IVR, or conversation IVR, or the. But the thing is. When we talk, sorry about my mic, it's important to have a voice that is more human-like, has a varied style and tones to support that they're changing the situational customer interactions.
Okay.
So, if a customer is angry, you can't respond. Your voice should be a little bit more empathetical. So, most of our today's speech synthesis technology, they train the voice with a single style and single tone. It's monotone, and that just doesn't.
Okay, so I'm a company.
Yes.
Okay, and I want to use speech morphine. How does that process work? I mean, do you bring me into the studio and we record a few things and then creates the whole language pack, or how does that work?
Very, very, very good question. So we can work with the existing audio files, or we can bring you to a studio and or work with within your studio. We can direct the recordings. So our voice process is we only need less than 10 minutes of audio materials.
Okay, so 300, 400, 500, 1,000 words, whatever it looks like.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes. And then basically when we record, we just don't just simply record that one tone, and you may decide you have different use cases, and whether it's the car warning tones, right?
Sure.
Or whether it's the weather telling you about the weather happily.
Yes.
And so you decide what tones, what styles you may want to want for your different use cases. Each of those tones, we only need 5 minutes of audio materials. So our voice, the voices, multiple tones and styles can be arbitrarily combined during synthesis to support the changing use cases and situational dialogues.
So weather is a great example, right?
Yes,
I mean, you would like to have that smooth, calming voice when it says, "Oh, it's going to be a beautiful 75 degrees and partly sunny today," right? Or take cover now. Here comes a tornado, or whatever it is, right? I mean, so you need to have. I can see that because you don't want to have that calming voice, that same voice that you would hear for a tornado warning as you would for the beautiful day.
Absolutely. So, but you want to have that voice readily available for you, other than constantly go record a voice or constantly go retrain a new style. So in our case, it's a one shot. You have you create the voice that come with the different tones and styles. You can arbitrarily combine during synthesis to support that. And then the other thing is, company like Nike or like a big brand company, they all have their branded persona. So it's been around for a long time, and so for example, Nike voice is a very encouraging, positive, right, energetic. So they have their voice, talent as well. So it would be much better to take the same voice, go extend it to different digital products.
Right.
Other than say, here is my branded voice, but here's my Alexa voice.
Right.
So that's where we're coming in. Traditionally, conventionally, creating customer voice takes hours recording and months process. And then it's just not very cost effective for people. right? So with us, we basically enable the very minimum audio recordings, and then we can produce a voice with multiple style within a week.
Right. Great. So how do we find out more information about you?
Speechmorphing.com.
That easy. Okay. I love it. Yeah. Okay.
And check us on Twitter. We have a Twitter handle, Speechmorphing.
Okay.
You know, and then also on LinkedIn.
All right. Well,
All right.
Xing, it was great having you on the show today.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it, and I wish you all the best. So
thank you very much.
Thanks. All right.
Okay.
And again, go to speechmorphing.com and check it out, because you never know when you're going to need a voice pack or what have you to brand your company. Again, yeah, thanks, Xing. And again, we're coming to you live from CES 2020. This is the only full live streaming show coming out of CES this year. And just like I said, it is, you'll see all of our blunders and all of our whatever we have going on here. And if you want to follow me at Guru of Geek on Twitter, at Guru of Geek on Facebook, and Guru of Geek USA on Instagram, catch up on all the latest and greatest that I have going on as well with the Tech Ranch. Had some great conversations with some people earlier today as well in the robotic space. The other thing I find interesting is, you know, home security, of course, has exploded with the advent of all kinds of great cameras, front doorbells with video cameras in them now. All of these things have become a lot easier. Of course, you can get them into the ecosystems of Alexa, Amazon Alexa, or Google Nest, of course, so that you can use those products as well. You know, speaking of speech morphing, you can actually turn those systems on and off, review the people when they're coming up to your front door or what have you. Just put a front doorbell on at our home, actually, and it's been interesting to see people coming. As we're at the show here, we can actually see people coming up to the house, and which is kind of advantageous, and you can actually talk to them through your smart device, which is kind of a cool thing. So, you know, security-wise, that's always a wonderful thing too. There are some new padlocks coming out that are very interesting. Not traditional combination locks or keyed locks, but using your fingerprint, and opening them up. So then you don't have to remember the key or the combination or what have you to get in there. And you can assign different people the access to that lock, which I think is cool too. So one of the companies, TapLock, we actually interviewed them yesterday. I think is really great. You know, if you have a company trailer that you lock up or whatever, maybe it's a storage locker, you can actually assign 10, 20, 30 people with their fingerprint. They can just open those locks up. I found that pretty intriguing. Let's see, what else did we see? I'm thinking right now. Of course, there's nobody around me. I usually pull people in if I got 2 or 3 minutes here. Who do we have on the production there today?
I'm Adam.
Hey, Adam. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Am I bothering you right now, or do you have 2 minutes?
No, I'm perfectly fine.
So I know this is your first day behind the board here.
Yes.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good. I'm getting the hang of it.
Yeah, good, good. Have you had a chance to peruse the show a little bit yet?
Yeah.
Okay. And anything that stands out with you as far as technology at the show this year?
I've seen a lot of cool stuff.
Okay.
Trying to think of what stands out.
Okay. It's tough to come up with something right off the top of your head because there's so much, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So have you seen? Well, I guess you got to go back to work now. So
okay.
we'll let you work at them. But yeah. So you know, CES 2020. This is the 20th year that I've been at the show, and we've seen a lot of things that have changed over the years. Of course, most of it is probably in the smartphone area, and you know, actually, I mean, when you really think about it, I'd say easily half of the technology here connects to this device. I mean, this device is really going to be how we communicate with the world moving forward, how we run our homes, how we drive our cars, you know, get our transportation, pay for things. All of this stuff is taking place. I mean, monitoring your house for water leaks, turning your lights on and off, turning your television on and off. I mean, you know, it's becoming your entertainment device. It's become your wallet. It has become all of these things. I remember, you know, not that long ago, the gadget bag that you'd have to carry with you if you're traveling or whatever, that's all been combined into this. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that you had a GPS unit that was by itself. You had a camera that you carried with you. All of these things have been incorporated into this very, very small device that allows you to communicate with the world and share things with the world or what have you. And most of CES, when you talk to companies, you know, including the smart water device that we had in here a little bit ago, communicate with your device now to let you know if you got a water leak or if your, you know, thermostat isn't working at home when it's 10 below zero or what have you, so that you can, you know, monitor your home. And it's pretty amazing when you think about all of the things that your smart device does. So most of the companies behind us, everything is connected and will become more and more like that. The Internet of Things is a burgeoning thing as well. You know, we talk about, we always laugh about light bulbs that are connected to the internet, right? Well, I used to laugh about that, and now I have light bulbs that are connected to the internet because I like the convenience of being able to turn those lights on and off. To be, you know, as I drive up to my home, my lights come on now automatically because it knows the coordinates of where I'm at, and it knows that it's now dark, and the outside lights come on. You know, so there's convenience behind that. There's safety behind all of these things as we move forward. Of course, one of the big things is the privacy concerns of everything being connected as well. But there are companies that are now starting to figure that out and really getting behind, like Aragon that was in here a little bit ago, that we're talking about, you know, how they're tracking customers for businesses, but they're not sharing that information. In fact, your phone has become the store box, so to speak, of your information. So you don't have, you get a better customer experience. You have a better opportunity to understand what's around you. If you need to go out to eat, or if you get caught in an airport or what have you, but at the same time not sharing that information with the rest of the world. So anyway, we are up to our next guest, Dan Bowden. Dan, how you doing?
I'm doing well, but my name's
Uh-oh.
Michael Pivito.
Well, I don't think your mic was on quite yet then either, so why don't you introduce yourself again?
Yeah, my name's Michael Pivito, and I'm with AOR.
Okay. So you're taking Dan's place, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I am taking Dan's place. I'm the head of the U.S. for the company. So
fantastic.
It makes sense to come over.
Fantastic. All right. So, Mike, why don't you tell us a little bit about what AOR is?
Yeah, so we're in the personal air filtration respiration business.
Okay.
So there are literally hundreds of millions of very cool people living in very cool cities, breathing really bad air. And a lot of them seek protection today. They wear masks.
Yeah, I mean, if you walk through the hall right now, you'd see 1,000 or 2,000 people wearing a mask.
Absolutely.
Right
the reality is those masks are flawed because they require two things: a filter to block stuff, and a nearly perfect seal to stop the little stuff. And that's where the problem lies.
And I think, you know, as you're saying that, I think most people probably understand that. I mean, I know I look at people who are wearing a mask, and I'm like, there really isn't that much protection. I mean, I suppose there's a little bit of protection, but not that much. Probably more than anything else, and I'm just thinking out loud, is that maybe if that person is not feeling well, that maybe they're actually just wearing the mask so they're not coughing or sneezing on other people, which is fantastic that they do that, right? You know, but other than that, there really isn't much protection for the inbound stuff.
Correct. That's exactly right. Bacteria is big, so having something like that with those so-called flaws is fine because that they're coughing out or breathing out, that's going to get captured.
Yes.
We're really in the air pollution is what we're dealing with.
Sure. So tell me a little bit about what your solution is.
Yeah, so what we found was we started kind of on at a filter level first, and we realized that we had an amazing filter in the lab. But when we started putting it on people, just like everybody else's, it's flawed because of this gap, this constant gap that's there. So we basically leaned into that and said, let's alleviate the seal altogether. So what we do is we have fans that'll never be bigger, louder, bulkier than first generation, but those fans draw in the air. Anything that's in the air is pulled in, and then it goes through a multiple stage of filtration down to a nano level. So by the time that the air hits the blades of the fan, 98.7% of PM 2.5, we captured it.
Okay.
So now that newly cleaned air is flushed to the front of the face from both sides until they collide. It forms a pocket, a turbulent pocket of clean air. So for every breath you have, the pressure's greater inside than outside, so nothing outside can get inside. The seal is formed by air pressure.
Okay. And you obviously have the device right here.
Yeah, so basically you can get an idea here. So
Okay.
this is our prototype.
Okay.
We're a tweener. We launched this year, July of 2020.
Okay.
But we wanted to be here. So
Okay.
this is where we are in
Yeah.
our development cycle.
Yep, yep.
This is Proto 1 we call.
Okay.
So proof of concept. So we're bringing in the air. We're drawing it in. It goes through our drivetrain chamber that is cleaning the air all the way through till it touches the blades, and now
Okay.
it's blown. You see an air pressure gauge in the front.
Okay.
That's to tell us the pressure is greater inside than outside. If it's not, the fans pick up. In other words, if our target is a commuter in Seoul, Korea, about 2 hours a day. They live a filtered life until they're outside.
Okay.
And they're commuting to another filtered environment of work. They're right now going out, and if they're late for the train and they take off running, they're going to be taking air out of that mask. The pressure is going to go down. The system knows it, so the fan picks up, and you have a continuous flow of clean air, high pressure clean air, whenever you need it.
So are there, I mean, you bring up a very interesting point. Are there parts of the world that, I mean, I think of LA, of course.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if that's our worst community
It is.
in the country. But there are parts of the world that are significantly worse, correct?
Yeah, there are. I mean, the fastest growing market for personal air filtration is the United States.
Okay.
Small base.
Okay.
Right? Our business eventually in the U.S. will be industrial.
Okay.
That's heavily regulated, and that takes time. We'll get there. So in the beginning, it's going to be probably West Coast, New York City.
Okay.
You know, if you're in a large metropolitan
Sure.
area, there's cars all around
Yep,
you.
yep.
Trust. The World Health Organization says 92% of all people on the planet are breathing unhealthy air. So even though you don't feel it, it's there. Obviously, if you're in Beijing or New Delhi, you feel it.
Right.
And you kind of see it when
Right.
you expel.
Right.
So, yeah, it's a secondary market for us initially, but as we get into industrial, medical, military, it'll grow.
I see. So are you, I mean, is that your goal basically, is to, I'm interested in your marketing of this product because, you know, I'm not sure, you know, right now, well, I live in North Dakota.
Yeah.
You know, so, I mean, we have blue skies and this, you know, we can't see our air unless it's snowing, you know, so.
Yeah, yeah.
But there are parts of the country, I mean, you're right. I mean, I go to New York City and I feel so fortunate with where I live because I go there or in LA or whatever. And you're right. You can't leave the coffee shop and walk outside and not breathe exhaust fumes.
Absolutely.
Or everything else that's in the air, you know. So I can see where people, I'm just telling you right now, I mean, personally, I think I would have a hard time with using this in a public environment, but in a work environment, I would see that. But
Yeah,
I think you need to, I'm just saying that with me, you'd have to educate me a little bit more. But I think I'm close right now. But
Well, I would say this. We live in a country where people are not, it's not a norm to wear a mask around.
Right,
So
right.
It'd be like if people wore headphones around like this all
Right,
the time.
exactly.
And then all of a sudden in our country they don't, and so you show up, they're going, why is this guy wearing
Right,
a headset around?
right.
Well, it's an everyday occurrence in these cities. So we don't have a barrier of like, ooh, will they put something on their face? They're doing it every single day. It just doesn't work.
that's interesting because, you know, the headphone analogy is really good because the reason we have these on in here is because the noise pollution in here is so crazy. You and I couldn't even have a conversation on the air that they would be able to hear unless we had these crazy headphones with these microphones.
Yeah,
right?
correct.
And everybody understands that when they're walking by, that they know what's going on here because of that, right? So the same thing would be true here. And I would imagine, so I suffer from allergies.
Yeah, 25 million Americans have asthma, and you have a 40% greater episode of an attack
Yes.
in just moderate air
Yes.
pollution.
So if you wore this and that took that away, right there. I mean, why would you not wear this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that we know that there's all these other markets. Our first and primary objective is protect people from air pollution. We have a whole array and a big, giant, ambitious plan to do a bunch of other stuff later, but we got to first do this before anybody cares about the rest.
So you're launching the product in the second quarter of this year?
We launch it in July. We deliver in July of this year. We're
Okay.
taking orders here.
Oh, you are? Okay. Well, fantastic. And what does the unit run?
It's $350.
Okay.
It's a connected device. The other part I want to mention in here is right now you buy a mask that we know doesn't really work.
Yep.
But you don't know that.
Right.
You buy it, you put it on, and you assume it works. So we're the first ever device to tell you that because we have sensors. It's a wearable. That's why we're in this section.
Yes.
And it tells you what's in the air around you. Do you need to wear this? Are you protected or not protected? And so it creates what your battery life is like, what your filter life is like. So it's the first ever kind of connected device, and so it leads us to a kind of a runway. You imagine when we get into an industrial setting. I grew up in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Okay.
Great place. Hot, humid, oil refineries all around the Gulf of Mexico.
Yep.
You work in that condition, it's 92 degrees, 97% humidity. You are not wearing a silicone rubber mask on your face very long.
Right.
So this would allow us to work compliance. So the boss and foreman is going to know who's not wearing it, who should be wearing it, and it just helps them through their entire kind of chain of compliance.
Right. Filters, are they washable, or do you have to replace them
No,
occasionally?
they're replaceable, and as a connected device, it tells you when. We know when there's 20% life left on the filter, you'll get a warning on that, and they'll tell you when the opportunity to order again.
And batteries as well?
Or battery, a charge for an hour, and you have a 5-hour life.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
So, okay, fantastic. And where do we find out more information about this?
AO-air.com.
Very nice. Mike, it's been fantastic having you on the show.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for bringing this along. This is what I love about CES is people who have innovative ideas that come here and share them with us. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking of having no kidding.
All right. You just rapid fire, huh?
Rapid fire, that's what we're doing.
Is it unique of all the things you've seen? Is it in there?
It actually is very, very nice. Yeah. Sorry about that, everybody. Again, we are live from CES. Marlo Anderson, the Guru of Geek, coming to you high atop the Sands broadcast booth. And as I get my throat cleared out here a little bit, I may actually have to enjoy one of these Coca-Colas here. Thank you, Coca-Cola, by the way, and Alexa Marketplace for supplying us with our beverages today. That's actually pretty tasty. I'm having the all right, Benjamin. How you doing?
Hey there. Thanks for having me on.
So what am I drinking here? It's guarana, is that what it is? Yeah, B vitamins
you're
and caffeine.
Drinking caffeine.
Well, that's going to energize me a little bit, I'm thinking, right?
Better hope so, because this is a long show here.
It is a long show. Thanks for being on the show.
Thanks for having us.
I'm sorry I was having a little bit of a talking about air filtration and masks, and I'm like, I can't breathe there for a second. So, but fantastic having you here today. So, Bazingo?
Bazigo. That's right.
Looks interesting to me. So let's talk Bazigo.
Bazigo is the first device that actively tracks mosquitoes directly. All the other solutions, all the other devices out there wait for mosquitoes to come to them. They wait passively. We don't like that. We go directly after the mosquitoes. We take the fight to them.
So are you, I'm envisioning you going out and tagging mosquitoes one at a time. So, well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So let's just back up a little bit here.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you know a little bit about mosquitoes.
A few things.
Okay. So give me some interesting facts about mosquitoes and why this is so important.
Well, the most important thing is mosquitoes are the most dangerous animal on the face of the planet. They kill 1 million people a year.
That's amazing.
Humans only kill about 400,000. After that, all the things we're scared about, sharks, snakes, spiders, scorpions, they kill a few dozen or a few hundred. 1 million people a year.
Yep. And you think about, if there's a shark attack, they close down the whole beach for that thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but nobody ever issues a mosquito warning,
There were
so to speak.
there were 12 cases of dengue fever in Florida this year.
Wow.
They almost shut down Massachusetts. They almost shut down Halloween because they were too afraid that the kids were going to get bit by a mosquito
Yep.
and come down with equine encephalitis.
Yeah, we have an issue with West Nile in our neck of the woods.
That's
and
right.
And that's a disease that can kill you, or you don't even know you have it. I mean, it's crazy the difference in between. But it does strike fear into people. I mean, you go out in an evening to watch a ball game or whatever, and you forget to put mosquito spray on or whatever. And I hate the stuff, quite frankly. And you get bitten, and you have it in the back of your mind now. I mean, it's like, did I just, am I going to get sick because of this or what have you?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Well, we're
Okay.
we're primarily an indoor solution.
Okay.
Outdoor, you can put on that bug
Yes.
spray. You can put on DEET, but you get home, you don't want to put on bug spray in your own house.
Right.
And the best solution indoors right now is to get under a mosquito net, but then you're stuck in bed in the mosquito net. What
Right.
if you want to walk around?
Right. So.
Yeah.
We want to bazingo these, right?
That's right. That's right.
Bazingo, yes.
We're using AI vision technology. We track everything that comes into your room that's flying. We track dozens of mosquitoes, bugs, insects, whatever comes into your room. We tag them. We're tracking them. As soon as it lands, that's when we trigger stage 2. Right now, what we do, take a laser pointer. We're not going to kill them. We're not going to burn them. We're totally laser safe, totally home safe. What we do, we outline the mosquito, show you exactly where it is, send a notification to your phone. You can take it out easily. 90% of the problem is just knowing where the mosquito lands. Mosquitoes flying around, you don't know where it is. It's too fast, it's too erratic. You're not going to be able to catch it. As soon as it lands, that's when you can get it. They're actually really weak flyers. They need to rest most of the time. We see them flying, so we think they're always buzzing. Most of the time, they're just lazy and waiting for us to kill them if you only knew where they were.
So, you talk about a very creative solution to this.
Thank you.
So Bazingo actually tracks the mosquito, sends an alert to my phone, tells me where in the house this mosquito is, or a biting fly or whatever.
Exactly. Whatever it is in your house, you don't want it there. Generation 2, we're actually going to send out a mini drone, get up close and personal, take it out autonomously.
Oh my goodness. That's amazing.
Hey, it's the best solution. Don't wait for them to come to you. If you wait for them to come to you, they land on you, they bite you, you feel it, but they already got your blood. You want to get it before that.
Well, and you think about if you're sleeping or whatever. I mean, how many times? I think I read a report one time that while we sleep in our lifetime, we have like 8 spiders that come in and out of our mouth, and I'm just like, you have to be kidding me, right? But you're pretty susceptible in your house.
Exactly.
So.
I go to bed, turn out my lights, suddenly you hear this zzz.
Yes, exactly. Where is that thing?
Jump out of bed, slam my door, make sure the mosquito isn't going to fly out to my kids.
Right.
And then I'm like, okay, where'd it go? Spend the next 10, 15 minutes just looking for them, take out a flashlight.
Yep. So this is available on the market already?
So the first generation comes out in about 18 months.
Okay.
We have fully working prototypes, doing really well. We've been in test environments in different departments, have almost no false positives, bringing down the number of bites in the house to almost 0 in a month and in a year and a half.
That's, when I think I've seen and heard everything, and then you come along, and I'm not making light of this. It's just
it's a serious topic.
It's a serious topic.
It sounds amusing that we're going to send out a drone to take down a mosquito, but you know what? When it comes to mosquitoes, there's no such thing as overkill.
I won't argue with that, and I just think it's such a unique way to attack this problem. And I just, we always talk about, drones, for example. you know, 10 years ago, how are drones going to change the world? Well, I mean, you know, yeah, I guess we're going to fight wars with them, right? But nobody really thinks about the practical. And we take photographs and we spy on people,
Yeah,
right?
and you're going to send food via drone.
Right,
You know.
and those things now are starting to take place. And like you said, now you can have a little mini drone that goes out and tracks down a mosquito or a bug and take care of it. That's just amazing. So,
Exactly.
yeah. So yeah, do you have information online now that people can take a look at?
So
or?
we're not available yet, but at bzigo.com, bzigo.com, you can already reserve your device now for a $9 deposit. We'll give you a $30 discount when we're available next year. Our target price is $169, which is pretty good for a good night's sleep and no West Nile virus.
Yeah. So I'm assuming you have there's got to be a story here, right? How did you think of this?
Well, first of all, like I said, mosquitoes are the most dangerous animal in the world, on the planet. Kill 1 million people a year. They infect 800 million people a year, are sick because of mosquitoes. Now, that's almost 1 billion people every year. Our co-founder, Nadav, remembers when his father, every single night when he'd go to sleep, his father would come into the room and spend 5-10 minutes looking for mosquitoes, checking every single corner of the room just to make sure there were no mosquitoes coming to get him in the middle of the night. No one should have to do that.
Interesting. So, yeah, I just love this idea. You know, it's amusing me, but at the same time, I really love it. So
thank you. It's amusing, but it's serious tech behind it. We're detecting mosquitoes from 8 meters, 26 feet away. We're using AI vision technology. From 8 meters away, you know, that mosquito is 1 pixel long.
Right.
You know, we're not actually looking at a mosquito itself. You know, try to identify it, you can't, but we can see the way it moves. We're identifying movement and flight patterns in order to tell that it's there.
How has your idea been received at the show so far? I mean, I'm just curious what people think when they hear about this for the first time.
We have a lot of people, especially when you say we're going to send a drone after it, a lot of people laughing.
Yeah, yep.
And then they're like, yeah, but I want it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
You know, most people come by, they're like, wait, you just tell me where the mosquito is. No, I want you to use the laser to kill the thing.
Yep.
I'm like, you know what? We're using low-powered lasers because they're certified for home use. In order to have a high-powered laser, we're not going to put it in your house. You want to start a fire. You want to burn. You want to burn a hole through your drapes.
Exactly.
Nah,
exactly.
It's not going to work.
Yeah. It's a great idea. So
Thank
I
you
need
very
to
much.
let you go. Pleasure having you on the show. Go check it out, everybody. Bzigo. Well,
Bzigo.com.
Yeah, go check it out. Bzigo.com. Michael, it's been great again, and I wish you all the best with the rest of the show.
Thanks very much for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, Bzigo.com, BZIGO, our continuing coverage of CES 20, and the only live continuous coverage that you will have at CES this year as we're getting set up for our next guest. And we're high above the SANS conference here at CES 2020 in the broadcast tower. And I'm your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, and you can catch me. That's quite a waddle, Scott. Oh, I'll bring my drink over here too. So, have you practiced that often? Yes. You can have the lead chair if you want.
What's that?
You can have the lead chair here if you want, or that's the lead chair on that side, I guess. So.
Yeah. Well, so this is going to be a little different than normal.
Are we going to cuddle? Oh.
No, I think that was yesterday.
That was Dave, yeah, or the day before, yeah.
So we're going to have a bit of a round robin interview.
Oh, great.
I'm going to give this to you because it's yours.
Yes.
So this is the Young Innovators Award.
Oh, yes.
With Living in Digital Times.
Okay.
So I love that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's bring the innovators on.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to start with the person who created the program.
Okay.
And then we're going to get to talk to 2 of the award winners for this year, which is really cool.
I'm thinking we have the youngest of them all first, so that's fantastic. The last gadget standing.
No, that's another event we do, actually.
Yes, it is.
That is fantastic. So, and you are?
I am Robin Raskin.
Hey, Robin.
founder of Living in Digital Times,
Yes.
partners with CES.
Actually, I have talked to you before now as you're bringing
I
that up.
knew you-
Yeah,
yeah.
I think a
You
year or two
sounded
ago.
familiar.
Yeah, I remember that now. So yes.
So tell the audience about what we've got going on here.
So, you know, everybody comes to CES and you can feel the energy. It's so palpable and life-changing for so many people. So it occurred to me about 5 years ago, why not pick a couple of kids who are doing amazing things? And rather than having them like at 6th Science in the 8th grade or the 9th grade, have them come out here and see what's here. So CTA was nice enough to give me special dispensation to award 4 kids every year. We let them apply with an application. It's got to be scalable, it's got to be unique and innovative, and it's got to have some social good value.
Okay.
And we have 4 wonderful kids. You're going to meet 2 of them. They're under 20 years old.
Okay.
And we have kept track over all these years. They don't quit. They go on, and they all remember this CES as being that moment where they saw magic.
That's fantastic.
I had the opportunity a couple of years ago. I work with First Robotics, and it was one of the times where CES went over the weekend, and so it was kickoff weekend for the First Robotics competition, and the CTA allowed me to host a kickoff event at the North Hall, and then a couple of the kids got to go in and see, and this has been 5 years now. I continue to get emails from them
as they grow up,
because of the experience. They got a personal tour of Intel, and that's
very cool.
It's just such a cool thing, and they all remember that as the first time they saw exactly what the industry looks like.
And I think CTA has been really good about recognizing that it's reskilling and education, etc. That's going to make them 21st century learners.
Well, I think the other thing, too, and I think Scott and I talked about this a day or two ago, is when you build entrepreneurship in a young person, those people stay where they're at. So there isn't anything, in my opinion, stronger for a community to build its economic infrastructure than getting young entrepreneurs.
Agreed.
They just won't move anywhere else because they've built their business there.
No, and once you taste it, you know, and we try and reach out every way possible. We work with the Science Teachers of America, and we, go out to all the journalists and say, tell anybody that you can. I will tell you, most of our students over the years have been first-generation Americans. So I do want my little warning to American education is like, wake up. There are people working really hard, and they tend not to be white, endowed, privileged kids, but kids who are really scrappy and will work for this. So it's an interesting aside.
But I'd be willing to bet that most of the businesses in here, most of those business entrepreneurs when they first started were all that way.
Exactly. Exactly. And
because you have to be. If you're not, you may get 1 year at Eureka Park and then we never hear from you again.
Right.
You don't get the success stories of moving from Eureka Park to the top floor of the Sands or to the LVCC. And
I always think it's best to be underfunded and scrappy than overfunded and comfortable.
Yeah.
But how many 16-year-olds have you met that are all filing patents? I mean, these kids are amazing. And actually, for the first year, we have great judges who are all really techie. But I had to go to experts in like quantum, photonics, and say, could you help me evaluate this 16-year-old's application? Right?
That's funny.
So like, there's
Why
so
am I
novel.
going to be afraid of this interview next year?
Oh, you have no idea. Like, really, you're putting it on the blockchain? Okay, well, let me just. And so we actually went out to so many experts going, let me talk to that kid. Last year, we had kids who got internships here.
Yeah.
So I think the industry, it's one of the happiest things that I do at this show, and we do a lot of things here.
Fantastic.
Yes, you do. and we're going to get to have a conversation about Digital Health Summit tomorrow, I think.
That's right.
So I look forward to that.
We just announced our last gadget standing. Winners, MedWand, a tricorder-like device. I'm serious. That you can use remotely to tell your doctor, look at my throat, look at my heart, look at my lungs.
Wow.
And
that's awesome.
Real-time translator from Waverly called Ambassador. That is the fastest multinational way to do global business.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Well, maybe one of these days, these two will will be competing in Last Gadget Standing.
That's exactly what I said this morning.
But let's hear from them and see what they're up to.
Thanks so much.
So
Great
absolutely.
to see you guys.
And I think it's Todd's turn to get up here too. So I'm going to do the switch out at the same
No,
time.
it's my turn.
Or is it your turn?
Yeah. That's why this is working out perfect.
Well, I hate to do this, but I have to go.
Okay.
So
no
you
worries.
Get to,
then
okay.
then I will continue.
Okay.
You take off.
That
All right. So Marlo and I are going to switch and
so let's
see you
maybe
later.
just roll the footage down there. Everybody, it's been a pleasure. I will see you again tomorrow, so join me here. And Scott will be taking it the rest. Well, I guess it's not the rest of the way.
No,
but
Todd,
the next,
Todd will finish up.
Todd gets to finish up a little bit later on. But hang on, because we have these amazing students coming at you next. Yeah. Unfortunately, I have, or fortunately, however you want to say it, I have other media.
All right, and I am back at CES 2020. We're talking with the Young Innovators Awards winners now. Hello.
For having me.
Absolutely. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah. So I'm a 16-year-old innovator. I've been doing tons of cool stuff with blockchain and machine learning. So I basically worked on this platform using blockchain to track medication and supply chain. And so currently in our world today, around 10% of our medication is actually counterfeit. And in the developing world, this rises to like 40%. It's insane.
What?
Yeah, it's super crazy. And so I developed a platform to actually solve that problem. And I've been doing some stuff with machine learning around disease diagnosing using deep neural networks.
Okay, so before we get into the details on that, let's talk about how you ended up wanting to do an entrepreneurial type, self-started project.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm actually part of this like human accelerator program based out of Toronto called the Knowledge Society.
Okay.
And so that's actually how I got initially exposed to these like emerging technologies like machine learning, blockchain, quantum computing. But I've always been like super curious to do like meaningful work. That's always been something in my head. Like, how do I just do something meaningful in the world? But I never really knew how. And so I think through this program, like you get exposed to these technologies, you're building projects, like you're developing your mindset, learning philosophies, and you really understand how you can possibly like, do meaningful work in the world as like a 16-year-old. Yeah.
That's really cool. I have a conference in Toronto that you should go to.
We'll talk later.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's talk about the project. So we're using blockchain and AI to detect, track. What are we doing with the medication?
Yeah, so the way the current supply chain works is there's actually no tracking system. And so the reason for counterfeit medication is the fact that the supply chain is there's no sort of accountability system to see where these products are actually being sourced from, where they're coming from. And so often second wholesalers or repackaging happens with the medication. And so the reason why blockchain made a lot of sense for a platform to track the medication was because you need a system where people can easily trace what's happening with the medication. So on blockchain, you can basically note down each transaction.
Okay.
And then it's a trustful system. And so basically the project is a blockchain system, is a blockchain system to track medication and supply chain. And the way you do that is through basically interacting each step of the way with each stakeholder and verifying that the medication matches this like ID in the network.
Sure. And since blockchain is essentially, to dumb it down, it's obviously more than this, but it's a shared audit trail that's unalterable, right? So once the audit is created, we don't have to worry about it being, because any false information gets booted out during verification. So that it's a totally safe way to be able to track the transaction of changing hands of the medications.
100%.
That's awesome.
It's such a big issue that I think it's just an interesting application of the technology, and I think we still have, like, we haven't fully unlocked the potential of ways we can actually, like, interact with blockchain for, like, digital identity, counterfeit medication. There's so many interesting applications.
And there's been a whole lot of uninteresting applications.
Yeah.
Right. It's been applied to all kinds of nonsense, but eventually people were going to figure out ways to use it for better. And it sounds like that's exactly what you've done.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Is this something that you're hoping to actually, or have you maybe already brought to market, bring to market? What stage are you with this?
Yeah, so I actually worked with a few researchers from IBM Watson, because they're doing a really similar project actually using blockchain.
Okay.
So I worked with some mentors from there to actually develop out the platform. I've been in talks with like a few researchers and a few clinics, mainly in the developing world, to see if I can possibly pilot it. But I think it's all about like just developing out the platform and like making it really good before I can actually like pilot it out and get people to use it.
Very cool. Well, I love this. Is there information out in the world about it?
Yeah, you can check out, if you want, you can check out my website. So it's just www.alishbaimran.com. I also have LinkedIn. It's just my name, Alishba Imran. Twitter, whatever, like everything. I have articles on there. I usually tweet about my progress. So if you want to stay in touch, I would love that.
Absolutely. For sure. We will be in touch, because I think this conference would be something that would be interesting to you. So.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And thanks for being on, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
We've been talking about blockchain off and on all week, and some of the applications in the past have been, who cares? But this one, we're finally starting to see people use blockchain for what it was intended to be, and that's wonderful, because there's so much potential to the technology, and it's hardly ever been taken advantage of. I mean, blockchain dating app, don't care. Blockchain to protect the integrity of medication in the world, that's a noble endeavor. And we have another guest here. Hello.
Nice to meet you. I'm Stanley.
Nice to meet you too. Go ahead and introduce yourself and your project.
So hi, my name is Stanley. I'm 16. I go to Arcadia High School in Southern California. So LA guy,
Gotcha.
Not too far away from here. And my project?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I basically developed this inexpensive and portable device that can perform disease detection, onto a single system. It's inexpensive, about less than $2 to fabricate, user-friendly, less than 4 minutes runtime, and has, been a big project of mine over the past few years.
Okay. So before we get into the details on it, let's talk about what led you to want to be in this crazy entrepreneurial space.
Okay, yeah. So as a kid, I've always been interested in engineering, design and creation of all these different kinds of objects. So, I remember, like, as a child, I spent hours in my family garage, building all these sorts of Lego creations, or, even just, deconstructing some of my household appliances and, looking at the different circuits and stuff like that. And as I, got older and got into middle school, my teachers introduced me to, all these sorts of, different softwares, which, I could design different things onto, designing bridges, all these, simple sorts of things.
Okay.
And, as I got older into high school, I realized, I wanted to put myself out there and, really see what was out there and what I could impact on. So in the summer of my freshman year, I emailed over 100 different labs in, my surrounding neighborhoods. I got one reply. And
well, you know what? You got a reply.
Yeah, and now I'm working at the USC Department of Pathology doing research and working on this project.
Okay, first of all, that's crazy.
Thank you.
And second of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So let's talk about exactly what the project, what the piece is.
Of course, yeah. So it's a diagnostic device for disease detection.
Okay.
So one of the big challenges in disease detection right now is that a lot of the disease detection steps, from drawing a patient's blood to running it through a centrifuge to process the blood to detecting, the disease for whatever you're looking for, getting results, and then sending it back to the patient from the hospital to lab, and then back to the patient. That takes forever. That takes a few days. It's very time intensive. So what I really wanted to do was see how I could mitigate these steps into a single system.
Okay.
So that's what I have built, the amino essence chip. It's a glass. It's about the size of a glass slide. It's a microfluidic device which uses a technology called acoustic induced microstreaming.
It's a lot of words.
It's a lot of words, yeah. But the very brief explanation of it is that when a acoustic field acts upon a channel of air bubbles, they cause the air bubbles to oscillate.
Okay.
And when like a liquid like blood or something like that comes into contact with all these oscillating air bubbles, it creates what's called in my lab as a microvortex. So it creates the attraction and repulsion of the liquid around the microvortex, and separates blood cells based off of their larger sizes, and the plasma just flows through.
What? That's crazy. Okay, so crazy. All right, so obviously I feel like I can't be the first one to make the connection with the disaster that was Theranos, right?
Yeah, of course, of course.
There's no way that everybody who's actually trying to accomplish this, not just saying they did, is going to be compared against that crazy collapse.
Of course, yeah.
So, has that been a problem for you up until now, or are you able to say, no, see, look, here it is, it actually, I'll do it for you?
Yeah, so I understand where you're coming from with the whole, Theranos, that was a disaster,
Yeah,
but
and potentially could set back the the medical diagnostic industry.
yeah, so the biggest thing for me, especially, working at, the USC Department of Pathology, is, being transparent with my results, with my data.
Yeah.
And, just doing clean science, and sharing my work with other people. So in terms of what the, what the feasibility of a device like this in the medical industry is, it's in its prototyping stages right now.
Sure.
But based off of lab results, we have, run a lot of different experiments and collected, a lot of, different data points to suggest that, this device could be used in the future, for, these point of care tests, these diagnostic tests. And if we have more time, I can, run you through some of the numbers, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think at some point I will have to be in contact with you, because this is really cool.
Thank you so much.
And it's awesome that you won the award. As well you should, because this is crazy.
Thank you.
And so what was it that attracted you to medical stuff?
Just reading about all these, different things happening online. For example, I think when I was about, 13 or 12, I was shocked. There are millions of people, worldwide who die from these preventable diseases, including my aunt, who died from, colon cancer a few years back.
Gotcha.
Because of late diagnosis and because of the inaccessibility of, really sensitive and accurate, diagnostic tests that are accurate and available, to these people in third world countries, or even just, people in their neighborhood.
Yeah.
So I guess that has been the biggest inspiration for me and driving factor, in trying to, develop something and using my passion for engineering
Sure.
To address these problems. Yeah.
Sure. So a personal experience led you down the path.
A personal experience. Yeah.
Gotcha. That's cool. That tends to be the way the best things happen. So, well, thank you for coming and talking to me today.
It's been a pleasure, sir.
Before you take off, if people want to find out more about what you're doing, is there a way they can do that?
I don't have a LinkedIn. I'm only 16, but I do have a website where I do talk a little bit more about this device. So you can either go on, you can either Google YoungInnovatorstoWatch.com and look at my projects, or you can just Google the amino essence chip, which is the device I created, at squarespace.com, and you'll be able to find it there.
Very cool. Well, we are definitely going to be in contact, because I'm loving this.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Absolutely. Have a good show. Enjoy your time here.
Yeah. It's
Go ahead.
I've been blown away by everything I've seen here.
It's crazy.
It's absolutely crazy, and I'm loving it. I'm only 16. I'm here. I'm loving it.
Very cool. Well, enjoy the rest of your time.
Thank you.
All right. So that's fascinating. And we will get to hear more in this space from Living in Digital Times tomorrow when they're back to talk about the Digital Health Summit, which I'm really excited about. For right this second, though, we're going to go to the webcam for just a moment and start technically at the top of the 2 o'clock hour, even though it's 2:15. Hello, Internet. We are back with CES 2020 coverage from the Tech Podcasts Network. I'm Scott with Plug Hits Live.
Chris Jordan with Talking Sound Podcast.
And before we get started, we want to give a thank you to Coke and Alexa Shopping.
Yes.
They have kept us going today. They were kind enough to give us an armful of these energy drinks earlier. And honestly, I don't think Marlo would have gotten through the last block, and I know I would be asleep by now if it were not for them. So I want to thank them once again. I'm going to take one more drink, and then this is gone for the rest of the show.
Yeah, I was personally dying a while ago before I went over to the machine and got one, and about 20 minutes later, it's like, oh, all right, I'm ready for some broadcast now.
I like the regular Coke one. It tastes like 95% Coke and 5% Barks root beer. It's weird.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's got bite.
Oh, funny. All right, well, we have our first guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
All right, my name is Caitlin Fitzgerald, and I am Director of Brand at Zero Mass Water.
And for those who don't know, go ahead and talk about what Zero Mass Water is.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're excited to be here today. Here at CES, we are a renewable water company, and our technology Source Hydro Panels is making water from only sunlight and air. This hydro panel technology is collecting moisture in the air, adsorbing it into a hygroscopic material. Now, that's a material that's been specially nanostructured to be highly attracted to water. And then we use passive condensation powered by solar to take that and make clean drinking water.
And we spoke 2 years ago. We got to talk about this out at your booth in the courtyard in front of Central Hall, which I'll never forget the panels throwing light into the camera over and over again. Oh, it was a challenge to get it, but it was a great conversation. I really like the technology, and I know that you guys have some new stuff going on this year. So what do we got going on?
We do indeed. We have two really exciting announcements. So first is our Source Rexy Hydro Panel. This is a really cool new residential technology. It is about the exact same size as a standard solar PV panel, and it is designed to make that perfect rooftop water production, designed for your residences, your homes, your schools, kind of that individual use. And at the same time, we are unveiling our Source Fields. Now, these are huge arrays of hydro panels that make many, many hundreds or thousands or even millions of liters each year. And so these large arrays are designed for your industrial, your commercial, or even your hospitality use. And we have many of these in place around the world today. So we're excited to be telling that story because as you can see, from the individual all the way to that scaled water production, the future of water can actually be renewable. And that's actually not a distant future. That's a future that's here today.
Yeah, not even a galaxy far, far away either. You don't have to be a evaporator farmer on Tatooine for this stuff to work. That's what's great.
Exactly, exactly. And that's what's really fun, too, is that while the technology sounds a little bit like sci-fi and a little bit like magic, it's really science. And we can do this in even very, very low humid conditions. And so we have, installations in places like, Arizona, where we're from. And that humidity, there's barely any water in there. And we're making water all year long.
Wow. And I can only imagine somewhere like Florida, Texas, somewhere like that is just rapidly humid all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
How much you would be able to produce.
And that's what you and I talked about last time, being from Florida. And it might actually seem like alchemy with it.
Exactly.
Water.
Exactly, and it's that simple. You can take one of these hydro panels out into the middle of the desert, and it's going to make water for you. It doesn't need any electric input or any water input.
And you had them physically set up in the courtyard. You might, again, I imagine so.
Yeah, we have an entire setup. So if folks are coming out at CES, we're in that central plaza. We've got our Rexy on display, both on the ground so you can see it up close, but also so you can see it on a rooftop at our mini home. And then we also have an array to kind of show you what a small source field might look like. We've got 6 hydro panels set up. And importantly, we've got a bottled refill station. So if you're thirsty at the show, this is the best place to get drinking water. You don't even have to pay for it.
And it is.
It is amazing.
Having gotten to try it, and you just kind of kept giving it to us last time because we were there on Friday and we were all pretty well dead, and you were just like, nope, you still look, here, keep taking.
Keep hydrating. Yeah, please. You look like you need some water.
And for somebody who, outside of CES, doesn't often drink a whole lot of water, just straight water, this would do it for me.
Excellent.
So I mean,
love to hear that.
that's a big thing.
Yeah, and that's been an important part of our journey with our customers too, is that it's not just that you can make water anywhere. It's not just that you have renewable water, but we spent a lot of time studying exactly what does make drinking water delicious. What is water that people want to drink? And then we designed that mineral recipe in our water to mirror that flavor, that taste profile, and that's what you get with source water. It's truly delicious.
It is.
Yeah, and I had the chance to meet y'all at Unveiled the other night. That was the first time I had a chance to see the technology. And as someone that's looking to move out into the middle of the desert eventually, the fact that this technology is there, so affordable, so readily available, is awesome. Like, what is the price point on a home unit, things like that? What is the production on the average home unit, like for apartment users, things like that? Because it's definitely something that could replace your generalized water service, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, a lot of folks are upgrading their water supply, and so it's really important. If you're buying bottled water, you're going to lengths to filter your water, make sure your water is safe and accessible. A $2,500 Rexy hydro panel would help you completely eliminate all of your bottled water usage or any of that filtered water, and it's going to make up to 300 bottles worth of water for you every month. So it's great.
Wow.
And it's just like solar, right? So if you've got a bigger family, bigger household, you just add a few more hydro panels.
Yeah.
And it's really just that easy.
Exactly.
They look like a regular solar panel. They go in a place where a regular solar panel would go, and they just spit out water.
Yeah.
Exactly. And in fact, your installation is going to be a bit easier than if you got solar, because we're not connecting to any grid or any electric infrastructure.
You don't have to worry about the power company trying to fight you or any of the nonsense that goes into.
Yep, it's just fully independent. We put it on your roof, run a tube down to your tap, and you're good to go as soon as the sun comes up.
Now, as an engineer myself, one of my questions is always integration. How do you go about integrating this into your existing system? How do you go about installing this into your house, that kind of stuff? Is it something that you could put up temporarily at a rental property, that kind of stuff?
It's standalone, right?
It is. It is. So there's.
I wanted to make sure I remembered.
Yes, that was very good. That must have been a great conversation.
Indeed.
So yeah, it actually doesn't have to integrate. So what it does is, like I said, it goes on your roof. You take like a little tube, snake it through your walls the way you might a cable.
Okay.
And then it goes up right to like a dedicated drinking water tap that might be in your kitchen. And so we don't mess with your existing plumbing. We're not, causing extra headaches for you. We're just, it's that simple. And that's one of the elegance of it.
So it could go into the spot where maybe one of those water filters or even a hand spray thing would
Yes,
go.
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
you could even hook it up outside, put it onto a drip hose, and just have it automatically watering your garden daily.
Oh, yeah.
That kind of stuff.
We've got lots of customers that are doing that today.
Yeah, especially with aquaponics, that kind of stuff going on all over the place now. You could set up your own fully functioning ecosystem back there that's growing fish and plants and generating the water itself.
The possibilities are so endless when all you need is sunlight and air. And as cheesy as that sounds, it just is so true.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only that, but actively increasing air quality, filtering out impurities, that kind of stuff as well at the same time.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, and then that's what's special. So, you know, your traditional water supply, it's going to take some dirty water and it's going to clean it to the best of their abilities and try to keep it clean as much as they can. But with our water, we're taking only pure water molecules out of the air, condensing only pure water similar to distilled. So it starts like a blank slate, which is really special because you don't ever have that vulnerability like you might with other water supplies.
And this, in addition to where we talked about residential, in places where water is a problem as a whole, because, you know, here we're fortunate. We can turn on the tap and we're good to go. But that's not the case everywhere.
That's very true. And importantly, we are in more than 35 different countries today where we're providing water in places where they're experiencing a wide range of issues, from drought to contamination to total infrastructure failure.
Even major disasters, like right now down in Puerto Rico, 500 swarm earthquakes just happened. They're looking at more. Definitely an issue with their water. You could go out, set these up, and provide water for whole communities after hurricanes, floods, earthquakes, all kinds of things.
And we've done that. In fact, I'm getting updates about the earthquakes from my team that's down there because they're out there. We have hydro panel installations all across the island, and importantly, in remote places, right?
Specifically on islands where the infrastructure to put in desalination plants, things like that, resorts, that kind of stuff, the infrastructure for that is huge and very, very cost inefficient.
And we have, again, like you keep naming all these great applications, and we've got installations just like that. We've got them from Dubai to Australia.
Nice.
That's fantastic. Well, obviously people are going to want to find out more about this. How can they do that?
So if you want to find out more about Zero Mass Water, you can visit our website at www.zeromasswater.com.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for coming and talking to us today.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Enjoy the show. And if you get thirsty, you guys know where to hydrate.
Indeed.
That's right.
All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. See you soon. And such exciting technology.
It really
so
is.
Amazing.
It has so many applications, whether it be, you know, consumer or whatever, or trying to go into a disaster zone.
Well, and imagine the savings, because most of the time, whenever you're doing any kind of, you know, commercial planting, crop irrigation, that kind of stuff, the infrastructure to get that irrigation out there, to get power out there, to pump that much water.
It's crazy.
To know that you could use this as a drip watering system in orchards, that kind of thing. And just generate the water there. You wouldn't have to pump it from a local stream that's going somewhere else. You know.
For sure. Yeah, and screw up habitats and things like that.
Precisely.
Yeah,
precisely.
For sure. And anytime a technology can make things better rather than worse, obviously, that's the direction we want to go.
Well, and speaking of better than worse, let's start getting into a little bit of smart home technology here.
Hello.
Hi there.
How are you doing today?
Real good.
Welcome.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
My name is Sam with Toucan Security Systems.
Okay. And what have we got going on here?
Well, this year we're introducing 2 new products. They're both battery powered.
Okay.
And it's totally wireless. It's wire-free installations also. And introducing the doorbell.
Okay.
Okay. It comes with a wireless chime also. The biggest feature that we have on the doorbell is that it is 180 degrees wide angle view.
Oh, wow. All right.
Okay. And it's not hardwired like
right.
It's totally battery operated.
All right.
So it's very easy for you to install anywhere you wish.
And how long is the battery life on that?
Oh, on one charge on typical usage, it's approximately 4 months to a year.
Whoa.
Wow.
It's going to depend on how many people come to your door, I would suppose.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How frequent? How many cats pass by and turn the camera on? Things like that.
Yeah.
Is it automated or is it only whenever people push the bell?
It's automated. It's got a motion sensor. It will trigger it, and once it starts triggering, it'll start recording the video, the entire footage.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And it's so important in this day and age. We see it so frequently with, especially here at the holidays, people taking packages off doorsteps, things like that. I recently accidentally left my car unlocked and came out in the morning, and it was just one of those. I went out to grab something, didn't hit lock, came out in the morning, and everything from my glove box was out, everything from my console was out. Fortunately, I leave no valuables in my car, but it was one of those moments of like, wow, I was just violated. And I did that to myself. You know, and to know that you have the opportunity to protect yourself, your home, your family, your belongings in ways like this now is great. Tell us a little bit about this second camera that you have.
Okay, and this second camera is a wireless outdoor camera. It's weatherproof. Oh, but by the way, both of them are weatherproof.
Ooh,
good. Okay, you can spray water on it and everything. It's just you cannot drop this in the in a swimming pool.
No submersion.
No.
Yeah.
So we're not going to take stream diving videos, is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
No, this is meant to protect your house.
Okay.
Not your swimming pool. Well, this one here has a great feature. It comes with a magnetic mount.
Ooh.
It's so easy for you to install. Our company, we want to create a device, our products, to be simple and just works, and just easy for everybody to use.
But you know, when it comes to smart home technology, whether it be security cameras or door sensors or whatever it is, that ease of setup is the most important part. Because if I have a bad experience with one product, I'm not sticking with that ecosystem.
That's right.
But if I have a good experience, I'm going to live in that ecosystem and I'm going to expand.
As a matter of fact, speaking of easy setup, you can probably set this up on your to pair it with your app on your mobile phone within about a minute and a half.
Oh wow!
It's very
and
easy.
See, that's the definition of easy setup.
Exactly,
right
because I've got IP cameras at my house. I've got a kid. It was one of those like I could buy just a regular child monitor. I could buy a quality PTZ camera that operates over IP, and I did that so that I could use it later. But to know that it took so much time to set that up, to make the equipment talk to each other, everything else, and then whenever we get a new router, the guy just had to set it up again because our cable company was like, "Hey, time for a new router." So the fact that this is app-driven, everything else, and that the integration is that fast, is that simple.
It's simple.
Yeah, absolutely.
And with the magnetic mount, only takes one screw.
Okay.
Oh.
Or
I'm going to take this from you real quick.
And can you get additional mounts so that you can move that camera from one location to another, things like that? And especially since it's app-driven, that's something that you could absolutely take to grandma's house with the baby, that kind of stuff. Use it as a portable baby monitor. It's tiny enough to fit inside your coat pocket.
That's right. But on the other hand, our price point for these devices are so inexpensive that you can afford multiple units.
Well, let's get into that real quick. What is the price point on these?
The outdoor camera is only $79.99.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And the doorbell, including the wireless chime, is only $89.99.
Oh.
Okay.
All right.
You don't need to set up any other equipment. These are individualized.
Okay.
So you don't have a base station or anything other things that you need to set up.
All right. And just out of curiosity.
So no required like central hub.
No.
It's just this is it. Good to go.
That's it. Just like your phone.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Awesome.
So getting into the ecosystem is easy and inexpensive.
That's right.
And then with a positive experience, staying in the ecosystem is where you want to be.
It's even easier.
And just out of curiosity, is there any kind of cloud storage, anything like that, so that if you're away, something happens, you have record of that kind of stuff?
Sure do. We comes with as a free user. It's free. You don't need to pay anything.
Okay.
Okay. It's rolling 24 hours of storage, and you can have 5 downloads a month for your records.
Wow.
For whatever video you want to keep for keepsakes, or you want to share it with your friends, family.
So it stores a month at a time?
Oh, it stores 24 hours.
24 hours.
Rolling.
So it'll drop the first
Yeah.
hour off. But
Okay.
you can download.
Gotcha.
Within a month, you can download 5
every month.
clips.
That's for free.
Yeah. Wow.
But
wow.
On top, going above and beyond that, our very affordable subscription plan is only $2.99.
Oh.
And what I call that, personally, I made this one up. It's Caesar's all-you-can-eat buffet.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We're definitely in the right place for that.
Okay. That subscription plan includes 7 days rolling storage, cloud storage. Okay. Unlimited downloads for all your videos. You can share unlimited, and you can share your devices with up to 10 other users. For instance, like your wife, your kids.
Yeah, my
your
wife,
parents.
my brother. So if I'm if we're the whole
Exactly.
family's out of town, my brother can keep an eye on it. Scott can watch my property.
Oh, there you go.
You're not watching my property, I know. You got better things to do. But
Plus, we're both here. It doesn't help.
Yeah.
What am I going to do?
Yeah. Hey, dude, somebody broke into your car.
On top of it, there's no device limit.
Oh, wow. That's great. So you could have like 30 cameras, and they're
right.
all rolling 24/7 and all being cloud stored and
There'll
everything
be-
else.
That's right. And on top of it, there's no location limit.
Oh, so I could have one at my mom's house, one at my house, one at my business.
Hey,
They're
your
all on the
Florida-
same account.
Your Florida vacation home.
Someday.
Okay, very cool. And now,
Awesome.
I want to see how this. It looks like this is a joint on here. Okay, I wanted to see how it worked.
Yeah, that's some nice smooth articulation,
Yeah,
actually.
it is. It's really easy to move and to put into any. Oh, it goes even. Wow, it goes
Yes.
further down than I expected it to go.
actually, oops, excuse me. Actually, I'm getting nervous here.
Wow.
What you can do here is you can mount it on top, on the ceiling.
Sure.
Or
go
you can
straight
mount it
down.
on the post. Okay, so you can move it down any which angle. You can roll it around, side by side, up and down. And the magnet is very, very strong.
Oh,
man, I
wait.
can hear that thing.
Nope. I'm sorry. Whoop. Let's try this again. That's not what I thought was happening here. Hold on.
Yeah.
That.
I definitely thought it was jointed. I definitely thought it was a ball joint.
Yeah. That's not what is happening here. That's not a ball joint. This is a separate piece that is
Oh, I just
Okay.
fell in love.
Things just changed.
Yeah.
Things are happening here. That's even better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's do the installation again. Now that we understand this. So this little puck, one screw in, click.
That's right.
And then now that it's in place, we take our camera,
Mount it, adjust your position.
find your position the way you want, and you're good to go.
There you go.
Got it.
Wow.
6 months later, your app tells you, oh, you have low battery now.
You pop it off.
Charge it with
Charge it.
with a micro USB.
Micro?
Okay.
Standard USB cable
All
you
right.
can have anywhere.
Okay.
And
Just
you're
like
good to go.
a lot of your other equipments, accessories, and
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Your app is going to notify you that your battery is fully charged. Take it off, plug it back
Throw it
in,
back on.
adjust,
Good to go.
done.
Awesome.
Man, that is too cool.
It really is.
I love it. What? I guess, are these available out on market now? Where
Sure,
can
yeah.
people find them?
Well, currently right now it's over on Amazon and online.
I like hearing Amazon. Because that's going on my list as soon as we're off air.
So how do we find them on Amazon?
Oh, this is the over at Toucan. You search for Toucan outdoor security camera.
Okay.
Outdoor video camera, security
And
camera.
how much are your packages? You were saying that they were available in packages, that kind of stuff. Like, what are the different options? Can you mix and match together? Are there kits that come with 2 or 3 security cameras and the doorbell? That
Currently,
kind of
right
stuff?
now we're selling it individually.
Okay.
Okay, but you can purchase them.
And they all integrate together on the same network
same
system,
app.
everything.
With unlimited devices.
with
Yeah.
unlimited
That's
devices.
crazy.
That's epically awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
and then on top of it, guess what? On the doorbell, we include a wireless chime along with it. And this chime, you can select 6 different sounds.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. And just to let you hear it.
Oh.
Right here.
Oh.
Okay.
That's nice.
You press a different button. You can select your sound.
I love it. I love it. That's great.
On top of it, the volume of the chime, you can control it with your app.
All right.
You
All
can
right.
mute it.
Yeah.
There's low, there's
So
medium, there's
you,
high.
You put the baby to bed, something like that. Go to cook some lunch. Mute the doorbell so it doesn't wake the baby up.
That's right.
Nice.
Very cool.
Love it.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to us today.
Yeah.
These are really cool devices.
Yeah. Very, very well done, Sam. Beautiful design.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And
Thank
have
you.
a great rest of your CES.
Thank you.
That is utterly cool. Like I
Yeah,
said, I've had a few IP cameras. I've got some out in my garage from years ago that are just there. I don't and won't touch them anymore just because of the time it takes to integrate them, put them up. They were given to me. They're great cameras and stuff, but just the time to install them and put them in and keep them up is insane. To know that you can go out of the box, download an app, put it up, have 45 cameras around your house if you want.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful technology.
Yeah, for sure. And that magnetic, not quite ball joint.
And that was a strong magnetic connection too. That was not something that was going to free spin, going to slip, slide, sag.
When I was adjusting it.
Yeah, I heard it clicking. I thought it was like
I totally thought that was
ratchet
a ball
joint. Yeah.
I had no idea that was a magnet.
Same here.
When he popped that off.
Yeah, my mind exploded.
That crazy.
Yeah.
Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Fantastic. Yourself?
Great. It's a great show.
Isn't it?
Awesome. Thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
Hi, I'm Jan from Smart Guide, and Smart Guide is a company that turns every tourist into an explorer. And we do that by turning your phone into a personal tour guide so that we can guide you like a live guide in the places that you visit.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So this is a mobile app that if I'm say it's my first time in Vegas and I want maybe information about the mob history of the town, because for me that's the most interesting part of Vegas. There might be a guide for that, and it would like show me places, tell me places to go that are part of that mob history.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's how it works. So basically, when you travel right now, you would typically go on Google Maps to find your way, and then like searching all kinds of blogs and websites to find information about the places that you are visiting, right? So that
25 places in Vegas that you have to do under $20.
Yeah.
Those types of things.
Exactly, exactly. But then this sucks because when you are outside and you are looking at those places, you don't want to spend the time looking at a screen and searching for all of this information and
and
going
then having
through all
the
of these
conversation.
websites.
What are we going to do?
Exactly. So then you pull out Smart Guide app, and we have actually 370 destinations globally covered. So of course, including Las Vegas, and you get a guide for Vegas. Now, the way this works is that you get guided tours around Vegas that you can join, and it's a self-guided tour. So unlike walking with a live guide, you can do it at your convenience whenever you like it.
So it's a little bit more like putting the headphones on at an art museum.
Exactly. It's like those audio
Yeah.
guides, but it actually works with GPS. So it takes you around, it talks to you, and based on the places that you visit, it will tell you what's interesting about these places. So actually you can leave the phone in the pocket, put on your headphones, and just follow the tour.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's fantastic. Now, whenever you register for the app, is it something that you put in your preferences? Like, I like rock and roll music, I like pubs, that kind of stuff.
And I like mob history.
Yeah, exactly, and that's we should travel more together.
I cannot imagine that would be a setting, but
doing things like that, like I'm into pop culture, comics, that kind of stuff, and it will direct you to those places, or.
Well, it's even better than that. You don't have to set it up.
Oh, great.
But we collect lots of data about what you are actually interested in, because we know where you go. And it sounds kind of scary, but and we know how much time you spend there. But then we very quickly learn your preferences, so that when we see what you like and where you like to spend your time, we can then recommend places that are like the places that you liked or people like you liked. So it's kind of like the Netflix recommendation engine, but for the places that you visit.
So it's going to pretty much show me every electronic music store and pub in town.
Well, now
I'm just playing.
but it's now more for the tourist stuff, right? So if you like casinos, that's
sure. Museums, historical sites, things like that.
But when you go to a place like Rome, you know, if you are more into food, you know, it will show you around the restaurants. If you are more into the history, it will take you to all the historic places.
Okay.
But that's not all. It will also show the stuff to you in augmented reality, so that you find your way. You don't have to look at the map and, you know, where should I go? I'm on this busy square. Should I take this street out or this? It will just show it for you. So you're looking kind of like Pokemon Go, but for tourism. So it will show you where to go. You know, you are looking out what is out there and what is this interesting building. So you just point the phone at it with the augmented reality and, you know, you see what is it about.
All right. So I'm a big fan of augmented reality. And not a lot of companies have figured out, outside of games, fair enough, have found a whole lot of great consumer uses for it. There's a lot of commercial uses for it, but there haven't been that many consumer uses for it. And this is a great way to take advantage of the technology.
Exactly. I think gaming is an obvious one, but tourism is great.
It's one of the first places that any technology goes.
Exactly.
Yeah, precisely. To be leveraging this kind of technology, AI technology, like you're talking about, that figures out your preferences, everything else. What a great use of leverage in that field.
Because when you're a tourist, you are in the reality, but you want to learn something more, right? That's where you travel, and you want to experience the places, but you don't want to leave the reality. So we don't do virtual reality. It's not like, you know, you're sitting on the couch and, you know, looking around Vegas.
Going to Vegas, but not really.
Exactly. Yeah. But once you are there, when you are, you know, Rome is a good example, right? Because there's so much history. And when we can show you the history through the augmented reality, that's what really works.
Yeah.
But then what is another cool thing is that we do all of this, that you can download it fully offline. So when you travel to a place where you don't have a local SIM card, or, you know, you are in the middle of a jungle visiting some ruins, or you are, it sends...
in the middle of a valley surrounded by wireless signals.
And 250,000 nerds.
Yeah, exactly. With 18 wireless signals each. Precisely. Traveling internationally using your data, things like that, is hugely expensive, massively expensive sometimes on some plans. So to know that you can download this stuff, like you said, for Rome, for Florida.
Do it in the hotel, do it before you go, something like that.
Exactly.
And when you're out and roaming, it's good to go.
You're on Wi-Fi, download it, and then you go.
That's awesome.
Just a curious question. Is it possible right now, are y'all looking at showing past history at locations where whenever you show the building, it shows you what the building used to look like pictures of what it looked like in 1810 when this history did happen, that kind of stuff?
That's exactly the plan. So we don't do it yet, but that's on the roadmap. That's the next step, because that's exactly like you're visiting Notre Dame in Paris, and it just burns, right? So you want to see how it looked like before.
Imagine being able to put that into a history class. Imagine being able to put that, like, hey, kids, let's go visit the building of the Great Wall of China.
Right.
You know, here it is now. Let's start stepping back in history and see the evolution of it. Like, that would be so entirely cool.
Is it weird that I keep getting stuck in Vegas and thinking that it would be interesting to see Fremont Street before the screen was up?
Yeah, right?
Things like that. We're here. It's where my mind is stuck.
Yeah, precisely. Imagine being able to step in time and, like, see it the way it was when your grandfather was stationed up the road.
Yeah.
You know, stuff like that. You know, being able to see it through another generation's eyes and experience the world that way. It's an absolutely great way to experience the world around you.
So what's the availability? Is it out now? What's our cost on it? How does this all work?
It's out with the 370 destinations, mostly in English, but we are now adding other languages. So we have about 6 more languages covering 50 destinations or so. And it's a platform, so it's not us doing all the guides, because there's so much content for every interesting place in the world. You have interesting content, you have storytellers, you have guides, you have destinations that have the content. So we give them technology.
And you have people who know the area better than you could ever know it.
Exactly, exactly. So we cannot know all the places around the world. I can show you around Prague, but I cannot show you around Vegas, right?
Yeah, sure.
But there are guides who can really show you around Vegas. But the problem is when you have live guides, it's not very scalable, right? Like, and it's difficult to find one. Like, okay, go out now on the street and find someone who will show you around Vegas.
Yeah, and good luck keeping up with the tour guide in Vegas. You're going to lose him amongst the 20,000 people on the sidewalk.
Exactly.
But hopefully you're not going to lose your headphones.
That's right.
So
I mean, you might, but hopefully not.
So what we do is we find that one good guide in every destination, and we digitize their story, so that then anyone can take the tour that they would normally guide them through at any time when it's convenient for them, you know, at your speed. If you are walking with kids, you know, you might want to take it slower, and you don't have to join this huge group that you see in, not in Vegas, but in many cities in Europe. Like if you go to Rome, that we talked about, and you see all of these groups of tourists that are stuck in the middle of the street, and it's
hundreds of people.
Everybody else's way.
So big they have to have flags on a backpack so you can follow them. Yeah, precisely.
And so is each tour a particular price? Does the guide do that? How does that work?
So it's a freemium, so we let you use it for free online, and then if you want this full offline download, you upgrade for about $5 for destination.
Oh my God,
so
man!
Like a free walking tour, or even cheaper.
You can't even buy a tourist guide for that much.
Exactly, that's the point.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, if people want to find out more about the platform, how can they do that?
Yep. So we are Smart Guide. If you search Smart Guide on the Play Store, App Store, you'll download the app, or go on smart-guide.org, and that's our website, and we'll be happy to connect. We also work with lots of B2B partners, cities, attractions. We help them digitize the content. So
beautiful.
If you want to put your content in the application, happy to help. We have the technology ready and just waiting to get more content in.
Very cool.
Fantastic.
Well, thanks so much for coming and talking to us today.
Cool. Thank you.
Absolutely.
My pleasure. And next time you travel, you know who's your guide.
Absolutely. We will be taking a look at what Vegas looks like as soon as we get off the air.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is really cool, man. As someone who spends about 30 weeks a year on the road, to know that whenever I go into a city, I can find all the stuff to do. I can find the historical spots, that kind of stuff all around the country. That's great.
And the fact that it learns about you.
Yeah, your habits, your likes.
Can make
your
recommendations based on your past places that you've gone and places that people who are like you have gone in the past.
Yeah.
That's
it's a
really
freemium,
brilliant.
too, at that. Like
surprising.
Yeah, that was really surprising to find out that it was not a membership program, things like that.
I figured it would always be $5 a city or $8 a city.
Sure.
That was how I thought it was
Which
going
is,
to work.
like I said, utterly reasonable. Go to Walgreens, buy a road map, $5.99.
Yeah, you're already there. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hey, welcome.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. You?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
My name is Gary Montague. I'm the CEO and founder of Heart Hero.
And what have we got here?
What is Heart Hero?
Yeah, that's a great question. Heart Hero is an incredibly disruptive way to save your family member from cardiac arrest. This is a new portable and affordable AED that will be coming out to market once regulatory approved. Typical AEDs are very large. They're stuck on cabinets behind glass that I've been taught since grade school, much like you probably have. I'm not allowed to access. I'm not the trained personnel. I didn't put it there. I mean, I don't know the last time I grabbed an axe out of one of those glass cases and tried to knock down a wall.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, you see defib units in airports, stuff like that. But like you're saying, they're behind locked cases.
Yeah.
Everything else. This is such a tiny. I have a TINS unit myself, and this is about the size of the case that came in.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about what inspired this product to come to market and the development behind it.
Yeah, that's a great and interesting backstory that you'll probably enjoy. But I was a former CIA medical officer turned entrepreneur turned CEO of Heart Hero.
Huh.
I kind of have a little entrepreneur spirit in my blood, along with winning in my blood too. Getting to the evolution I was at. Loved my job as a former officer. for the agency, but I ultimately, 2016, had a life change. I had a beautiful little daughter, and my wife and I kind of looked at each other, and I really realized that, you know, while I may be important for that role, there's still somebody doing my job today, right?
Sure, sure.
But my daughter only has one father.
Yeah.
And you guys know this too.
Yep.
So she likes to harass me at night from, you know, getting chocolate milk and stuff. So I like to say I went from hunting terrorist to raising a terrorist, and it is true. But when I did that as a medical officer, I didn't really feel the need to go back into clinical medicine after everything I was doing.
True.
And I had this idea of a portable defibrillator, and that actually happened on an operation in the early teens. I was with a guy who would be like one of the James Bond's Q guys, right?
Okay.
And I turn over and I go, hey, what do you do for your job? Like, what's your background? And he goes, oh, you know, I'm an electrical engineer, but I got my PhD from MIT. And I'm like, so you're pretty smart. Can my cell phone shock somebody? And he goes, how much do you need? And I said, 150 joules by phasic. I mean, we're in the CIA. I watched James Bond.
Sure.
You know, I mean, you remember the Casino Royale? Where
yeah.
Very fitting for this place right here.
Indeed.
Let's shock them. And it turned out to do that. So when I got out in 2016, I looked around, and the market still hasn't reached this. And I started doing some due diligence, and I started realizing the grave numbers around cardiac arrest, understanding that it kills more people each year than breast, lung, colon, prostate cancer combined. You can add firearms into that, fires, etc. We don't talk about it as a nation because it happens so fast and so instantaneously, right? So it's like 1 minute you're here, next minute you drop dead from a heart attack, cardiac arrest, and your buddies go, I'm so sorry for you, you know, move on with your life, because there's nothing you can do.
Right. Yeah.
But there is something you can do. There's a difference between cardiac arrest and cardiac death. And that difference lasts in seconds and minutes. And your family members are about the only ones that can truly make this difference, because 70% of all cardiac arrest will happen in the home with a loved one. You don't have time to wait for an ambulance to get there. The national survivability is around 7%, if that is the case.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
If you got an AED on somebody in the first minute to first 3 minutes. In fact, Vegas has a beautiful study called the Casino Study, where they got a monitor on everybody. And I mean, this is the place to go spend your money, spend your 401k, and also drop dead as you're smoking the cigarette, right? So they have studied this really, really well, and they realize that if you get an AED on somebody and shock them within the first 3 minutes, that survivability from 7% goes up to 74%.
Yeah.
And we
That's
as a
a
nation,
huge difference. It's a massive difference.
So why do you think CPR is the only thing you have available to you?
Yeah.
There hasn't been a big public push for this, and this is what Heart Hero is creating. I'm not creating just another AED. I'm creating a disruptive nature that we need to bring to the consumer and the consumer market. This is why we're at CES.
Yeah.
It's not to do anything else except to raise awareness about cardiac arrest, and that you can be empowered by somebody like this.
All done in a device this size. How does it work?
Absolutely. So this device is very easy. It has a very neat unboxing experience, very Apple-esque unboxing experience. You open it up. It does have an app integrated with this. This does have a Bluetooth cellular chip inside of it. You start configuring your device right from the get-go. Also has training, so you now start to create a relationship with your AED that you can now take everywhere. And then you put in your purse, put in your backpack. It is bilingual.
Trunk of your car.
Trunk of your car. Just start keeping it around you. In the event that you need it, all you need to do is pull the red handle, and it starts immediately walking you through exactly what you do. There's pads inside. You take the pads out. You place them on the chest. It will look at your heart rhythm, and it will decide on if it needs to shock it. If it does not need to shock it, it won't shock it. There's AI in here to sit there and do this. So if you just ran a marathon and you passed out on the ground and your family member doesn't know why you're there, they don't need to know why you're there. They just need to know they need help immediately. And the best thing you can do is put a defibrillator on them, put our Heart Hero device on them when approved, and it will go, does it need a shock? Yes, it needs a shock. Let's shock them. If it doesn't, it actually initiated a 911 call at that point too.
Okay.
So you don't need to sit there and decide, I need to walk away from my loved one who's on the ground and go get the phone or not. You can do the most critical steps.
So the 911 call, is it an automated call, or does it come through here?
No, it is an automated call via here. So as soon as the pads are placed on the chest, there's a thing called impedance. We see the impedance and the resistance between the chest. We know it's game on. This is real. This is something real. So it sends up a cloud-based initiation over into the PSAPs and gives the geolocation and says, hey, there's something that needs help right here. It's a presumed cardiac arrest. let's send help there immediately. So we're really taking the chain of survival that we've learned from the American Heart Association and condensed it into one loop to be as effective as possible.
Not only that, but from your CIA training, you know, people panic.
A few things.
Only a few. Only a few reactions happen. It's fight, flight, or freeze. One of those things in an emergency. And to know that if you aren't trained, if you don't know how to perform CPR, if you don't know how to respond to this, that this unit will give you the answer. This unit will handle the 911 panic call for you.
And one of the things that people watching may not have realized is it didn't just like start showing you things and lighting up. There was vocalization.
Yeah, it was talking to
coming
you.
out of it.
Yeah, and actually she was at our booth the other day. So the voice of the Elliot, and it's Elliot, and why is it Elliot? Because I grew up with E.T.
It's calling home.
Boom.
It's foaming home.
Bam.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what it does. It watches
you said Elliot, and I almost started to do
well,
this.
If
I'm like,
you
know
remember,
what?
he was
That might
actually
be weird.
defibrillated
That's
at the
right.
end, too.
He
So,
sure was.
Yeah. So I wanted to give, to really personalize it. You know, we're in a society now where we're okay with giving tech over and helping us create a relationship and help out things. So yeah, this is exactly it. Carrie Romero, known as Zap Girl on her social media.
Okay.
She is a cardiac arrest survivor. Now she has an in there, and I wanted to pick a cardiac arrest survivor. She was also a Disney character, play person and stuff. Amazing voice, and I wanted a female voice that could really educate you and walk you through this and guide you in one of your most stressful times. You're absolutely right. One of the things I'm really proficient is taking a very stressful situation and creating and breaking it down simply. That's what I had to do for the agency. So
Literally putting it into a little box.
Box.
So you've got a photocell battery here.
I do.
It's a battery that these days
got
we
some
don't
kick.
see as much as we used to. Though we're starting to see it more in technology. But you know, this is a camera battery for flashes from like the 60s.
Now saves your life.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
how many do we put in here?
4.
4.
And it lasts 3 years. Pads last 3 years. It does a cellular connection up to the cloud to let you know if the battery pads are in good working order. GPS coordinates, accelerometer to see if it's been moved around, etc. So you can follow grandma's AED if she wants it. All the siblings can do that. Or if you're the safety manager of a big corporation, now you could have it on the Empire State Building, one on each floor, right? You don't have to go walk on each floor and see if
You can
your
tell
AED
if it's been used.
Looked at your
everything
app
else.
and just be like, hey, all the AEDs are good. Oh, why is the 54th floor being pulled off the wall right now? What's going on here? So really kind of a holistic approach on looking over your AED.
Sure.
It's very tech-driven.
And speaking of tech-driven, one of the things that I love is the personal security behind this. Not a lot of people realize that whenever you make a 911 phone call, your phone becomes a transponder for the next hour and a half to 2 hours. And everything can be listened to. They can track your position, all that kind of stuff. So this actively keeps your cell phone secure. Everything else keeps all your private data from getting out there, your location, all that kind of stuff.
I did not know that, and I'm going to start using it. Thank
Yeah. Yeah, I've had to call 911 a few times, and a couple times they have actively called me back to see if response came.
Okay.
And that's how that happens. You're actively being tracked just in case you're the one that caused the issue.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I can guarantee people are going to want more information about this. How can they get it?
They can go to hearthero.com. We have an up and running website. We are not FDA approved as of yet. 2020, we're shooting to be FDA approved by Black Friday. Give the gift to your family member for more anniversaries, more birthdays, etc.
Got it.
Fantastic.
Well, good luck on that.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing it on the market.
Gentlemen.
Absolutely amazing.
Thank you for the time.
Absolutely.
As someone who comes from a family of heart issues, my grandfather, my son's namesake, actually had his first heart attack at 28.
Oof.
And a few more after that died from heart issues.
Okay.
To know that this is out there, you know, for life-saving technology, to be out on event site, that kind of stuff, to throw into your emergency kit, to throw into the go bag in your trunk, you know, for you to have during storms, hurricanes, that kind of stuff, when it may be tough for help to get to you that fast.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, really just great stuff, future thinking, forward thinking technology that helps our lives, helps our safety, and at the same time, like I said, protecting your personal privacy, making sure that you're going to get that help without putting any of your information at risk. So,
who gave him permission to stand up? we have had Adam, who is a new member of the Plug Hits Live group, on the board today, and I think he just stood up for the first time since 11 a.m.
Doing a great job, by the way. Great
yeah, you've
job.
been killing it, buddy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. How's it been going for you? Are you still going smooth?
Yeah, feeling pretty good.
Well, good. That's good. That's not necessarily always the way it goes. Not everybody feels confident.
Yeah, a lot of people
in control.
Yeah, like I said, fight, flight, or freeze. In those situations, a lot of people tend to panic. He has held nothing but composure whenever I've come in.
Yeah. I've been watching, don't know. For those of us who are working up here, unless we're on air, we can neither hear nor see the show.
Yeah.
We have no idea what's going on. And so what I've been doing is, as Marlo and I were talking about earlier, my phone is the only one out of the entire crew that's been working. And it's been working like a champ. And so I've been on Mixer all day watching the stream. First of all, holy cow, is the quality on Mixer unbelievable.
Really?
Oh, my
now,
goodness.
Like, you just told me about that platform last night. I had not actually heard about it. Tell us a little bit about that real quick before our next guest joins us.
Mixer is Microsoft's Twitch. They bought a company called Beam a couple of years ago, and that's a horrible name.
Yeah.
And so the first thing they did was renamed it. Mixer was a brand name that they had from the old days. It was a product under the Office brand, so they already own the domain.
Okay.
And they repurposed it, just like they did with Groove, which used to be an Office product, and it turned into their music service. They repurposed a great name. It became Mixer. It's integrated into the Xbox One and into Windows 10. If you hit Windows X on your Windows 10 computer, bloop, up comes the Mixer stuff.
Oh.
Is it X? No, it's G. Windows G. For the game bar. And I think Mixer's in the top right corner.
All right.
So you can stream right from your Windows 10 PC with one key go. But it's a really cool platform. But the picture quality, holy cow. It's been phenomenal. But I've been watching specifically so I could keep an eye on how Adam has been feeling.
Yeah.
Because you can tell, as you know, how
the engineer is feeling by how the product is coming out.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And Adam's been rock solid all day. I'm really happy. I had a feeling that that's how he was going to be. And
sure.
At one point, I texted Michelle. I'm like, Adam is killing it, and she's like, I told you he'd be good.
Yeah.
So.
And you can.
You didn't know I had that conversation with her.
you can tell those inclinations with people that if they're excited to mash the buttons. And want to take that on, because not everybody's ready for that kind of technical challenge. So it's tough. It's tough.
Well, I see a blue shirt here in our studio, which I'm really excited about.
I am very, very excited about blue shirts.
I have never gotten to be the person on the live show to do this interview, so I'm very happy about it.
Well, I'm proud to be here for my first CES to be talking to a blue shirt.
Because we always try to have somebody on from the CTA, and it usually ends up going to Todd. He usually gets to be the one to do it, but that's not going to be the case today because we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
Danielle Castagnol. I'm a CES spokesperson. I work for the Consumer Technology Association.
And what is the Consumer Technology Association, just for all of those out there that do not know what that is? We've been explaining to people what CES stands for all week.
Right.
But the CTA, the Consumer Technology Association, what are they all about?
Yeah, so CTA owns and produces CES. It's a trade association located in DC, so they lobby on behalf of the industry. They produce market research. They have working groups and standards and everything in between.
And there's for a long time there was confusion over 4K and UHD, and there were all these names out there, and UHD is what was settled on because of the CTA. You guys were responsible for saying, all right, this is the term, let's do it, UHD.
That's a perfect example of the work we did. We also just went through that with 8K and next gen TV. So that is a big part of what we do too.
And it's great because, we talk about it in the car industry all the time. The exact same feature will be available on 3 different car brands, but they have a brand name for it. And so it's like at one of the other conferences we went to, the company had put together this sheet for each, a digital sheet for each car, and you could get all kinds of information, and they created a standardized set of terms because the industry had not, because they don't have somebody like the CTA watching out for us.
Yeah, and CTA also does standards in health and fitness, like wearables. So what counts as a step, sleep tracking, they might start looking into some other cool areas too. So it may not be the sexiest topic, and they will agree with me on that, but it is important.
Absolutely.
Very important.
And myself and a couple of other publications have occasionally lobbied to create a group within the CTA to encourage laptop manufacturers to stop producing laptops at 1366. We want to call it the HD Screen Consortium or something like that.
Start your own.
Because Tom's Hardware has been big on this, like 1366. What year is this? Let's get rid of that. But obviously we're here at CES, which is the most visible part to most people of what you guys do. So let's talk about CES this year. It has been huge.
Huge.
How big are we, do we think? I know final numbers aren't out, but
Right. We do an audit after the show, but we're expecting 2.9 million net square feet of exhibit space.
Okay. I remember when you guys were excited to have moved to 2.1, when you breached that 2.0 barrier.
Yeah.
And we're about to breach 3.
Wasn't all that long ago.
It wasn't.
Yeah. Over 4,400 exhibitors.
All right. So we've been using the wrong number all week.
Okay.
39 was what somebody we had heard. So 44.
4,400 is what we're expecting, and about 180,000 of our closest friends.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
And I just got my first chance today to visit Eureka Park directly underneath this, and just literally a mind-numbing smorgasbord of technology and brain power down there. The conglomeration of technology that y'all bring together is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, Eureka Park is a special area of the show floor where all the startups are. There are 1,200 startups, and you can find everything down there.
Okay, 1,200 startups.
Yeah.
I remember
it was
when Eureka Park was in the room that is currently where the media room is now.
Wow, yeah.
That was, 8 or 9 years ago it was in there, and it didn't quite fill it.
Right.
Because the innovation awards were in there too.
Yeah.
So it didn't even fill that room.
Yeah.
And now 1,200 exhibitors. That's crazy.
Yeah, a major part of the show.
Yeah, and like we were
My
saying,
favorite.
like we were saying yesterday, Scott, it's everything from concept to final product, and funding, all kinds of stuff. Like we said, literally saw people down there with a chair and a computer. Like, they had no product yet. They have an idea. They've got some screenshots to be able to show you. And if you're interested in investing, come on in. Let's get this thing done.
Yeah.
It's amazing as I've been walking around getting interviews on the show floor, just seeing the networking going on between inventors, builders, production managers, facilities, suppliers. Like,
Yeah.
Just the networking that is able to go on an exhibit and trade show floor as opposed to a normal trade show.
Yeah.
Is incredible to see.
And that's one of the best parts of CES.
I think so too. I mean, there isn't another show that includes all of these different areas, and it may be overwhelming, sure, but that's where you can see, you know, how gaming might be related to health. How can health providers trying to encourage people to engage with their platform, how can they take a note from gaming and microloops and how they gamification of things, and health and the self-driving car? What will it mean, you know, to have those health tracking or detection abilities in the car, the potential car of the future? So I feel like this is the only place where that can happen.
Sure, and things like that, blockchain integration, how they all tie together.
Right.
And the ability to, even if you're an exhibitor, to leave your booth, do a little walk around, and get inspired by others and see something that's unrelated to your thing and go, well, this has something, and I bet that would make my product better. We could do that too.
Yeah, that sort of spontaneous inspiration.
And the amount of diversity in everything. People, places, products. The amount of diversity that's out here. You know, an analyst talking to the press in front of a booth with an exhibitor, and what that can do for the industry is, you know, fascinating.
Yeah, I agree.
I love to see those connections.
Yeah.
What have you seen change and evolve since you've been involved with the CTA and CES? And
so many letters.
I'm sorry.
A lot of acronyms.
Alphabet soup. Sorry about that, folks. And where are y'all looking at going? Where are y'all looking at taking this show? I myself work corporate AV events. I work the event that abuts this here. And to see where that show has evolved to over the last 4 or 5 years is even incredible in that right. I can't imagine where CES is looking at going and the technology that they're looking at bringing in over the next few years.
And you aren't talking about the new building at the LVCC.
I was going to say, quite literally, the LVCC is expanding, and not sure if you saw that.
Because of y'all.
Yeah, we're definitely in support of that project.
I was there for the groundbreaking.
Oh, great. Yeah. So quite literally looking to expand across there. I think the digital health area is growing a lot. That's one that's very personally exciting to me. We brought in travel and tourism for the first time this year. So the show continues to get bigger because more categories are considered tech categories now. There wasn't baby tech 5 years ago. It was really small. You know, even the car area of that has expanded, and now we have 9 out of 10 car manufacturers, but now the definition of transportation is continuing to expand. So e-scooters and the last mile technology, and now flying cars.
Automated luggage?
Yeah, luggage.
Like luggage that follows you and that you can ride.
Transportation mode now.
I saw a scooter bag down there that like turns into a scooter. Like, what the? It's amazing.
Yeah, the next mile of transportation. It's hard to say. There's a lot of it. There's a lot of exciting things. A lot of growing areas.
Yeah.
Are we going to see it? Obviously, if you can say, are we going to see any new zones next year? Because we had travel join us this year. Are we going to see any new zones join the show floor next year that we know of?
Not that we know of right now.
Okay.
But
because it'll depend on what the next 6 to 9 months look like.
Right. I
in the
think we'll
industry.
be kind of taking a breath after CES, looking at some of the trends.
Taking a nap at some point.
Yes,
cool.
A vacation. And I'm sure you guys too. You work very hard during the show.
We've basically been on this platform since Sunday.
Yeah. So I wish I had some inside information, but we'll be sure to let you know when we decide what's going to be new next year.
Well, very cool, because there's been a lot over the years. We've seen, you know, sections come and go. I don't even know if the iLounge exists today. I don't think it does.
No.
Yeah, see, sections come and go
Right.
based on the trends at any given time. You don't see as much excitement around cell phone baubles as you once did.
Right. It was two parts. It was a rebrand, and then, I mean, you still of course see accessories on the show floor. A lot of wireless earbud accessories, phone accessories, charging. All
It's a big part of the industry.
Yeah, yeah. So it's still there, but not in the iLounge name anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come and go.
And not in the North Hall anymore, since
since vehicle
taken over by
tech
cars.
has pretty much completely taken over.
Yeah, and another curiosity question, Danielle, in your tenure with CTA and CES, what is the most exciting thing that you've seen exhibited here?
So this might be, I don't know. I don't know that I can narrow it down. This is my 9th CES, by the way. And one thing I think is exciting is watching the progression of wearables and that digital health.
From
you know, they started out as fitness trackers and steps and fun, track your, accessories and look like a bracelet. And now they're doing really, the sensors have advanced so that there's sleep apnea detection, non-invasive blood glucose monitoring, which is a game changer for people who are managing these conditions.
Heart health.
Yeah, blood pressure monitoring. It's amazing. These are serious clinical devices now.
Yeah. And not just, the kind of fun toys. In all reality, they were pedometers. We're not gonna let's not sugarcoat it. They started out as pedometers on your wrist.
They have advanced.
And today they are
quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean it's down to the point that it'll read glucose levels, all that kind of stuff, straight through your skin.
There was a
without
Samsung
having
partner.
to prick for blood. Yeah.
There was a Samsung partner 2 years ago that had a watch with, long before Apple or Google did it, that had like fall detection with automated 911.
That's everywhere now. Yeah.
I saw a fall detection belt. A belt that you put on that just lets you know you're about to fall and stumble.
Yep.
Watch your step.
We got that pitch.
I was like, wow.
Yeah.
And for me,
no longer need to wear the device with the
it
can be a little more discreet. Yeah.
And
I mean, that's great too, but there are other options now.
Yeah, and
anytime there's a good idea, being able to automate it makes it a better idea. And that's what we've seen. We've taken the uh-oh button and we've made it where you have to push it. God forbid you hit your head on the way down.
Yeah.
And you can't even push the
That'd
button.
be the last thing.
Yeah.
This might be, not that, but a particular set of bizarre motion could be enough to, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. If you don't answer, call 911. That's way better.
Yeah. I saw a helmet with that. Level, the Neo helmet for cyclists or e-scooters.
Perfect for your kids, stuff like that. They're out riding bikes. You know they fell down and haven't gotten up for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And
And then it'll give you a
helmet.
chance, and then it will text your emergency contact.
Wow.
And talking about the helmet, there's the wearable airbag from a year or two ago. They're probably still around.
Probably.
But there's so many exhibitors. There's no way for any of us to know if everybody is still here at any given day. We have no idea who the actual exhibitors are. But that was a fascinating concept. It was so weird that we even kind of chuckled about it. We're like, what? To this day, Michelle still hasn't quite wrapped her head around it.
But explain, yeah.
But but I sure seems like this has been a great CES. Michelle was saying yesterday she's never seen the LVCC as packed as it was yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a great show.
I cannot wait for the new building.
Yeah, me too. I drove by. I haven't been to Vegas since CES 2019.
Sure.
And did like a double take in the taxi, and it just kept going. And it looks like it's going to be a beautiful space. There will be more hotels online next year, so that's good news. On to bigger and better things.
Well, that's fantastic. The show continues to grow, and it's nice to see that the city, because I know you guys have a little bit of space at the convention center that's yours. One or two little offices that are always
that we use personally.
Yeah, that are always CTAs, which I think it's that relationship with the convention center is fantastic, and the fact that the city has embraced and worked to make sure that for CES and other conventions, but let's be honest, CES is kind of the height of Vegas as far as conventions
are concerned. Largest and most influential tech event.
Yeah, so it's nice to see the city really support and respond to the needs of the event, and that's what that beautiful new building. That's why the groundbreaking was the convention center in Gary Shapiro.
Right. Yeah. So we're very grateful to the city for supporting our growth.
For sure. Well, we're always glad to be here. I mean, I haven't gotten to see much of the show floor outside of my view here.
Your purview.
Because I've definitely spent the week up on this tower. But you know what? I'd much rather have 152 people come to me than
there you go.
Go wander 12 miles a day.
Well, I encourage you to get out there. Maybe tomorrow, if tomorrow's your last day, do a quick spin, especially here. Yeah. There's a lot of exciting stuff at the Sands.
There really is.
Yeah.
And I remember when the Sands was the like overflow, and today there's so much excitement that happens here.
Yeah. You have to see both. You know, you can't come without seeing LVCC or Sands and then C-Space at ARIA, where all the content creators and media and entertainment is over there. So you can't miss any of it.
Yeah. Well, if people want to find out more about the Consumer Technology Association and the things that aren't CES, because obviously they've seen a lot about what CES is, but the other things that the CTA is involved in, how can they find out about it?
CTA.tech is a great place to go.
Very cool. Right. And when you guys got the new domains, that was such a great idea, because CESweb.com was so hard to remember.
Was it?
It was like, is it CES Web? CESweb.com? Is it where's the web? Is it web?
Yeah.
But CES.tech?
Yep.
CTA.tech?
Yep.
Much better domain name.
Yes. Done.
Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to us today.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. We always love talking to at least one blue shirt while we're here.
Not to be confused with a Best Buy employee.
Indeed.
Yes, that's right. She is not part of the Geek Squad.
No.
But you guys are so distinct on the floor, and that's helpful.
Good.
For us. Yeah. Like we've got Linda in the back here, and being able to find her with a quick scan looking for that blue.
Yeah, any blue shirt you find should be able to help.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, and enjoy tomorrow, the last day, and then your vacation afterwards.
Thank you. You too.
To have had the opportunity, like Danielle has, of watching CES grow. She's done 9 CESs. This is my 10th over 11 years, because a year I had to skip.
Wow.
But it's, getting to see the growth and the change in some of the companies, in the show itself.
Yeah.
This hall that we're in right now was not CES.
Yep.
When I started coming here. There was a different conference going on in this room when I started coming, because we didn't need that much space. And like we were saying, I remember when they were excited to have breached the 2 million square feet of exhibitor space, and here we are almost ready to breach 3 million.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, and just to know that, like you were saying, the cooperation between the town, the conference, this is a tech town. This is one of the only towns that I am comforted every time I come here, despite my anxiety in such crowded places. And it's because everywhere I look, I'm comforted of the fact of, I could move here and find a job in a heartbeat. Like, I would either have to be really horrible at my job or just be the worst human being in the world to not get technical work here.
No, you know what?
This is a tech town.
You know what? You could be horrible at your job, and there's still 16 little theaters in each hotel that are doing little no-name comedy shows.
Yeah.
You could still get a job.
Exactly. So it's like the fact that the Consumer Technology Association has decided to have CES here, to me, makes utter perfect sense.
Yeah.
This is a place where all technologies come together in one spot.
And even if you go back in time, this city is known. This city is known for. I'm sorry, his title threw me off. Whatevs. Known for its neon lights, right? These big, elaborate signs. Whatever the emerging technology for signage has been at any time in this city's post-mob history, has been used in overabundance in this city.
And
they are always on the cutting edge of whatever sign technology is. To go walk the strip today, yes, you used to have the animated either neon or bulb lights when that was a big, oh my God, I can't believe they can do that thing. Today, you've got LED panel screens that are so big.
Man, you've got video projection going on from buildings across the street. It is literally an installation wonderland.
The control that the Paris Hotel has over the lighting on the Eiffel Tower. What? That's crazy. Interesting. Our intention was not to so perfectly transition into this next topic.
I know, right?
That was not my intention. I had no idea who was next. But yeah, the sign and light technology has been the forefront of this city since it existed.
Yeah, precisely. And to know that all the technology that we're talking about now being used to bring that to the next level involves integration, involves AI, and involves all of this stuff. So
I put this in because the description says CM. That is almost certainly supposed to be sales, not Dales. I looked at him like, what is his title?
Sales officer.
Like, I froze for a second. I'm like, in the middle of talking, I'm like, what does that say? Are you able to correct that before we put it up? Dales is supposed to be sales. The CM. I'm like, I typed this in. That's totally me. I screwed this one up.
It's okay. I've been called worse.
Well, I'm gonna let him look into this real quick. If you can't quickly, it is perfectly okay. We'll put the graphic in later.
It's fine with me. I mean, I think people will get it. It at least gets the point across, right?
Indeed. Well, but anyway, I think he may have it sussed based on the look on his face. So with that, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
It's been a good day so far. How about you guys?
It's been a day.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks for joining us, Nathan.
Thank you.
So go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
My name is Nathan Hart. I'm Chief Sales Officer for a company called Innovelli.
Okay. And we've got some LED strips here on the table in front of us. So tell me about what we're looking at.
So I was asked to bring some show and tell products.
Yes.
And I'm going to start with some of our newest stuff. So we are a Z-Wave brand, in case you didn't know that. We can be found over in booth 41917 in the Z-Wave booth area. But this is our light strip. The nice thing about this light strip comes in 1 foot increments. So one of the things people have been complaining about is you buy a 6 foot light strip, you cut 2 feet off, you throw the rest away. With ours, you don't do that. You can actually use some of these connectors we have. So like a 90-degree connector.
That's awesome.
Done and done, and then you can wrap around the TV, wrap around the wall.
And what I love about this, in my industry, I'm a corporate AV technician. We use this kind of stuff for lighting all the time. I can't tell you how many times I've had to sit down in a warehouse and hand solder LED strips together to make something that lights a frame that's 60 feet wide, 30 feet high.
Right.
Done. Right there. Just so y'all can see it, like,
that's
finished.
Yeah, that's great.
No need for soldering, no need for trying to figure that out.
Done.
Get the wiring right.
Yep.
You know,
comes with a T-shaped adapter as well, so you can connect, do whatever you need to do. the controller that controls everything. I didn't have it with me, but
yeah,
you can run. It'll come pre-programmed with 50 different scenes on there. Chase scene.
Okay.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
it'll mimic fire. Each LED about this is individually addressable.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's essentially a pixel strip.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
It's RGB TW. So in each one, you can control the temperature. You can control the brightness or the color right from individually.
So this is DMX controllable, all that kind of stuff then, since you can address everything.
Correct, yeah.
Wow. That's phenomenal. That is absolutely amazing. Totally applicable to my industry.
I was saying, and it brings us back to what turned out to be an accidental lead-in conversation.
Yeah.
As you were sitting down, we were talking about how this city is so tech, and it makes sense because since it stopped being a mob city, it has always been on the leading edge, almost the bleeding edge of sign technology, lighting and screens and stuff like that. This city has run that industry, and the things you could do with this, because you know you've got pixels so close together, being able to control them with that you know fidelity,
right,
gives you all kinds of
24
capabilities.
LEDs a foot on those. I mean,
Yeah.
it can get very bright. It has that capability. It's very flexible.
That's what I was going to say. The flexibility of this, a lot of them are very metallic on the backside. You go to move it, and it bends, stays at the
stays
angle.
in place.
It's got that memory of the plastic
Which
and the
sometimes,
copper.
depending on what you're doing, might
Sure.
be what you want. You
Yeah.
might want to be able to bend it, but most of the time you want to use the 3M tape on the back
just
and
stick
adhere
it
it.
on, and then away you go.
Yeah.
So when these ship, these will actually, the backside of the connectors, everything will come with 3M tape. So things will be sticky. It will be able to actually adhere to something.
Yeah.
So
You know, an important part of a sticky
it's
thing is to be
very
able to stick it to things.
Yeah. You'd be surprised how often that doesn't happen, though.
Oh, I
Yep.
know. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
Well aware.
I've been doing a lot of reviews on LED strips lately from a number of companies, and no, doesn't surprise me at all anymore.
Yeah.
Nothing can surprise me.
Well, when you get some time, pop over to the booth. We'll show you this thing in action. We've got a working model over there. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the ease of connection of this is just so great.
Yeah,
it just pops right on.
The modular nature of it is fantastic. We used to work with a TEDx licensee in Tampa, and we were building a backdrop for one of our events using LED pixels, the individually addressable pixels.
Yeah.
And what a pain that was to put together. It took forever to, we used pegboard, and we popped the pixels in one at a time, and then we had to create wiring between it and power it. And I could take this and stick it in a grid and be done.
Yeah.
That would have saved so much time.
Yeah,
And
precisely.
we never finished it.
For lighting the back of stages, set pieces, all that kind of stuff, you could make all kinds of patterns with these connectors.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Now, what is the power consumption of this? How many strips can you put together before you need to put a repeater in? Anything like that?
Sure. You're looking to be able to connect approximately 30 strips before you'll have to add inline power to that.
Okay, so
we do intend on coming out with inline power capabilities. So
all right, so about every 30 feet. Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, I think some of it is just the individual addressable part.
All right.
Just yes, I'm guessing. Listen, I'm the sales guy, guys. So the technical stuff. The Dale's guy. Yeah,
that's okay.
The technical stuff. It's not that I don't understand some of it, but that's why we have a CTO.
Just kind of gives you the shark eye roll, like. Brain overload.
And did you really just ask that? Yeah, I understand.
So you brought another product with you as well.
I did.
Tell us a little bit about this one right here, the Illumin.
Here's our Z-Wave RGBW light bulb. It's our Illumin brand. It's a sub-brand of Innovelli. Really, the big thing with these, we're trying to come out with a quality Z-Wave piece, something that is able to be used in your home. You can pair this, do a direct association to our dimmer switch, and you'll be able to dim the smart bulb in real time, which is a big deal. most of the time now, you're not able to actually, you hear smart switch or smart bulb.
Yep.
Usually they don't play nice together. Well, because at Z-Wave, we're able to actually do that.
And so let's, real quick, Z-Wave, for those who may not know, is an alliance of companies that use a single standard to be able to communicate so that there's no conflicts or anything like that.
crosstalk.
And you can use them with each other without having to have hubs and things like that.
Yes.
The idea is that, you know, this switch, that Z-Wave's back here, this switch could control something that's not a light product.
Correct.
Something unrelated, or a security sensor could turn the lights on.
Yeah, it's
all
easy
within
to
the
set,
alliance.
you know, a routine or a scene. You know, you have a Google routine or Alexa routine. I want to go to bed. I need to set my lights to a certain, I want them off. I want my thermostat to a certain temperature. I want to make sure my doors are locked.
Yeah.
A simple double press down on the switch will allow you to run that routine, and you don't have to worry about it. It's much easier to do that way.
Right, and maybe you even wanted to change your thermostat and things like that, and all of that because of Z-Wave is possible.
Right.
And yeah, I love that. If you can't tell, I'm a big Z-Wave fan. We last year, Danielle and I walked the entire pavilion, and we did an interview at each and every little stall in the pavilion. So,
and one of my favorite things about this Lumen product here is the construction of it.
Yeah.
I've had numerous color change bulbs in my home studio, just for fun while I'm recording things like that.
Questionable.
They feel utterly light. Like they weigh as much as a normal light bulb, which is disturbing to me with actual electronics and circuits in there. And especially the fins on them. They always tend to fall off. They get all janky, and this doesn't have any of that.
No.
It's one solid piece. It's got weight to it. You know, it actually feels like a product.
Yeah.
I did want to hit on the switch a little bit.
Sure.
It is our bread and butter. So some big things about this 500 series Z-Wave camera over here, not that camera.
Yeah, no worries.
500 series Z-Wave switch here that I had upside down.
It happens.
So this thing offers scene control. This is our red series line. We offer a red series and black series. Major difference in the red series, you're going to have scene control. You'll have the ability to do notifications and energy monitoring built into this product. So notifications, I leave my garage door open past 9 p.m. This switch has the capability to just blink red or blink blue, whatever you program it to do.
Nice.
The other big selling feature of this switch, it is non-neutral compatible. You don't have to use a neutral wire to make this work, even in a 3- or 4-way scenario.
Wow.
So we've really taken it to a new level. We've pushed it beyond what a normal smart switch is capable to do in some of those scenarios.
Yeah.
And the ability to have that kind of control over your home, people are absolutely loving it.
Yeah. And the one thing I like is right here, the little QR code.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see that or not, but is that to be able to actively get the app and stuff like that to control everything?
So Z-Wave offers S2 encryption, which is a high-profile security, and Smart Start. So what you're seeing there is Smart Start. It's just an easy way to include products to your hub, whatever hub that you end up using. It just makes connection simpler.
Very cool. And so what's our availability on these products?
So right now, you're able to pick up all our switches, specifically this Red Series dimmer switch. You can pick up the Illumin RGBW bulb right now. Those products are available today. You can buy those at innovelli.com or right off Amazon.
Okay. So our 2-box products.
The 2-box products. The other light strip feature here, this hardware is 100% complete. Firmware 90% complete.
Okay.
It just takes some time to program 50 scenes on these.
Yeah.
things.
Well, and not just that, but the fact that it's going to be DMX controllable, that it's an actual pixel strip. That means that means that you could like run video through it. All kinds of stuff. Like so many applications. I am so excited. When are you looking at a release date for that? Because I want that like 85 times on my wish list.
So right now, as we're wrapping it up, we're hoping to have it out possibly Q2, probably Q3 this year.
Wow.
So,
Okay. Quick launch then.
It's quick. We started this project back in early Q4, late Q3. So we're just kind of getting it going. We had this idea like, hey, the CEO, Eric Hines, and I, we were sitting at breakfast and thought, why do people need to keep wasting money on light strips, throwing them away?
I've literally thrown away about 6 feet of light strip lately just because I don't want to go and solder the stuff together to make another strip. And this is great. Zero waste.
I look forward to seeing these out on the market because I want to put them to use.
Yeah, I pixel strip everything in my house.
Wonderful.
Everything. So
Yeah,
I can't wait.
I'm looking forward to it too. It's one of our most requested products.
Yeah,
so.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to us.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you letting me share a couple
Absolutely.
minutes here.
I can't wait to come by and see the rest of the products at the Z-Wave booth.
Yeah.
And so before we let you go, if people want more information, they can get it by?
You go to Innovelli.com. It's INOVELLI.com. Or you can find all our products available right there on Amazon.
All right.
Fantastic. Thank you
Great.
so much.
Yeah,
Can't
thanks,
wait.
guys. Have a
Thank
good day.
you. I'm so entirely excited about that pixel strip. My favorite thing is the corner because I light all my stuff in my studio. I underlight all of it so that I don't have to have lights on whenever I record. Brings the temperature down in the room since I have racks and racks of equipment.
Yeah.
And the fact that I can cut corners now, literally, smooth, evenly. You don't have to have like a little bunch in the side of the cable or make it twist in some funky, unnatural way.
So
brilliant.
So I'll tell you, just because we just talked with somebody, I won't say the other one, but I've done a lot of videos on LED strips lately.
Yes.
And just if I guarantee if I were to pull up YouTube comments here from just the last couple of hours, somebody in here has said that how can I connect two of them together?
Yep.
And the answer is
you can't.
You don't.
You can't.
Not a supported use case. That's what I've been saying. Those are my not a supported use case.
Yeah.
Can you do it? Yes. Should you do it as a consumer? No.
No.
Definitely not.
And that, like I said, the fact that you've heard me as we've been walking around booths, seeing all this lighting stuff, seeing the way that all these things integrate and attach, what's been my one question? Is it DMX addressable? Can I hook up a professional lighting board to it and make it do wild, crazy things, make it start throwing video through it, stuff like that? You can do that with this.
So that's what we did when we made that pixel wall. We did, so the individual pixels were probably about a foot apart.
Okay.
Because we weren't trying to create video.
Yeah.
We just wanted, and we put frosted glass over top of it.
Illusion of motion.
Yeah, and so what we did was we found there was a project through Adafruit where you could play video across. You create
create a
gridded
grid.
out your and then you could play video across it. So what I did was I took a Disney animated movie and I played it across it because it meant that all the colors weren't random.
Yeah.
They were natural motion.
That's right.
You couldn't tell what was playing. Nobody knew it was a Disney movie.
Yeah, you're seeing
All they
one
saw-
pixel for foot.
Yeah. All they saw was that it was natural color.
Yeah.
And it worked like a champ.
I'll bet, especially with the translucent glass and everything else out in front of it.
That frosted glass was awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
I have
Carry
a
the light out, make it.
I have a friend who builds all the displays for a nightclub in Denver.
Okay.
And he built something like this, and it's what inspired me to do it.
Nice.
And he told me, here's all the things that I got. Here's how I did it. Here's the project off the Adafruit website. And I put it all together, and it really did work well. It recently got destroyed in a flood in the studio, but it is what it is. Because looks like in a whole lot less time, I can put it back together in a much better way using those things.
Yeah.
So I am fine with starting from zero because this is going to be better. Perfectly okay.
I can't wait to get some myself because, like I said, I use lighting strips in my house all over the place, and
so do I, but for a different reason. I've been reviewing way too many of them.
Yeah. I'm not exactly hoarding light strips. I'm just.
Certainly wasn't my intention.
I don't want to end up on an A&E program because of light strips. You know what I mean?
I swear, I had so many of them at Christmas that I took one of them over to my parents' house and just put it around this little window frame thing they had, just because I had too many and I needed to put one somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. You got to get rid of them somehow.
Oh my goodness, that
Yeah.
was crazy. Anyway, well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Fantastic. Do me a favor and introduce yourself for us.
Hello, I'm Ola Sokin and I'm the founder of the Miri. Miri is the first product which connects business and social impact together.
Okay.
All right.
And how does it do that?
First of all, we have an artificial intelligent mirror which help you and your business to introduce you for your customers. First of all, it connects. It's like a general mirror. It's switched off. You look at it, for example, in malls or in retail or in banks or in hotels. You look at it and it starts to speak with you. Oh, hello, how are you? And after that, it asks you any questions about everything, and you start to have a conversation with them. After that,
okay,
you can ask all the questions about the business which you are interested in. First of all, it collects the whole information, and it's based on the trend 2020, hyper-personalization, because it's a personalized product which understands who you are. He understands, okay, you are a man or a woman, and it starts to communicate it in a different way.
Okay.
Moreover, it understands your emotions, how you react, if you are interested in it or not.
Okay.
And after that, it collects the whole information about you, how you reacted, which emotions did you have, and after that, it sends for the business owner a report, daily, weekly, monthly. And the second part of this product, it's like, the first one was like a concierge or sales manager, and the second part was like a business analyst, who sends you a report automatically and says, okay, hello, if you want to increase your sales, for instance, up to 20%, you can do like that because your clients didn't, they were not interested in that information, they reacted in a such way.
Okay.
And moreover, this product has a social impact. First of all, we wanted to do a robot, but we did research and we analyzed that, okay, Europe and USA markets, they want to have a social impact for people. Of course, we did a robot, but we put it for the children with autism, and they hated it. They understood that, no, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
I'm afraid people, and
Okay.
they can't socialize and they can't learn. After that, we put a mirror on the wall. They think about that, and they think that they are safe because they think that they communicate with themselves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, they communicate, and we got a best results that children with autism learn better and faster, and also they are becoming more sociable. They understand because we put more and more information in the
Yeah.
mirror, and after that, when you switched off the mirror and come the person, you think, okay, I'm safe, I can speak with you. It's a really
Okay.
Yeah.
difficult case. And moreover, okay, we think
If you pull that up here,
it will be better.
yeah, it'll stop.
Okay.
Yeah, it looked like it
Yes.
was sliding
Thank
down.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to be better for you.
Okay, thanks. It's much better for me. And the second one topic, when we put for the business, what we did, okay, we wanted to do a robot, and we know that everybody now are interested in artificial intelligence and in robotics.
Sure.
But, okay, we put in robot in the airports, and we did a research. How people react on robots and how they react on the mirror. Because the mirror, in a usual case, they switch off, and it looks like a usual mirror. They look in the mirror, woman, it was a really interesting case. They look, how I look like? Okay, and it starts to communicate with you. Oh no, what happened? And then it starts to communicate, and okay, the sales growing up.
Okay.
But when we put the robot, they speak, okay, with the robot, they looks like, oh robot, no, I am rushing. No, it's like an entertainment, I don't want. Or they, if you have the time, they spoke with the robot. If they
Okay.
don't, they not. But with the mirror, they always speak. 92%, it's a huge amount of people who started their conversation with the mirror.
Sure.
That's why we understood it's the best way to put artificial intelligence, like a concierge or your sales manager, combined with the software like a business analyst who will send you automatically report and also has a huge social impact.
Okay.
And after that, okay, the mirror, it helps you to reduce your costs, but have the same result if you have robots.
Okay. So let's talk about kind of where this might fit in for a business, because
one of the places, obviously there's lots of places where this would be good, but one of the places that I could see it replacing like the dead PowerPoint screens in a business's window during off hours. We see them. I'm from the Tampa Bay area, and so we have a lot of like vacation rental places and things like that. And they have, when they're closed, they just have a screen in the window with like a PowerPoint presentation of pictures, and that's no good because you can't actually get information from that. But if they replaced it with this, you could literally have a conversation with it and get information, and so could the business about the types of people who are excited about certain things, and the types of people who don't care about certain things.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
And moreover, it has a face recognition, speech recognition, and your emotion recognition.
Okay.
The second type, it reminds you each time. For example, if you have a screen and to speak with it in the first time and say, okay, my name is Ola, and he remember you. And next time when I come, I say, the mirror will say me, hey, Ola, how are you? Last time we spoke about that, for example, you traveled to USA or you traveled to Las Vegas. How was it?
How was it? Yeah.
And that's why it means that we are customized, because now the problem is that we have two huge companies, for example, Amazon and Apple. What they did, Amazon collect the whole data about their customers and know how to promote their products, right? But what did the Apple? They did a huge customer loyalty. But if we combine all together, it will be the most magnificent effect, right? And we did that for the offline business, because when in an online business, you can control your customers and know how to personalize them.
Right. There's lots of information available online.
Yeah. But now for offline business, it's very huge problem, and we decided that problem.
Okay.
We put this one.
Very cool. What's the availability on this? Are you in production? Could somebody install one tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. You can buy it now. It starts from the $5,000. It's nothing for the business, because we have a huge mirrors for B2C markets who cost the same. But for the business, you buy not only hardware, you buy also software. And if you have your sales manager, okay, which is the average price for your sales manager, approximately from $3,000 for $5,000 per month, right?
Yep.
And it's only $5,000, you buy it and you go on. I think that it will increase sales for the business, and also we will help all autistic people.
Yeah, and it'll increase engagement for the business, which is an important part for longevity sales, right?
Yes.
If somebody feels connected to the brand, they're more likely to buy from them more than once.
Yeah.
Which is the Apple thing, right? That's what you're just talking about.
And I could definitely see this being used, like we've said, we've seen so many medical things. I could see this moving into elderly care, that kind of stuff, where, it's somebody in there to remind them to take their medication. How are you feeling today? How is your hip? That kind of stuff. And if they're feeling bad, it can notify their doctor. They can send somebody down the hall to check it out. Things like that. It would streamline that whole process as well.
Yes, you got a good point, because we had now we are working with the pharmacy in Dubai. They wanted to sell their pharmacy.
Yeah.
And when you come, okay, what you do, it can give you any advices.
Yeah.
Not like a business or a person, and you think, okay, I am so customized business.
That's a great idea, because, they are starting to come out with automated pharmacies, all that kind of stuff. So for them to have an active visitation window with one of those where you can go up, it scans the barcode, gets the information on the medication, tells you what the regulated dosage course is, all that kind of stuff.
This is
my Lord.
This is a natural pairing with the pill dispensing robot.
Yeah.
And of course, if it reminds you, it means, okay, I know.
Yeah.
As usual, yes, please. But nobody in sales manager will never remember you, right?
Sure.
It's difficult when you have so many people.
Sure.
And also we have the market.
Especially this
Yes.
week, for example.
This week.
The chances of remembering a face, on Saturday from Tuesday, unlikely.
Not just that, but the fact of, because it's got that information already, because it's got cameras in it, it's already welcomed you once, it could absolutely biometrically recognize you as soon as you walk up.
Yeah.
It knows who you are. You don't have to put in your information,
Again.
who your doctor is, who your insurance is, where you live, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You'd walk up and you'd go, "Hey, Chris, how you doing? Here's your medication." You know.
Yeah, for sure.
That's great.
Yes, and one more interesting point. Now we are collecting the data and we do analysis how people communicate with the artificial intelligence in CES. And we will do final day, the whole analysis, how they communicate, which questions they want to ask. And we understood that the same questions they start. Hello, what's your name? Are you a robot or are you a human? And after they ask, do you like humans?
Yeah.
And like that. And of course, we collected how react women and how react men, and also we decided how different nationalities react on artificial intelligence.
Yeah. Okay.
We will do this report and we will send it. I think we will post it in our social networks, and maybe we can send you and you will share with your audience also.
Another thing just totally popped into my head, especially going into the world of autism. My mother was a special education teacher for many, many years. To flip the script on that and to literally make the mirror the autistic student so that teachers in training could learn to deal with the autistic student.
That's an interesting idea. Yeah.
So that teachers that are going into that field, even teachers' aides that are going into that field, can get that experience before they get into the classroom, before they're actively in there with the students to build empathy.
Yeah.
It's such a great tool to build empathy with people, which is what is missing in our society right now.
Yes, that's why when you put a robot with the same function, with the same features, it's so huge and it looks like a fun, but when you put the mirror, it's like a general thing which nobody thinks, but artificial intelligence will do everything for you.
Yeah.
And that's why we expand markets not only global, but also in different industries. First of all, robotics and artificial intelligence, they are based on in any industry, but they are focusing on from 1 to 3 maybe industries.
Sure.
But here is a huge market. You can do whatever. We have different user cases and what you want.
Well, I imagine a lot of people are going to have ideas on how to put this into use. If they want to find out more about what you're doing and your product, how can they find out?
You can just Google Miri, or you can find me in Facebook or in my Instagram, and I will tell you about everything. I'm trying to expand and to tell everything in my social networks. You just can type Oля Sokina and that's it, or Miri, R.
Fantastic.
Right.
Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to us today.
Thank you.
Yes,
nice
thank
to
you
meet
so
you.
much,
Thank you for
Olia.
your invitation.
Absolutely.
Have a good day.
Yep.
Thank you.
And
Bye-bye.
have a good rest of the show.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right.
All right. Well, that does it for us for today. We will be back tomorrow. Right now, it's 4 o'clock, and that means it's time for Todd Cochran from Geek News Central to take over. So with that, I'm Scott with Plug Hits Live.
I'm Chris with Talking Sound Podcast.
And we will see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Everybody, welcome to continuing coverage here at CES 2020. My name is Todd Cochran. I'm from Geek News Central, the Geek News Central podcast at geeknewscentral.com. Make sure you get over there, get subscribed to the show. I put 22,000 steps on my sneakers this morning and afternoon in preparation for the next 2 hours of content, as we're going to have guests rolling through here. I've been over in the Las Vegas Convention Center, which I've not been in about 3 years because we've been here at the Sands and taking care of business. But I've got a lot to talk about, some accolades and some punches in the face to go through a little bit later here. But hey, most importantly, if you want to become a podcaster, all you got to do to get started today is go over to blueberry.com, get signed up for a hosting account. We'll give you a free WordPress site when you're over there. And guess what we'll also do? We'll give you 30 days free by using the code Blueberry004, BLUBRRY004. That'll get you 30 days free. It'll help the team out here through our support. And, of course, if you're looking for just a domain name or a standard hosting account, you can use one of my GoDaddy promo codes at geeknewscentral.com/GoDaddy. There's also a link to our GoDaddy promo codes on the Tech Podcast site as well. And, of course, we always take donations just straight up as well through PayPal. But got a lot to talk about. Got our next guest up here. We'll get him seated and mic'd up. But excited to bring the last 2 hours of coverage. Just as a programming note, I'll be with you tomorrow morning starting at 9 a.m. Don Baine, the gadget professor, has left the building, is on his way back to Phoenix. We all kind of teased him a little bit that he always bails out on Friday so he doesn't have to help with the bag drag. But that's okay. The elderly get to go home while the rest of us stay and work. That's so. And if you know the gadget professor on Facebook, make sure you give him a little toss out. And don't forget, we're live on Facebook, we're live on YouTube, we're live on Mixer, we're live on Periscope, we're live on Twitch, and a whole bunch of other places. So you can find the live stream. If those of my fans are checking me out on Facebook today, make sure you check in and say hello while you're watching the stream today. So we're going to welcome Anthony. Oh, my goodness, I'm going to destroy this. Handvaski, the CEO of Everyone Makes Progress Incorporated. So did I destroy your last name completely?
You didn't destroy it completely, but you were a little off. It's Hankovsky.
Hankovsky. Okay.
We just forgot the C.
Wendy, welcome to the show, and tell us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so tell me what you've got going on here at CES this year.
Yeah, so this is our first time at CES. We're here to explain to people how we connect them to their fitness data. Basically, there's so many different devices, and as we've all seen walking around here at CES, it creates two problems, though. It disconnects us from the data in two major ways. First, we have no ownership or control over that data.
That's true.
And then secondly, with so many different devices, it's in so many different places, so it's really hard to manage. So what we've created is a mobile application that allows us to help these users aggregate all of their different devices, all of the data from those devices into one place, and then we can use some really cool technological tools to help them utilize that data.
So for me, I was just walking around today, and I loaded up the Apple Health app, and I saw that I had about 22,000 steps. That was, just kind of this quick look. And obviously stuff that's coming from the Apple Watch 2 on heartbeat and all that. What other types of devices what are you seeing out there that people are using? I'm sure many athletes are using a variety of different monitored devices, right?
Correct. And I've seen all kinds of different things, from a fork. I seen a smart belt earlier.
Okay.
They have hydration sensors. There's pretty much a sensor for anything that you can think of. And it creates an environment where, a lot of these health-conscious individuals want to utilize the tools, but it becomes an encumbrance process to manage the stuff without a place to put it all.
So I'm just going to be presumptuous here and thinking then that you're basically looking at all those tools, see if they have an API that you can go out and grab that data and pull it into your app. Is that how you're doing that, or what's your approach?
Yes, that's precisely how we're doing it. And the majority of what we've found is most of it's open source API.
Really?
A lot of these companies, Apple and such, they would prefer guys like us to create products to help expand the capabilities of what their Apple Health does.
So, you look at like Nike and some of the other groups, they even have their own, in earbuds as much. They've got stuff that tracks back. So are you actually, so all those pretty much are open and you can pull that data, or with permission obviously, but you can pull that data and present that in your app. That's to me, that's pretty amazing. I find it surprising that so many of those devices are actually open, as like you said. That kind of actually surprises me a little bit. Do you often have to go and get token permission? And I know I'm talking a little technical here, but how does it work?
Yeah, I mean, in some instances, you know, there's things that you have to do. Samsung's one of the more challenging ones to tap into. They want to just make sure that you're not doing things with the data you're not supposed to be doing.
That's right.
But again, they create those tools for developers like us so that people can get a better idea of who they are, what I like to call from a health fingerprint standpoint.
Right. So one thing that I did is I opted into, I'm older, and one thing I opted into was heart study and a heart study plan. And I knew very well I was going to be sending data back to this group. I'd researched them, test them out, so I let them take data from the Apple Watch and pull it in. So I essentially have given explicit permission for them to do that just because, man, I'm 55 and I'm one of those dudes that's going to stroke out or have a heart attack. That's the potential, right? So if they can help me prevent that, great. So are you dealing with HIPAA issues then?
So we're not technically dealing with HIPAA issues at this current moment because we're tapping into, you know, these devices that are outside of hospital regulations.
Okay.
We'll get a little bit more technical, talk a little bit more about what we're doing. So
Sure.
we use blockchain technology.
Awesome.
And the cool thing about blockchain is it allows us to do public and private publications.
Yep.
And what that means is our users share their data to the app, but we never see it. So it's stored privately with an identifier that's stored publicly so that it can be verified and authenticated to make sure that it's the real data.
So that keeps you GDPR and CCPA compliant because basically you're collecting the data, it's anonymized because of blockchain, it's coming in, it's able to be associated with the account, but technically one of your associates can't go into the account and say, hey, you know, what's Todd's average heart rate?
Correct. Nobody can. And that's the beauty of what we're doing. We see the value in the user having complete control and ownership of their data, which they just don't have right now.
So do you give export ability too within your app to be able to export that out in some sort of documented format?
Yeah, so this is where it gets a little bit more exciting. We've created a blockchain-driven data exchange so you can share and monetize your data. So think about sending it to the doctor, sharing it with your friends, your health coach, your fitness coach, and then doing funny things like monetizing it where you send it over to your health care provider for a cheaper premium, sell it on the open market to marketing companies. And when you really dig in, you talked about athletes a little bit earlier. You know, a lot of people want to know how these athletes stay so fit. An athlete can essentially onboard their data to our exchange and then sell it to people that want to know how they're doing and what they're doing.
So I immediately hear thousands of people almost stopping and holding their breath there. They're thinking, selling our health information? Now, I can understand getting a cheaper insurance premium. They're already doing that in cars. You know, if you agree to have your car monitored and they watch your driving, they will know that, yeah, Todd's not driving crazy. We can give him a lower insurance premium. So are you seeing the same thing happening with, okay, so you're going to the gym 3 times, 4 times a week, you're exercising, you're not smoking, you're doing all these things that are healthy, and then if you're willing to share that data, is it share or sell?
So it's a bit of both, depending on how you're doing it, right? So when you're talking about your insurance company, from a healthcare perspective, you're sharing it with them.
Right.
If you're talking about you wanting to know how I stay fit and what my statistics are, or think about a marketing company that wants to know how I'm 37, how 37-year-old males are taking care of themselves, they might want to bulk in some of these people's data so that they can get an understanding.
So
one thing I will say, when you bring up car insurance, we're from Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay.
So everyone knows the Cleveland Clinic.
Yep.
I'll just use that as an example.
Yep.
They already offer through their health insurance package to their employees, if they walk 10,000 steps a day, they get a lower premium.
Interesting.
So it's already taking place. We're just amplifying what's happening, and we're expanding that market because we're able to connect into multiple different devices.
So I see the angle then on selling this information, but is it still, they're not going to know it's you, but they're going to have basic, are they going to know it's you, or are they going to know the basic demographic data?
It depends on how the user chooses to do it. So we're totally all for the user having complete control. They set the price. They pick what they want to share.
What they want to share.
And they also have the luxury of choosing, how long they want to share it for. So
I
they
got
could
you.
share it for 2 hours, they could share it for a lifetime, or they can share it for a day if that's what they want to do.
So what's the going rate for this type of information? I'm kind of curious.
I really find it hard to peg a going rate because this is a market that's not yet been created.
Yeah.
So we're kind of in no man's land. What we've seen, though, is probably, depending on the type of data, that's going to determine where those values fall. And I think as things go, what we've decided to do is kind of implement an auction-style sale.
Okay.
So they can say maybe they want to sell their steps for $10.
Yep.
And if someone wants to pay 20 because they're bidding on it over a period of time as the sale's going, that's what the price will end up being.
And if you think about it, I'll use an example. We've been going to the grocery store using discount coupon cards for 40 years. They've been taking that data and knowing what we eat and what we buy and marketing towards us, and we have gotten nothing but maybe a little coupon savings from time to time from that data because they've direct marketed to us. So essentially what we're really doing is potentially monetizing ourselves, which they're already trying to collect as much information as they can, so why not get paid for it? So it's an interesting approach.
Yeah, I mean, the data's being sold right now.
Yeah.
But we're not getting a piece of that.
That's right.
So we feel that we should get a piece of that.
Yeah. So what's the name of the app then that you have available? Is it online? Is it available on iOS and Android at this point?
So it is not. We're still pre-revenue.
Pre-revenue.
So we've not yet come up with a fancy name for the app.
Okay.
We do have our architecture built. Right now what we're doing is we're prototyping some front-end UI and UX stuff to try to get the look and feel right for the consumer. We're targeting trying to have this thing done by the end of quarter 2.
So if someone wanted to beta test with it, what's the best way for them to reach out to you and say, hey, I think this is going to be awesome. Can I get on in the early release of the app?
Yeah, since I'm here, I'm co-founder, CEO. I'll just give you my email. It's anthony@emp.fitness.
Anthony, so empfitness.com?
No, just emp.fitness.
EMP, oh, that's right, because there's an extension new. So EMP. See, there's another top-level domain that's available, folks. Don't forget .fitness. So emp.fitness, Anthony, emp.fitness. All right. Outstanding. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing. It's, every year at CES, there's always something new and a different spin on things. Good luck on your app, and hopefully you'll figure out a revenue model and make this successful.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, and it's cool that you're doing the blockchain thing. So we keep hearing more and more about that. And also, not only does the blockchain anonymize it, but it also ensures accuracy too. So,
correct.
All right. Anthony, thanks so much for being on.
No worries. Thank you for having me.
So there you go. What do you think? Do you think you want to monetize your health and fitness data? Is that something you want to consider? How about you?
Yeah, that might.
I don't know. I'm mixed. Because they already know every doggone thing about us.
That's true.
Do I want to sell them? Here, I'll give a quick example.
Okay.
And I don't want to waste too much time on it. But when, before we were expecting our 4th child, we'd been out of the, how should I say it, baby making business for 7 years. All right?
Okay.
And my wife said, I think I'm pregnant. And I'm like, okay, go to store and we'll get a pregnancy test kit. And she had paid cash for that pregnancy test kit.
Right.
Didn't use a credit card. Yep. The pregnancy test says we're positive. She goes and makes an appointment with a primary care provider. She goes, gets the official test and gets, all the prescriptions, neonatal vitamins, happy, we're pregnant, right?
Sure.
3 weeks later, in the mailbox, again, we haven't had a newborn in 7 years. In the mailbox comes a parenting magazine saying, congratulations.
You're kidding
Cochran family. So somebody, now, the store that we bought the pregnancy test kit, we paid cash.
Right.
So somebody at that primary care provider sold our information to Parenting Magazine to let them know we were pregnant again. So that tells you the level of data that's already being collected on it. So I don't know if I feel comfortable with an app taking my heartbeat information. It's gray.
Yeah.
So anyway, so we'll move on to the next topic, and I'm going to welcome Chelsea Monty Bromer.
Monty Bromer, yes.
Monty Bromer, CTO of RuSense. So Tell me about RuSense.
So at RuSense, we have an integrated fabric sensor to help athletes learn about their sweat to prevent illness and injury.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So is this an actual, where is the, there's always a problem.
Right,
Where did you detect this problem?
So the biggest problem is that when athletes are exercising, they're really just guessing about how to hydrate. So everyone loses a different amount of sodium in their sweat.
Yep.
Right now, you might need one drink. I need a different drink. How do I determine it? I guess and check.
Sure.
And if I guess wrong, that could have really dire consequences, especially if you're doing something really high level like a triathlon or a marathon.
Sure.
And so the real problem is, how do I know what I need to drink versus what you need to drink? So initially, we tell athletes whether they're a low, medium, or high salt sweater, and we give them a more personalized hydration plan. And then as they continue to wear the sensor, it can learn about them, know what their baseline levels are, and it can tell them, okay, you're getting a little dehydrated. We suggest you drink X and this amount. And if they start to get overhydrated, which is a huge issue that's coming up now that sports drinks are so popular.
That's right.
People think, oh, I need to drink. I need to get my 8 glasses of water a
Yep,
day.
yep.
And so they overhydrate, and that's actually deadly.
Interesting.
And so that's a huge issue. Unfortunately, in the Cleveland Marathon this year, we had an incident where someone passed away during the marathon, a healthy 20-year-old soccer player.
From overhydration?
From overhydration.
Okay,
yes.
so I don't even understand.
Yeah, so if you dilute the sodium in your sweat in your body too much, you can't function.
So she was replacing with water where she should have been having something with some sodium in it.
Correct, yes.
So
we want to help athletes stop guessing and really take control of their hydration.
So is this then designed to be, I assume then, if you're going to run a marathon, a triathlon, this is something you would wear?
Yes, correct.
And it's going to be able to app for that?
Yes, app for that.
Now, most of these athletes are not carrying a phone. They might have a watch.
Right, so it can go to your watch or to your phone. And if you're in a team sport, it can go to the coaches.
To the coaches.
Yeah, so they will have the information. And so after we learn about sweat, so really there's never been a good real-time monitor for sodium ion concentration. As we can learn about sweat, we can envision going into markets like first responders, anyone who wears a hazmat suit, a forest firefighter.
Yep.
How long
Yep.
can they be in there?
I've been in a hazmat suit.
I'm sure it was a lot of fun.
No. And yes, you come out about 7 pounds later.
Right, exactly.
And I was doing this in Central California in the middle of summer.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
So is it a patch? Is it interwoven into the fabric?
Right.
How have you implemented
Right.
this?
So we make the fabric in our company. Currently, we've been embroidering it into compression sleeves.
Okay.
So it goes right on the forearm. It could be a patch. It could go into a T-shirt. It could go into insoles of your shoes, headbands, really whatever your athlete feels comfortable wearing.
And then what is it transmit? Bluetooth or how?
Right now we're using Bluetooth, but if we end up in a big team sport,
Yep.
we can easily go Wi-Fi
or RF or something.
Yeah, something
to-
else. Yep.
So that's very interesting. So the health tech to me is getting pretty exciting because not only is this for a triathlete, this could be for a bodybuilder.
Correct. Exactly.
It could be for me. It's at the gym on the elliptical machine.
Right.
So it really runs the gambit. Now, as an example, my wife says I don't need water. I don't like to drink water. Is it for the non-athlete too?
It could be. Yeah. So initially we think, athletes are going to find the most value in it, but as we learn more about the human body, it could easily transition into the non-athlete.
So usually, if you think you need a salty drink, you're already way behind the power
Exactly.
curve.
That is correct. That is exactly
So
correct.
the goal is to keep that equilibrium the same all the way through.
Right.
And I don't even know what is it a pH level or?
So we monitor sodium ion concentration.
Okay.
So we kind of grab it right out of your sweat
Yep.
onto our sensor. It's reversible, so as you keep sweating, you can either see an increase in your concentration, which would be an indication that you're dehydrated,
Right.
or a decrease, which would be an indication that you're overhydrated.
Any performance results on this already?
So that is a great question. We get asked a lot. And the answer we tell people is there have been studies that show it could increase performance up to 30%. But because no one's ever been able to do real-time adjustments, we don't know. It could be more, it could be less. But we do think that there will be some performance implications.
Available now or coming to market?
Coming to market in 2021.
Outstanding. So looking for partners, or where are you
We're
at?
looking for partners. We're looking for investors. Anyone that can help us get to market.
So RooSense, is it RooSense.com?
It is www.roosense.com.
So
Correct.
it's ROOSENSE.com.
Yes.
So everyone knows it's ROO. Interesting. Very interesting. Where are you guys based out of?
We are based out of Akron, Ohio.
Okay.
So we're a spin out of the university, which is why we are RooSense, because our mascot is a kangaroo.
You know, what's interesting is I have an office in Columbus. The people that were in here before were from Cincinnati. You guys, so lots of Ohio business today.
Yes.
So are you out of Case or?
We're out of the University of Akron.
Oh, out of University of Akron. Okay. I'm from Michigan, so I'm sorry I don't know all
No,
the.
that's okay. No, that's okay. We're a small public school with a great engineering program.
Outstanding. Well, very exciting stuff that you guys are doing. So are you exhibiting downstairs?
We are in Eureka Park at the Case Western booth.
Yeah, the Case Western guys are great.
Yes, they are. They've been very nice to us as kind of squatting in their booth from the University of Akron.
Yeah, and we got some alcohol from them last year.
Oh, yeah, we had a nice reception last night. We brought some Cleveland whiskey.
So that's good. So everyone, make sure you check out RooSense.com. If you think this is something cool, you're in a health tech space, or you're looking to put some money into something, I think there's some potential here. And are you going to try to get some people using this in running triathlons and marathons?
Yes. Yep.
So get some performance testing.
Yes, exactly.
Because I think that's going to help you when it comes to trying to raise cash.
Yeah, we've done a lot of tests in the exercise science lab, and we're really excited this year to get out there at some big triathlons and really put it on real athletes and see what they're doing.
Well, we look forward to seeing you next year when you've come to market. Yes. Come back, please, and tell us how it went.
We definitely will.
And again, thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You know, the health tech, every show, there's always something that is on the horizon or coming or they're trying to prove, and it just kind of really blows me away. It really, really does. And who would ever thought that sweat science would be a thing?
No, I agree. It's fascinating how they keep, again, pushing the boundaries to keep doing more. And ironically, I remember a story, it's probably been 15 years ago. There was a radio station that was doing a contest to win at Christmas time to win the latest gaming system.
Right.
So that, you know how they have the people come and do all the silly things?
Yep.
They had to drink a whole bunch of water and they weren't allowed to go to the bathroom. And a lady died.
A lady died?
She died. It was like a week before Christmas. And she just kept drinking water. And so, yeah, I mean, obviously that's rare.
But it's still
and
an
a huge
issue.
lawsuit, but.
Yeah, it's still an issue.
Yeah.
All right, so we got our next guest coming up. And, speaking of health tech, and we're going to get the information here directly. So, they're getting me my cue card so I know who you are. So that's what we're working on here.
I can do a spoiler alert.
A spoiler alert?
Yeah. No, you'd rather wait.
It's
Aha.
okay.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. So we're excited to welcome Rachel Bishop from Audiologist. And we're going to be talking about the Phonic Vitro Black. And we're going to have you turn just a little bit in. And if I'm sorry, it was a little tight here.
No problem.
But I see we have hearing aids.
That's exactly right. So it is the Phonak Virto Black. And which one would you say is the hearing aid?
Are those glued down? Or
They are not. You can move them around.
Right,
you can hold them.
All right. So which one do I think is the black? Well, there's the black one.
Oh, yes, that's true. Uh-huh.
So I don't know the difference between the two.
Okay, well, not to ruin any of the fun,
Sure.
but they're both actually hearing aids. So most often when people think of a hearing aid, this is what they think of.
Right.
This may be what they've seen their parents wear or some family members with hearing loss. But what we're actually talking about here is this hearing aid here today. I actually have them in my ears right now, so you can see there.
And for the audience, they look like professional music.
I've got my earbuds in today.
Okay.
So this is actually a hearing aid. So it is a medical device,
Yeah.
but it's shaped like an earbud. The challenge is that oftentimes people wait 7 years from the time they are aware that they have a hearing loss, from the time they do something.
Right.
And often that's because hearing aids like this make people feel old
Right.
or disabled in some way.
Yep.
But what's so cool is that these days, especially here on the CES floor, everyone is wearing something in their ears.
That's right.
AirPods, streaming devices. And so what we are really trying to do is to bust the stigma. We want people to close that 7-year gap and be able to amplify and get back sort of in the world of the hearing earlier, which of course has positive consequences for their health and well-being.
You know, this is kind of ancillary to this, but I landed in Manhattan a few months ago, and I was driving from JFK into Midtown, and I keep seeing people with AirPods, you know, the Apple AirPods, and I said, wow. So I started counting.
Did you?
It's something stupid to do in the Uber, right? And I quit counting at like 500.
Did you?
And that was from JFK, just people on the street that I could see,
Yeah.
and I quit. And so, and here, you know, I told Kirk, one of my team members, I said, we should count how many times we keep seeing people with AirPods in. So you're right. Everyone has an AirPod or has some sort of earbud in their ear today.
right.
And so, to be honest with you, you notice them, and I don't even notice people with hearing aids now.
You know, you're exactly right. And typically, a lot of that is because people think of hearing aids as they were about 20 years ago. They were large behind the ear.
Yep.
Hearing aids these days have gotten increasingly smaller.
Yep.
And so you don't actually see them on people any longer.
Right.
So when you think of hearing aids, you're still sort of stuck with
Yep.
the older technology. But you're right. Everyone, I think especially in the last 12 to 24 months, really we've seen a rise of this sort of ear-level cool tech.
Yep.
But somehow people still don't think it's cool to wear hearing aids. So that's really the gap we're trying to bridge.
You know, and I think, too, if you think about, I was prior military, I was Navy, so I wasn't exposed to, like, you know, big booming guns and that kind of stuff, which some of the Army guys are that suffer massive hearing loss because of that. But I don't see my age group being resistive to hearing aids. It's usually... I know. I think about my grandfather before. He hated his hearing aids, and just because he could never really manipulate them well.
Sure.
Do you think with us having grown up now, my age group, at least boomer, I'm a last year boomer, that we've all been using earbuds for a while, so the stigmatism of having a hearing aid is going to rapidly decrease?
I believe so. So like you said, we have an aging population, and our boomers are now right in that zone.
They're getting there.
Exactly.
Yeah. One of our co-hosts, he was doing the show and wearing hearing aids. Don wears hearing aids, and he has for a number of years. So I think, you know, I understand what you're trying to accomplish here, but in anything that makes you look less like you're old, I think is probably good because people are conscious of that.
Sure.
You know, when you have people that are in, you know, some of the major cities and they're getting Botox because they got to try to make themselves look 10 years younger, wearing a hearing aid is definitely like this pinpointer of, you're old, like, dude or lady, you're old.
Yeah.
And we don't want, you know, they don't want that stigmatism. So I think this is probably... this design is going to help too. It's just going to go in. It's going to look like a regular AirPod. So I'm assuming you've got an additional assistive device here. What does this do?
I do. So this little guy is called Roger. So he is an additional microphone. So on a pair of hearing aids, so normally you would wear 2 devices in your ear. There are 4 microphones here.
Yep.
This provides an additional 6 microphone array. And what that does is that if you and I were having a conversation on the show floor without our wonderful noise-canceling headphones,
Right.
we could use that device flat on the table, and it would pick up the 2 of us.
I got you.
And if we chose, you could actually wear it like this,
Yep.
and there's an accelerometer that points the microphone directly towards the speaker. What this does when it's paired with the Phonak Virto Marvel hearing aid and other Marvel technology is it enables people with hearing loss to hear 10 times better than a normal hearing person in conditions like we see here today.
That's because it gets tough here for people.
It gets so tough.
And, you know, I think, too, is for a while now, we've been able to, of course, pair these to our phones. So if a call comes in, we can use them as a regular earbud would. So it's, you know, that's not, you don't have to change something out to take a phone call. But I've also noticed, too, and I've seen over the years that this technology has gotten better to help get rid of the white noise and all the stuff that may interfere with a hearing aid and being able to hear well. So
You're absolutely right. This is an incredibly helpful device. And actually, we use Bluetooth, the sort of standard classic, so we can connect to iOS, we can connect to Android.
Yep.
Many of the other products on the market are only compatible with iOS, but we really feel that it's our
Yeah.
social responsibility, since 70% of the world is
Is
not
on-
running
that's right.
exactly
That's
iOS.
right.
So regardless of the technology that you put in your pocket, these devices can connect.
ready for market now?
Almost. So we just announced on Monday. They will be ready to go to market in mid-February on the 19th.
Because you got to go through some regulatory stuff, I'm sure, and testing and all that. What is the, of course, hearing aids themselves are, can be an investment.
Yes.
Any idea what this is going to retail for?
Yeah, let me give you an idea.
Sure.
So at Phonak, we don't actually sell directly to the consumer.
So you license out.
Exactly. So we actually sell B2B to the audiologists.
Yep.
The audiologists will bundle their services in with the device. So you're paying for the hearing aids, the accessory, and their time for diagnostics, follow-up care, typically for the life of the hearing aid. So you're looking, we actually have 4 different technology levels, somewhere in the range of $4,000 to $6,000 US
Yep.
dollars.
And of course, sometimes there is insurance that covers some of this as well. So depends on your insurance plan and blah, blah, blah.
Exactly. They can always call for you on your behalf when you come in for your hearing test.
Outstanding. All right, so what is the website?
So you can go to virtoblack.com.
Virto Black, V-I-R-T-O, Virto Black, virtoblack.com.
You got the name by the end of it. Wonderful.
All right, outstanding. Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
So, again, folks, tuck them away so they can't be seen. And, you know, these are, again, and I know that it's probably the home audience can't see this, but there is no little loop that goes back behind the ear that some of the hearing aids you have now. All there is here is just a little bit of a, I don't know, what is that piece? But I've always wondered what those, is that the antenna?
You know, all that is a little simple removal wire.
Oh, so
I
you can
actually have
grab
them
it.
cut off of mine now, because normally with a device this size, you can just get your finger
I
behind
got
it.
you.
But
So
for those who have trouble.
they can grab it.
Exactly.
I've always wondered why that was there, so now
You
I
got it
know.
now.
All right.
Exactly.
All right, Rachel, thank you for coming on. We
Thank you for
appreciate it.
having me.
And have a great show.
Thank you. You
Thank
do
you
the
so
same.
much. Yep. Thank God I don't need hearing aids yet.
Right.
But there will come a day.
I know. I was in denial about my eyesight as I get older.
Oh.
And I thought, oh, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's so bad. It's probably worse because I thought it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, and so I don't like contacts. I can't stick stuff in my eyeballs. It's just, so I'm stuck with glasses, and I'm also, you know, I went to the doctor and said, okay, am I a candidate for any of the, you know, the laser treatments? Or, and he says, your eyeball of such a shape and diameter and blah, blah, blah. He says, you're not eligible. So I'm stuck with glasses for life.
Oh, man.
So I can't go get LASIK or anything like that.
Yeah, I've had LASIK. I had contact lenses for like 30 plus years.
So if you are eligible for LASIK, you know,
Oh, it's like a
consider
miracle.
yourself lucky, you know.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So, okay, so Kirk, he actually fell down. He's okay.
Oh, no.
Yep. Let me see here. He says he's a little banged up. Let me check on him. Was it? I'm trying to walk away. About 3. Oh my God. Let us know how you are. I wonder how he fell down.
Did it say where it was?
At Sony.
Oh. Some of the carpet in those booths is
But
bunchy.
I don't know where there was a stairs there.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know
Danielle
either.
went to
He
Sony.
says he's a little banged up, so we'll check on him. This is not the first time someone of the team has took a face plant before, so and just so many people around here. So anyway, Kirk, we hope you're okay. We'll definitely check on you directly. Let me talk a little bit about Las Vegas Convention Center, because I went over there today, and it's the first time I've been over there in about 3 years. So I'm scrolling back, and I'm grabbing, trying to find all the pictures from today. And let me kind of give you guys a synopsis of what I saw over there. And a few vendors that I had never seen before was at the event. But I saw a lot of themes and concepts. So the first thing I walked into, I got medical treatment here at LVCC. I got bandage from my knee to my ankle. Oh, no. That doesn't sound good. So he must have scraped himself pretty good.
Guy.
Yeah. No, he's okay.
You want Danny up there?
He's okay. He's going back to room. I can cover this stuff. I'm fine. So I went to the Ford booth. Got to see the new Ford Mustang.
What does that look like? Not like a Mustang,
You
right?
know, it's not like, it actually, I've got a Ford Edge, and I kind of walked up to it, and I kind of said, that kind of looks like my Ford Edge a little bit. It's not an SUV, obviously, but it's almost like it's a cut-down Ford Edge. It's what it kind of...
I have an Edge and a Mustang at home.
Yeah,
and
so...
my husband is a Mustang enthusiast, and when he saw the pictures, he's like...
Yeah, it's definitely a different look, and it's got this, like, big nose. I don't know. It's different, for sure.
Right, and it's electric?
And the one they had there, I don't know. It was probably a prototype, so who knows where it was at. But the Ford booth wasn't as big this year at all. And really, there wasn't a lot to see at the Ford booth. But, I saw a robot in the Ford booth. Everyone's talking about the robots, and they had a robot there loading a vehicle, which was, okay, it's kind of cool, and I don't know how this is all going to play out.
Right.
But one thing that they are doing at Ford is they've made a relationship with Cadillac. So if you want to build a Cadillac, Amazon has made a relationship with Cadillac.
Oh, okay.
And you can build a Cadillac on Amazon website, and then you send it off, and then they will basically interact you with a car dealer, and you can go in and do the deal. But they've got this new thing that they're trying to implement. It's called intelligent owner applications, where you can get your car manual digitally, and you can prompt. Okay, you can say, "Hey, Alexa." You can You can tell her, "How do I open my gas cap?"
Huh.
Okay, so when I rent cars, biggest thing that drives me crazy is sometimes right or left is not the problem. It's like, is it you touch it and you open it up, or do you have to have a button, or do you have to pull something somewhere? And sometimes I can't find the gas cap release, and I have to Google it. So if I could ask Alexa how to open the gas cap on a specific vehicle, I think that would be pretty cool. But that's probably a long time coming, so I think I'll be stuck to Googling. But that's something Amazon's doing. I walked into the Hyundai booth, and it's all about this mass transit thing where you have this mobile. It's kind of weird, and I'll post up on the live blog later, but it's like where you're in a mini home, and it drives around, and it takes you to work or wherever, and then when you go to like a communal center when it pulls in docks. It was kind of weird, to be honest with you.
And you rode in it?
I didn't ride in it. They just were showing a concept for the future, and I just kind of thought, it almost, I wanted to use the word commune. It almost looked like you'd have this kind of semi-autonomous living area that was mobile, but when it pulled into the dock, you'd go into this like central living area where everyone, and to me it was kind of, it kind of gave me a weird vibe.
Okay.
So I know, anyway, some community concept for the future. They also had on display, hanging from the roof, the future transport, where you would go in a drone made for people, and that had Uber listed on it, Hyundai and Uber. Walked through a variety of car vendors and looked at their concept cars, and everyone had concept vehicles there that will probably never, ever make it to market in the way they're supposed to look. But everything's steering wheel-less. Everything they're looking at the future is no steering wheel.
Really?
So I don't care if they're going to have vehicles 10 or 15 years are going to be able to drive themselves. I still want a steering wheel. And then there was a company that had a MTK, had a monster truck that I don't think has ever drove on dirt at all. And was pretty tricked out. Some motorcycles, some more concept vehicles. Honda had some breakaway cars showing some technology. But the biggest shocker to me was Bell Helicopter.
Yeah, last year they were awesome over at Bell.
Yeah, and they had a prototype of a future helicopter that's, again, drone, uses fan technology, and say that this will, electric-powered, 60-mile range, or hybrid version, 180. And I'm just like, if you're going to spend multiple millions of dollars for a helicopter, are you going to buy one that can only go 60 miles?
60 miles, yeah.
Come on. I don't know. So, in urban living, that's all you need. And I'm like, if I'm going to spend multiple millions of dollars for a helicopter, it's going to have to go farther than 60 miles. So they're going to have to, in my opinion, they're going to have to work on that, but that's their opinion. I was at the FLIR booth, and of course, FLIR had a cute demo up there, and I got my picture. They had a wall up. As you walked by, you could see yourself, so I snapped myself a couple of times, and then they had something called the FLIR Terminator, where I was able to get a picture, and I'll post it up on Facebook later. What else did I see? I saw a quantum computer at IBM.
Okay.
They had one on demo, and I don't fully understand what I was looking at, but that supposedly was a quantum computer. But when I walked into LG, you walked into the entrance, and the screens were waved, and curved screens, and it was all up against the ceiling. It was beautiful.
Yeah, it was pretty.
It was shockingly beautiful. There's no way you can take a video to even...
Oh, no.
There's no way you could actually capture what it looked like. I bet you that LG booth, $4, $5, $10 million to put together.
Easy, yeah.
It was the most busy booth that I was in. Their LG signature OLED-R, the TVs that you and I will never be able to afford for another 10 years, were on display. They were incredible. 8K camera, 8K TVs, and the 8K TVs, of course, they had some 8K content. Very little 4K content out there yet, but yet they're going to start selling us 8K TVs that we're going to upscale from 1080. It's going to work real well, right? So the pictures are beautiful. An OLED 8K television from LG. Was it LG or Sony? Yeah, LG, 100 million live lights in the screen.
Right.
So that was pretty remarkable. Now, the one thing I did like at LG is you've seen these little mini fridges.
Yes.
Yeah, the time you have in a dorm room.
Yeah, I have one under my desk at the bank.
All right, they're like $99.
Right.
They got the little door, and the Cokes fall out if you open the door too hard, right? Well, LG had a concept mini fridge that would really be something like a super upscale for an office. And I said, is this available today? She goes, no. I said, I would have one of these for my office by my desk. It basically looks like a filing cabinet, but a real designer one. And a really slick little mini refrigerator. So they were showing some concept furniture off that really, I think, it'll probably be super expensive and we won't be able to afford it for a while. But if you really are if you're really into style and setting up your home and wanting to things look like what their true function is, that probably is the case. But they called it the LG OB-Jet refrigerator. So if you want to look it up online, the OBJET refrigerator is the name of the refrigerator. It was real cute, one of those little shorty ones. And, of course, they were demonstrating their dishwashers. Now, here's the thing about dishwashers and dryers today. I remember when I started buying washers and dryers when I was become adult, those washer and dryers lasted me at least 20 years. You could get them repaired. There was no issue, right?
Right.
My sister is on her 4th washing machine in 10 years at her house, and she's getting ready to replace a washing machine that's less than 5 years old. My big issue with most of these real fancy new washing machines is they have no sustainable life.
No.
And you spend all this money for them, $1,000 or more for this fancy washing machine, and yet you don't get hardly any life out of them. So,
I agree.
Just give me a plain Jane washing machine, and even it uses a little extra water.
They don't use enough water anymore, do they?
Well, that's another issue, and we can talk about flush toilets as well about that situation as well. Actually, I talked to Kohler about flush toilets for a while, and that's probably a subject for another day.
Okay.
But one thing I did do is I got some time at the Roland booth to talk to them about their new live cast.
We interviewed them. I loved that.
And it's okay.
Okay.
$250. You can do 2 cameras, but they're not cameras. They're used with cell phones. You use your cell phones. But only one of them, well, actually, you can't get audio from one to the other. It's only video. There's no way to bring someone in for Skype or an interview like that. It's very basic. But it is a live streaming studio for smartphones. Again, it's for smartphones. And they do have a couple places you can stream. You can bring in an external XLR or an input plug. So, they did put some thought into it. And for $250, it's not a bad deal. They said they were going to try to get me a review unit. We'll see if it lives up, and how easy it is to manage and actually do a show with it. But I wandered into the Sony booth, saw some of their 8K TVs. I'm between Samsung and Sony as far as TVs go. I prefer the Bravia series of Sony TVs because the blacks are blacker. And you do a side-by-side. Don't ever, hey, folks, when you're getting ready to buy, you can buy your TV on Amazon. Doesn't matter. But go to Best Buy or someplace where you can do side-by-side, looking at a Sony, looking at Samsung or an LG. Try to do side-by-side to know what your visual preference is when you're buying a TV because there is a difference. But I was looking at their 8K TVs and their Master Series. I have no idea how much they cost. And these were 8K as well. Oh, super, super, super incredible.
Yeah, they look good, don't they?
Yeah, and I'm sure at 8K, I'm sure at an incredible premium at this point. 4Ks are finally gotten to the point where they're pretty standard, and you can buy a 4K TV at a relatively decent price. And it's not like it was 5 years ago. So now we'll see where 8Ks come in. But probably my biggest disappointment was, and I have to, preface this because I don't think the IO Gear folks were really thinking completely through. They've created something called Upstream Pro. It's a 3-channel video switcher, definitely designed from the ground up for people that are doing Twitch, doing video game stuff. It has 3 HDMI inputs. One of them can go to 4K. And it's got, the lower thirds. And he didn't even know the term overlay. So, I was asking questions. It comes without a screen. You have to use an iPad with it. Decent little box. But, again, their only thought process was gamers. They weren't thinking about anyone else that was doing live streams that would maybe bring in a third-party guest. No, you can have another computer. You can Skype them in, but then you're going to have to figure out the whole audio situation.
Right.
So it's, again, you're going to need another piece of gear.
Right. And it's the difference between someone like you who has been doing this, you've been in the game a while, you've got it down, you Skype, you have all the components. Whereas someone like me who's trying to get into it,
right,
as a little starter, get my feet wet, see if I like it.
Yeah.
But I see what you're saying.
So, and this was $9.99. I said the price seems a little high, but it's got a little control pad, a little switcher thing. It's, I think it's a little high priced, and none of them have, Roland and IO Gear hadn't implemented NDI, where OBS and Wirecast and all these other groups have done that already. So, I still think that the majority of people are going to be using OBS and Wirecast and probably building their own machines, especially if they're gamers. So I'm just I'm a little hesitant to endorse this. I think that they're going to, I told them, I said, why don't you reach out? And I'm sure they'd reach out to gamers, but they're just not thinking far enough. And this is where my kind of the punchback is we've got this huge podcasting evolution going on now, and podcasters are wanting to do live as a way to get interactivity with their listeners, and all they're thinking about here is Twitch and gamers, and of course the gaming section over at LVCC was massive, lots of gaming stuff going on there. So someone's going to get this right, at a reasonable
and at a right price point. Yeah, because I'm not going to get my feet wet, like I was just saying.
Not for $1,000. We can get you a solution for $1,000. It does what you need to do without having this prepackaged platform here. So, and it again, and I looked at it. They did a great job in getting this ready to go, but they got RCA jacks for stereo inputs, and they did have a 1/4-inch mic jack input, which was okay. So I think that's all right. Thank you so much for that. Yes, I don't know why. I've been getting up here talking too much. All of a sudden, my nose starts running. I didn't even have a Red Bull. So, all right. So, what else did I see? You need chargers, cables, USB-C, USB-A, USB-C. You need, I was like, walking around, I was like, well, that's cool. Took a picture of it. You name it, this show has got every imaginable type of charger that you would ever need. And battery storage is big. I was back in the Chinese section in the Shenzhen, and if people don't know what Shenzhen is, if you need to get your geek creed on here, because Shenzhen is where most of the electronic stuff comes out of China. It's where the major manufacturing facilities are. It's where if you need something made, if you're getting something that's coming out of China, it's probably coming out of Shenzhen. So I found one company called Supa. They had a great price on an external battery. Basically, if you need one of those bulk batteries to have USB, some normal plug-ins, they had something that was decent. And of course, they're putting out 2,000 watts. So it's really was like, wow, that thing worked out good. And I'm sure we'll see some manufacturer will have white labeled this in the coming months. But what surprised me was over in Central Hall, it looked like some of the stuff that we used to see over by the Westgate has migrated into the Central Hall. And I didn't even get to Westgate to see what was over there, because that's usually rows and rows of cell phone covers and cables and batteries and you name it. If you have a store and you need to put in orders of stuff that you want to white label for your own shop, that is a place. Now, for the ladies, I found a CES Innovation Award winner from a company called Nail Pop. And I was kind of nosy because they were printing
nail
stuff.
polish.
It wasn't nail polish. These were printed designs that you basically put on the nail.
Okay.
So, but when we were at Podcast Movement, we saw there was a show going on where ladies were selling these peel-on type of nail polish stuff that was using real nail polish.
Right.
And I looked at this nail pop thing. I said, okay, for someone that wants to print something for your nail, print the design and put it on. And they had gals over there. So I walked over, and there was a lady that had just gotten 5 done on her fingers, different designs. I said, how does it feel? She says, feels good. I said, does it feel thicker than nail polish? She said, a little bit. And I said, do you mind if I touch it? And I'm going to basically say I think that most mature women are still going to revert to doing traditional nail polish. I think maybe this is maybe a cute, fun thing for somebody that's maybe a little younger. I don't think this is, maybe I'm wrong. Because I've always seen people doing nail polish in a car, driving down the road, either doing their makeup. I don't think you're going to, maybe if you're in a rush, you're going to use this printer to print you some nail paste-ons. But I don't know. We'll have to have the ladies weigh in when they see nail pop. Because I was asking the gals, and I'm like, to me, it looked like it was raised. It looked like it had been,
It would have to be a little bit,
yeah,
right?
it wasn't really,
print on top
it
of
wasn't thin. You would expect if they were going to have some sort of printed design, it would be super, super thin and go on. But it didn't. To me, it looked a little thick. And I thought it just didn't look natural, And I think that's where women.
So when you looked at her hand, it didn't look like a really nice, like a good image.
It looked nice, but to me, it looked like it was raised. It just looked like it was a little thick. It made the nail look kind of thick, and I kind of got the impression that women are real finicky about their nails and taking care of them and painting them, and and I just don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll see. We'll see how they do. But it's called Nail Pop. If you want, ladies, if you want to go look.
Was it expensive? Did you already
Didn't
say
get the price.
Okay.
So the guy that was there could barely speak
Something
English.
you could buy for your teenager for Christmas might be nice.
Yeah,
but
have fun
I
with
see what
that
you're
for
saying,
sure.
yeah.
But again, we'll have to see if the ladies like it. But what is the one thing? Okay, so again, I try not to be. I know that my mom and my wife always carry a mirror in their purse. They always have a mirror, or it's in the compact, or whatever, right? There's always a mirror. You got to check the face. Got to make sure everything's good, right? Well, how about a mirror that will go on your back of your phone? A little mirror back there so you can double check yourself, make sure you look good. So that was probably the only cell phone accessory that I thought, oh, that's pretty cool. It's called Mirror on the phone. And and they've been talked about in People Magazine and USA. They probably paid for advertisement, but if you don't have if you want to put your lipstick on and need a mirror, it's on the back of your phone. It's a little paste on that goes on your cell phone case. I told the lady it looked pretty cute, and they had little designs. So looking out for the ladies out there. Mirror on the phone. You can probably Google that, and it's available on market today. The most crazy thing I think I've ever seen at CES, and I have no idea why they're here, there was a yacht. There was a yacht. I'm like, am I at the International Boat Show? No, there was a yacht.
In North Hall?
In North Hall.
It was there last year.
Well, I haven't been to North Hall in a couple of years. And why?
Over by Bell, right? Like
it was no, not
by the
even.
helicopter?
It wasn't even near Bell. Why is a yacht at CES?
I don't know. They had a red carpet and people were up. I didn't go on it, but
They
people
had
were
it
going on
tilted. You couldn't get on it.
Okay.
And a yacht certified 65 miles an hour, triple Mercury racing, 450 horsepower engine, seats 22 comfortably, extended swim platform. So I'm sure for multiple millions of dollars. I'm thinking, CES, why do we have a yacht at CES? But the most popular booth was by far any booth that had massage chairs.
Yeah.
People lined up. But I had to laugh, though. Have you been into Costco or any place and seen these mini arcade games that you can buy for about $300?
Yeah.
They're stand up, and they run it could be Donkey Kong, a Burger Time, all those games that we played years ago when we spent plenty of dollars in the coin place. Well, they had a whole bunch of these, and and to be honest with you, Okay, so I have to go back. But anyway, so they had a bunch of those little arcade machines there. It was fun to go through there, and there was a bunch of people in there playing games. But also, not only did they have the big ones, another company is selling mini ones of that. So you can get a mini Galaga for $34, $35 with a company called, it's at myarcadegaming.com. And they're little mini consoles, again, with a mini screen. Just a fun thing maybe for a birthday gift, something like that, $35. One of those,
price.
yeah, one of those old school games. And then I guess finally I was in NVIDIA, and they've got a product called the Jungle Cat. It's a portable precision gaming device that hooks to an Android phone. It's just like the Nintendo Switch,
Okay.
but it goes on your cell phone. So that is something that I saw that was, kind of cool. And, so it got a Best in Show from Gotta Be Mobile, from Android Headlines. It's called the Razer Kishi for Android. That's another one that was, lots of awards. So, again, lots of stuff. Now, I was looking at the live broadcast areas. So, CS Live South Broadcast Platform, we had the team from Android Authority had in the spot that Leo used to be in for many, many years.
Okay.
But the other broadcast platforms were largely dead. There wasn't a lot of people out there. But that's kind of the stuff I saw for that's kind of some of the stuff I saw while I was walking around
Right.
today. And so anyway, that's my 22,000 steps of going around North Hall, Central, going through South and Upper and Lower, and that's kind of the walkthrough. So
You go through a lot of stuff when you go adventure out. I'm impressed.
well, you know, it's just like you just kind of go on. I call it spelunking or something. You go look, yeah, you know. And be honest with you, I found 50 things here and maybe 20 over there. So there really wasn't that much stuff.
Did
so
you go to the Conca booth?
no, I did not.
Conca is where Intel used to be, across from Hisense.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to call it a relaunch. They're launching in America.
Yep.
So they had a section of things that are going to be sold here in America, but they had a section of things that are only sold in China. And they have these clear, picture like a TV set, and it was clear.
Okay.
Just glass, clear glass.
Yep.
So they had one that looked like a TV set. They had one that looked like a little aquarium, and they had one that looked like a bay window.
So what
and
was...
the images came through like butterflies and birds and rain and fireworks, and yet you could see through it. So in the aquarium one, they had all kinds of plants in there.
Yeah.
And then it would look like fish were coming swimming through.
I think Facebook cut us at 8 hours. Did you guys reset?
No.
Yeah, because Facebook is I don't think any longer, maybe it's live, but it's not.
You know what? They're all down, even though it says perfect streaming.
So something has happened. And right at the 8-hour mark, we lost it.
Yeah, YouTube and everything. Let me get Scott back here.
All right.
Did you want to take a quick break, or?
Yeah, we can since we're not on the air.
Absolutely. For those places where we are still.
Are we still up? Where are we still up at? I'm going to go over to your guys' website and look. But it looks like
we're on live stream. We're on.
Yeah, so probably Facebook just needs to be recycled, I would think. Because I think Facebook is the only one that's down. And he cut yesterday right at 8 hours as well.
Also?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put on the webcam behind you.
Okay.
And we'll mute for a little while, and we'll get this fixed and come right back.
All right. So I guess we're going to try. We're up everywhere else, so I think we're okay to continue. So I guess I can go through some of my stuff that I talked about yesterday as well, do a kind of a repeat, rerun, rehash of that stuff since we don't have a guest here. It's kind of funny. It's like everyone ran out of steam here at the last in the last hour, and we were supposed to have guests all the way up to 6 p.m. tonight. But I can walk through some of the stuff I've seen here, probably get us to the point where. So let me talk a little bit about your pet. And it's at a booth. And, you know, they've got all these kinds of pet trackers, right, that you can basically put on your pet, and it talks to the satellite so you know where your pet is at all times. But I think the majority of us really don't need that. Normally our pets go to our neighbors or run around the neighborhood. They typically don't go too far from home, at least the dogs don't. And there's a product out there that's called Spot Green Blue Neon, and especially at night you can probably see the dog from a half mile away, no problem. And what it has on it has a QR code. And the QR code is basically you go on and register. And so anytime anyone would scan that QR code, it'll come up with your number, the dog chip's number, all that information that you're going to need to find Fido wherever he or she may be when someone grabs a dog and hopefully doesn't kidnap the dog. But anyway, it's a cool little product, and the battery will change out once the battery goes dead. But it's just, again, a little way, an easy way to, you know, have something on your dog so the dog can be found or be seen. Again, at dark, you can see the dog a long ways away. All right, so earlier in the show, I talked about something that we all do. We all use the toilet, and we have, if you live in an older home, you have a high-capacity tank. You may have as much as 3.7 gallons in there, and boy, those old tanks are known for really getting the job done, right? Well, of course, if you live in a new house, you are probably forced to take a tank that has 1.7 gallons in it, and may not always get the job done on a single flush. So what do we have to do? We double flush, and if you really have a great day, you may have to triple flush, right? So some of you have been there, done that, right? And so I was in talking with the Kohler people because, you know, there's a lot of talk, people like these Toto toilets that, how should we say it, do a good job of cleaning one's bottom using water. And, of course, Kohler has a whole line of these types of products that start out as an adaptation kit all the way up to toilets. It can cost you $7,000 or